Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me is the normal crew, including Darth Reese. Oh, I see what you're doing.
This is Star Wars Day. I had to dress up.
Also, Random 11.
Hello.
And Foodnom.
Hey.
Currently, Green Line is not with us as he is D&D-ing.
He's playing Sex Dungeons and Dragon Dildos.
Okay. So he'll join us in a minute, but sorry, I had to get my maximum erection power going. All right.
Maybe you should be playing Sex Dungeons and Dragon Dildos.
I keep refreshing the dock. There you go. It's still using the Easter one. I had to keep switching over. Okay. That is the improper way to screen share. What have I done? How did I fuck that up? There it is. That's the right way. Cool. So getting started. If you guys would like to support us, I would like to invite you to check out ocapodcast.com/support. I want to start by thanking our patrons because our patrons are currently the way that we know how much money we can expect each month. And that will load at some point, but I'm not going to wait for it. I do have some good news, which is that obviously... Oh, ain't that always how it goes? So yeah, we're already at the first podcast of May, and because of our patrons, we are operating at not zero. That's great. So if you guys would like to support us via Patreon, you guys can head over to patreon.com/OCA podcast. And wouldn't you know it, turns out I never sent the email for Subscribestar. I was clearing out some tabs and found a Gmail tab, and there it was, the email I wrote to reply and never hit send. The day I hit send, though, we've been approved on Subscribestar. So if you're interested in supporting the show through Subscribestar, you can go to subscribestar.com/OCA podcast. And of course, there are other ways to support us you guys can check out on the Support Us tab. Jumping right in, I would like to discuss this topic I saw. I think they may have changed the headline. Not sure. It says here, California's AB 412, a bill that could crush startups and cement a big tech AI monopoly. I found this via Reddit, and the post was titled, California seeks to ban open source generative AI. So this is kind of like a big deal, right? Now, I before we get into it, my perception of this, if I'm trying to read between the lines and figure out why they would want to ban it, is because if you had open source generative AI, meaning you can create images or whatever other types of things you're doing with generative AI, that is open source, meaning that it's not censored, meaning that it is community driven, meaning that anybody has access and it's free. If you had access to that, you could theoretically generate sexual depictions or whatever they call that long acronym for child sexual abuse material, right? And again, in this instance, these are not children, right? I understand the perception of ickiness that comes with the content, like, don't get me wrong, but obviously apples and oranges, right, compared to actual children. Now, I understand the, what would you call that? Knee-jerk reaction. I don't agree with it, but let's see what the article has to say. So, California legislators have begun debating a bill that would require AI developers to track and disclose every registered copyrighted work used in AI training. A little late for that, I think. At first glance, this might sound like a reasonable step towards transparency, but it's an impossible standard that could crush small AI startups and developers while giving big tech firms even more power. The AI landscape is in danger of being dominated by large companies with deep pockets. These big names are in the news almost daily, but they're far from the only ones. There are dozens of AI companies with fewer than 10 employees trying to build something new in a particular niche. This bill demands that creators of any AI model, even a two-person company or a hobbyist tinkering with a small software build, identify copyrighted materials used in training. That requirement will be incredibly onerous, even if limited just to works registered with the U.S. Copyright Office. The registration system is a cumbersome beast at best, neither machine readable at best, neither machine readable nor accessible. It's more like a card catalog than a database that doesn't offer information sufficient to identify all authors of a work, much less help developers to reliably match works in a training set to works in the system. Not to mention the fact that training an AI on an amalgamation of, like, imagine this is a bad example, but imagine that you bought, what are those called? The Pillsbury crescent rolls, right? From the store. And then you also bought, I don't know. I'm trying to make it an analogy here. Like, you're buying a bunch of different brands worth of products to make a Thanksgiving dinner, right? So, like, the concept is that the one that you're presenting to your family is an amalgamation of individual products. But, like, this is a better example might be the art that I create with a set of paints made by a company that makes paints is indistinguishable from the paint itself, right? Is that a good analogy, would you think, Random 11?
Well, I mean, except it's, all of the paints that went into the thing, so I guess you could use that as an analogy.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, the medium through which you're generating and producing the artwork is diverse enough that it is indistinguishable from the initial work, right? Like, for example, as an artist, I have a collection of paints. I could fucking see them from here. I got paints and clay and, colored pencils and pastels and charcoals and all sorts of shit, right? And so the way I see it, like, an artist, for example, uses the tool that gets the job done. And sometimes you mix and match. I mean, when I was in art school, I don't know if I still have these over here. Hold on. This isn't something I used in art school, but this is an example of something I have that I use something similar to in art school. Where's my mouse? So, like, this is a Sharpie paint white marker. And this is a glow-in-the-dark phosphorescent marker, right? So when I was in art school, I bought glow-in-the-dark paint and tried mixing it with watercolors and acrylics and stuff. And just an example. It does not fucking work, by the way. But just an example of the exploratory phase and whatnot as an artist, how you will combine and mix and match and take from. I mean, for example, like, this is a great example actually for this. They're talking here about registering the copyrighted works that went into the training for the generative AI. Curiously, we don't need a bill for the copyrighted images that comic artists at Marvel and DC are literally tracing in certain issues of comics in order to put some drawing into the panel of that comic, right? Like,
yeah, that's true too. Yeah, people take inspiration from stuff all the time, and they don't have to register what they've taken inspiration from.
Exactly.
Well,
Usually, what happens
anime
is they just
industry
get sued.
What's
the
up, Fino?
thing in the anime and manga industry is that it's normal to trace backgrounds and stuff. And I'm sitting here like, I don't see people calling this out and freaking out and having a moral panic of like, oh my God, you're stealing art. I don't know, whatever it is. You know, they're not putting up a fit over that when it's like a somewhat normalized practice, but AI is uniquely evil and different. But, I mean, it is different, but
to take your analogy and kind of like make it more like equatable.
Sure.
It'd be like if over like 20 years you've gotten all of these art supplies in an art class in sitting in the closet, and they've been used, and some of them are worn down so you can't make out the labels anymore. You have no clue where any of this shit came from. It's just in the room. And then you're like, okay, I found all these things. Let me make something. You go make a piece of art, and then someone comes along and says, well, actually, you're going to need to itemize each thing that you used and tell us exactly where you bought it and give me the receipt for it. It's like, dude, I don't have that.
Absolutely. Yes. All right, I'm looking. I had something. I'm looking for something I saw the other day. I don't know if I saved it. I think I might have saved it as an image on my phone. Hold on. Oh wait, is this it? No. Okay. Let me check real quick. No, I don't think I have it. Fuck. Okay. I recently saw. Good.
I was just gonna say, it's also like, if you like, let's say in your pile of art you have like one like little piece of chalk or something that you used for one line on your art, but most of your art is acrylic, right? Do you really have to care about that piece of chalk, like where it came from, how much it was used, like?
Right, and that's and ironically, this is one of the areas where copyright becomes very tricky, because you cannot properly attribute to people what the value of the borrowed work is to the overall work. Like, for example, it's sort of weird because like occasionally, like for example, like on the back of my MacBook, there's an Apple logo. And for some reason, some TV shows, if a character is using a MacBook, they will literally hire a VFX team to remove the Apple logo so that it doesn't become an identifiable brand, even though it's obvious they're using a fucking MacBook, right? Because it's silver and all that shit, right? Or like in the Lord of the Rings special features, for example, Orlando Bloom is wearing a hat that has a logo of some kind on it, and they paid VFX artists to go in and roto out that and blur it for the special features so that there isn't a association of any kind or implied endorsement or whatever. And you have to ask yourself, is this because if a controversy arose from that brand, whatever the hell he was wearing, do you not want it to taint back to New Line Cinema? Or is it literally like, is there a reason for which they can't do it? Because in some cases you've got like product placement, right? When Tobey Maguire like webs the Dr. Pepper can and hits the lamp instead, right? Like the point of that is that the Dr. Pepper can is facing the camera and is showing Spider-Man drinks Dr. Pepper, right? But then it's just kind of tricky, is what I'm getting at. Like in terms,
it'd be like if Orlando Bloom was wearing a Hooters hat, like or something that they didn't want to associate to something that could be problematic in the day or future problematic, or they had it in there and they didn't get permission to have it in, like from the actual company, because they might have to go through approvals to say, hey, can we show your logo in this documentary? We didn't really think about it before. We should have had him take the hat off, but we didn't. And it's like, no, I don't want it to be in there.
That
Which
sounds
would-
like
which
a
would be the
YouTube
stupidest
apocalypse,
fucking
like
reason.
logic.
I mean, I
Yeah.
know, but I mean,
No,
like,
no, I'm
say
just
it was-
saying, real quick. I'm just saying it would be the stupidest fucking reason ever, because
Yeah.
literally any brand would be like, yes, I'm so happy. Please put us in the special features of the biggest blockbuster of all fucking time. Yes, you know,
I know.
like,
Right.
So what is it?
But like,
I
like,
used to think
like
that
even
it
on
was.
live TV, they still blow stuff
Mhm.
out like that.
right.
You know.
Go
I
ahead,
used to
Footnote.
think the reason that they did this type of stuff is not because they had to, but more because if you want it in our stuff, you gotta pay up, bitch. We're not giving you free advertisement. Like
That too.
that's what I thought it was.
That's one reason. It's the free advertisement, and the other
Oh,
reason
really?
is
Copy me, why don't you?
it's May the 4th. You didn't have the idea. It wasn't your original idea. Okay, you used show me an itemized list of all the people that
Yeah.
you've stolen that idea from. So companies want to not give free advertising. That's a thing. But also it's like, well, we don't want our brand to be tied to whatever because it might be used in a bad light. So there could be an argument that you're defaming the brand, you know, depending on what the usage is. But
quick, I just
in the
wanna
terms of the
acknowledge-
special edition thing, it was probably just that they didn't want to do free advertising.
I just want to acknowledge Cool to T says hello. Hello, Cool to T. Also, he said Crayola did copyright its colors, and Pantone does as well. So
I'm
maybe
not
that's-
a copyright expert, but I assume they only
It's- they probably trademarked the names of the colors versus the colors themselves.
The names could be trademarked. Yes, the colors could also be trademarked.
Dude,
but I don't think that they could
Crayola
trademark.
have rapeseed yellow?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if we could make merch that's just like a white labeled OCA podcast box of crayons, and it would be like Trojan black, rapeseed yellow, like.
So, I think they could trademark a color, maybe a couple colors, but to trademark their entire set, I don't think that they would be able to do that. They could copyright the set, but what the copyright, as far as I understand, the copyright wouldn't be on the specific color itself. The copyright would be on the collection of colors, because you can't copyright a color.
Mhm.
You could trademark it. You can't copyright it though.
That's like copyrighting a rainbow when it's like a visual phenomenon. You know what I mean?
Well, you could copyright a picture of a rainbow.
Yeah, you could
yeah.
copyright a specific vectored image of the exact arc and whatnot, and
You wouldn't be able to copyright the concept of showing those 6 colors in a row.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe the specific, like if you did like an altered version of it where the colors were different than what is expected in nature or something, you know, but
Like change up the
Anyway.
order
Yeah,
a little bit.
I mean, if it was unique enough and distinct enough, you could probably get a copyright, but it wouldn't be on the individual colors. It would be on the collection of colors in that specific collection.
so you guys know how before the podcast started, I've been trying to rip this stupid DVD. 13 times the charm.
What DVD is it?
A burn DVD, something for work.
Oh.
Yeah, but I just like, it's from 2007, and I had to take the label off of it because it wouldn't spin in the disk drive because the label is a paper label with crinkles and shit in it. Anyway,
Oh.
yeah, it's pretty bad. Anyway, 13 times the charm though. Now I only have one disc left. All right. Yeah, so let's look at this again. And hold on, what he says. They did because Photoshop removed all Pantone colors and requires a second subscription to use them. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
What?
That's what hex
that-
codes are for. Just get the hex code Pantone converter, and then you don't need it.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's copyright though. I think that would be trademark, and that could also be a specific agreement with Adobe.
No, but he's right
as
though.
well.
Pantone did used to have, like, Adobe used to have a Pantone like selector for colors.
Yeah. I
right?
remember that concept.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, let's jump back into this. Where were we? I totally don't remember where I am. We're going to assume it's this part. Okay. Even for major tech companies, meeting these new obligations would be a daunting task. For a small startup, throwing on such an impossible requirement could be a death sentence. If AB 412 becomes law, these smaller players will be forced to devote scarce resources to an unworkable compliance regime instead of focusing on development and innovation. The risk of lawsuits, potentially from copyright trolls, would discourage new startups from even attempting to enter the field. I personally don't like that this article is hyper focused on the little guy in this situation in terms of like the startups, which that's clearly what they're writing about. Like, don't get me wrong, that's the whole angle that they're taking. I just think that is, yes, that's one issue, but the end user, all of that is hurt by this more so than anybody else, right? It is an attempt to quash the competition more so than it is about anything else, right? So, yeah, right here. Okay. AB 412 starts from a premise that that's both untrue and harmful to the public interest, that reading, scraping, or searching of open web content shouldn't be allowed without payment. This is another good example. If I wanted to write a book and I did research that involved reading other books or reading online materials, right, in my research, I will cite those other people, but I'm still using another source for the potential of gaining an understanding of the topic I'm going to write about. And as you were sort of saying regarding, like, you have a lifetime of collecting paints and whatnot, there is certainly going to be some piece of knowledge you obtained somewhere that you don't have a source for, or you read it in a comment somewhere where somebody didn't cite the source from book XYZ, whatever, right? So it literally, even in the process that we already accept that people write books about shit and they source things where they can, that even in that situation, you can't perfectly do this, right? So the burden, like, to claim that something, especially if you could just copy text from someplace and put it somewhere else on the internet, right? The burden of claiming the copyright and everything just becomes too onerous to be able to comply with, right? The attempt to do so is a fool's errand, right? You would even say maybe like, well, let's just keep reading. We'll come back to that. Yeah, so and then it goes on to say here, in reality, courts should, and we believe will, find the great majority of this activity is fair use. 100%, right? Like, absolutely. Do you think Disney could possibly come in and say, oh, can't do that, one-eyed eyeball guy, right? This isn't derivative enough. Come on, right? It's now bedrock internet law principle that some forms of copying content online are transformative and thus legal fair use. That includes reproducing thumbnail images for image search or snippets of text to search books. So when they say thumbnail images for image search, do they mean when Google creates a smaller version of the image in the Google image search array so that when you click on it, you can be taken to the full version of the image? Is that what they're referring to here?
Yeah.
Okay. So the scraping.
There's a whole court case over whether or not Google Images, because originally,
because they're like available on Google server versus or whatever like that.
Well, yeah, they're available on Google's web page, and they're basically being stolen from whatever website has hosted them.
Mm-hmm.
That Google was somehow violating copyright by putting them there, and it came down and like they sued over it, and they came down and basically said that Google was allowed to do that, but they did back off a little bit, and they've now made it harder to link to the original image, and like now when you click the image, it takes you to the page
Fuck
instead of the
you,
image. That kind of
concern
thing.
trolls. Motherfucker, Google image search used to be so good and useful, and now it's trash. It's basically Pinterest.
But I don't know how much of that was because of the lawsuit or just because they wanted to keep people happy.
So,
but they did win overall.
Right.
Googled it.
The U.S. copyright system is meant to balance innovation with creator rights, and courts are still working through. They're still working through working through how copyright applies to AI training. In most of the AI cases, courts have yet to consider, let alone decide, how fair use applies. AB 412 jumps the gun, preempting this process and imposing a vague, overly broad standard that will do more harm than good. Importantly, those key court cases are all federal. The U.S. Constitution makes it clear that copyright is governed by federal law, and AB 412 improperly attempts to impose state-level copyright regulations on an issue still in flux. The irony of AB 412 is that it won't stop AI development. It will simply consolidate it in the hands of the largest corporations. Big tech firms already have the resources to navigate complex legal and regulatory environments, and they can afford to comply, or at least appear to comply, with AB 412's burdensome requirements. Okay, now I understand why they wanted to frame it the way they did. This is a good point. Small developers, on the other hand, will either be forced out of the market or driven into partnerships where they lose their independence. The result will be less competition, fewer innovations, and a tech landscape even more dominated by a handful of massive companies. If lawmakers are able to iron out some of the practical problems with AB 412 and pass some version of it, they may be able to force programmers to research and effectively pay off copyright owners before they even write a line of code. If that's the outcome in California, big tech will not despair. They'll celebrate. Only a few companies own large content libraries, Adobe, or can afford to license enough material to build a deep learning model. The possibilities for startups and small programmers will be so meager and competition will be so limited that profits for big incumbent companies will be locked in for a generation. If you're a California resident and want to speak out about AB 412, you can find and contact your legislators through this website. So I might have to look at that later. Any other thoughts on this? I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going on, right? Like, I mean, on the one hand, California, like, it just shouldn't just single out California, but politicians in general don't generally understand what's happening in the tech world, right? And they will.
One of the biggest things
we talked about last podcast with the GDPR in Europe, right?
Yeah.
A fundamental misunderstanding of privacy when it comes to cookies on a website has caused the entire world to bend over backwards to a stupid law that only exists in Europe, but in order for companies to or websites to be worldwide, basically needs to apply to everybody, where you have to opt into cookies on the website. And instead of actually helping the situation, it has created a scenario now where you are more likely to approve improper use of your data because you're so used to acquiescing at every single turn that you go to on a website, right? Go ahead,
the other thing is that along with them not understanding it, them not understanding leads to bad law, right? And then the bad law leads to us having to dick around. And so with AI right now, assuming it stays the way it is, and I don't know why it wouldn't, because it's already out there. It's not like it's not like the fundamentals of the stuff that's already out there is going to change because of a law in California. There's no way to pull out the data from the AI, right? You can't take a built AI and say, okay, give me all your source information, and ask the AI for the source information. It doesn't know it. It's like throwing all of the copyrighted stuff into the sun as fuel, and you get the sun. You can't get the stuff back out. So, I mean, sure, they can make this law and say, okay, well, you need to do all X, Y, and Z. But if I want to throw in some copyrighted material, like, how are they going to know? The only way I could think they know is for like text AIs. You might get someone prompting it like, give me the article of this headline, and then because it has that article in the training data, it could at least mostly summarize what the article was for. But with art, how are you going to get around that? You can't be like, well, give me the art that looks like the Mona Lisa. It's like, okay, well, if I don't tag it as the Mona Lisa, it's not going to come up, right? So it seems like them making rules to try and fix a problem that shouldn't need fixing in the first place, and won't fix the problem even if it gets implemented. It'll just make it super annoying for everyone that's trying to
100%
pursue the field.
I sort of take back what I said before about like how I still agree that it will affect the downstream consumer more than anybody else, but they're 100% right that the way things are set up, they're actually not harming the major companies like OpenAI or who owns Claude right now? Anthropic, yeah. So they're not really, or in the case of Grok X/Twitter, right, or whatever XAI, whatever Elon calls that, they're not actually going to harm the major players. They are only going to make what they've effectively done is pulled the ladder up, right, behind the major players. So now you can't.
So it enables the scummy closed source, haha, we're hoarding it all to ourselves companies.
Yeah. So I say to hell with that. Regardless of what California decides, do not comply. Right? Like this is nonsense. I'm surprised none of the stuff I thought this article was going to touch on actually touched on, because that's the only vector I could see as a reasonable. I can at least understand where you're coming from a, let's say, a moral panic sort of point of view, even though I disagree with it, because I don't think it is a equivalent damage to society that a person potentially in the privacy of their own home could generate something that may resemble child exploitative material, where a actual child is not involved and is not harmed, right? Versus the actual act of doing that, which would harm a child and perpetuate the problem, So, I don't know. I just, it'll be interesting to see where this goes. I'll have to look more into it off podcast and find out sort of what we can do with it. But anyway, where was I? Down here. This is where's my screen share? There it is. Okay. Too many windows open. All right. You guys have pickups?
I do
Discord.
not. I have pickups. I have a fuck ton of pickups. I showed all these. Okay. You ever order something from Walmart and it doesn't come from Walmart?
Sometimes.
Walmart
online is a marketplace like Amazon.
Rare Waves USA sent me a package, and I thought it was weird when this arrived without the other thing I ordered with it, because I was somewhat trying to do Randy's trick of, hello, beautiful, what's up?
Padding.
Where the rings is?
Probably over there.
Brilliant, man. Thank you.
My 4K of Edge of Tomorrow.
Oof. No slipcover.
Or are you going to put the 4K in the normal Blu-ray slipcover?
What, young man?
No
Did I get
slipcover.
screwed? Is there a slipcover for that?
Yes, I have it.
Fuckers.
Well, no.
That's
I was just saying, you got the glow-in-the-dark thing. Did you get it just so you could put the glow-in-the-dark
No.
cover on the 4K?
That's not what you do. When the glow in the dark
Hang tight.
covers.
hang tight for a minute. I have.
Well, when I saw that it was a normal Blu-ray, I'm
No,
like,
it's
isn't
this.
there
Hold on.
4K of this?
I got this from Reese last week, but he wasn't here for pickup, so I didn't open it. Just in case. I don't know what's in it, but
I should say that's why you ordered from shipped and sold by Walmart, not
Yeah, you can
Marketplace.
literally filter it out by where like they're selling.
Hard lesson learned.
Reese sent me the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit trilogy 4K. My wife just came in here to ask where Lord of the Rings was, and I was like, "Hey, before you leave." I wasn't sure if that's what it was or not because we had talked about some Switch stuff, but that'll be another day.
I'll use the old one. I don't want to watch this without you.
Well, it's the same thing. It's just on 4K. Yeah.
Well, the 4K ones also have the theatrical editions.
Well,
Yeah, the 4K ones have the theatrical version and the extended version on. Yeah.
But none of the special features on the
But there
Blu-ray
aren't any of
extended.
the appendices or the special features.
Is it more?
I mean, that's up to you. I don't. Are you going to watch these without me right now?
Seriously.
You get through about
Yeah.
one. You'll get through about one of the movies before I'm done.
The whole point of doing this
I-
is so that you could do
like,
podcasts
the one-
and tie them
The
up.
Fellowship of the Ring is like 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
And then like
Yeah. Okay. And then I also got Nobody's Boy Remy with special slipcover.
from
You could use that slipcover for
Edge of Tomorrow. You're right.
Edge of Tomorrow.
You can use that slipcover for
Damn,
Nobody's
why
Boy
did I do that?
Remy.
Okay. Now I have a crap ton of pickups because I went to Book Off the other day because my wife decided randomly
And
to have
he
a special
booked off.
day. She decided to have a special day with my daughter that involved watching Harry Potter. I don't own Harry Potter. I personally have not even seen more than 4 of the movies, which as of right now I have learned because we watched the first 3 and I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen all of these, right? And then I saw Deathly Hallows Part 2, right? So so I'm we went to Book Off to pick those up, and they didn't have 2 of the movies at the first Book Off, so I had to go to a second Book Off, and I bought a bunch of Gachapon toys for my daughter because she wanted Cinema Roll, and wouldn't you fucking know it, Cinema Roll was the rare. We spent probably more money at the Gachapon than we did at the Book Off. But I picked up a bunch of different things. I picked up for $40 We Without Wings LE.
We Without Wings.
Right?
Hey. If you look at the cover really closely, do you see the pixelation?
Yep.
Yep, my copy is just like that.
Yep.
Now you'll never be able to unsee it.
That was horrible. I mean, it's going to go in my bookcase, and I'm only going to look at the spine when I have a bookcase again.
Yeah, I know. It's just like I noticed that years ago. I'm like, what the hell?
I picked up Noeen to Your Other Self. I have... Who released it originally? Genion?
Who sticks stickers directly on art boxes? What the?
Book
It
Off.
was like
Fucking Book
is
Off.
it Manga Entertainment?
Yeah, okay. I love the DVD version. So I'd love to do this as a watch club eventually. But I would like at least 6 months from the time that the goddamn manifesto is concluded before I even open this can of worms. Okay. Also,
Oh no, are you gonna have like a long ass deep dive on this show too?
fucking Viva Elite cases. Dear Lord, Funimation, what is that nonsense?
We covered this
Yeah.
intensively when I got it. They didn't bother to recut
Disgusting.
the cover sheet to fit the 3-disc Viva Elite set discs.
Shame on you,
Specifically with this one?
Funimation.
It's sized to fit the 4-disc set,
Okay,
not the
tell me
3-disc set.
if this was a good deal. Fuka, $35.
I mean,
I looked it up
It's
online, $191.
Whew.
for the slipcase
Shiny
version, you mean?
slipcase.
Yeah.
Shiny slipcase.
I'm gonna put it on my Edge of Tomorrow 4K. All right. And then I also picked up for $20 Undefeated Bahamut Chronicle from Sentai. I'm pretty sure I already own this, but I was like, "Fuck it, whatever." I don't want to come back here. $20 for the Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City 4K.
I'm pretty sure you got that.
I probably do. I know I have it on Blu-ray at least. I don't know if I had it on 4K. And then Loco Doll for $9.
Sealed.
Sealed, yep. And then I know I bought this. I fucking know I own this already. But just in case. The 4K.
I don't think that's
$7? I thought that said $17 when I chose to add it to cart. Yeah.
Oh.
The 4K of the Super Mario Brothers movie.
I think you got a bootleg on that because I don't
really?
think the 4K looks like that one.
From
No, that's what it
Umbrella
looks like.
Entertainment. I think it is.
And it's got the Australian logo on it.
It does have Australian logo.
Yeah, the little A. That A.
Where?
The yellow A.
The yellow
back,
A?
dumbass. Oh, it doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Maybe it is from another region.
Yeah, what's the
I
region?
thought it was only Australian.
No, it got a US release. Does it have like a region? Do they do regions for the 4K Blu-ray?
Technically, all of them
region-free.
are region free,
They're all
but
region
they
free,
do
okay.
still
Sorry.
list like ABC or something. typically.
I didn't know the 4K got released here.
$60. Hyperdimensional Neptunia.
What's this?
I feel like you've gotten that before.
I thought I had two. I looked up in my
Yeah, that
catalog.
looks like
app.
the Australian release.
Okay, well, cool. Now I've got the
It's still
Australian.
playing.
There
yeah.
is only an Australian.
And now I got
Show me a
maybe
non-Australian
maybe
release
it's just
of
a
4K.
Blu-ray then. I remember us covering that it was coming to Blu-ray. I was pretty sure I bought that. I didn't know if there was a 4K, but now I've got the 4K. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, and then I picked up because they were cheapish compared to what I saw online. Is this a zombie? And is this a zombie of the dead?
I would have told
gotten
you
this
I
one a
have
little
copies of though I
cheaper.
could have sold you, but I wouldn't have sold them for that cheap. So
Yeah,
I guess
I could have gotten
I-
this one a little cheaper, new, but I was like, I'm here. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
get
I
these.
would have gone after the Blu-ray versions.
I know. I plan on getting a Blu-ray too.
they're not limited though.
Yeah. Boy. They all slid
Which
out.
sucks
and go
because
back.
those limiteds look really nice.
They do look
you know,
nice.
They got the
That's why I bought them.
pink sparkle foil.
Yep. Okay. And then I also picked up The Prodigal Son and New Fist of Fury starring Jackie Chan. These are Arrow Video Boutique Blu-ray Blu-rays. And then perhaps the only thing I was actually excited to have found while I was looking for the Harry Potter like collection. These are in the wrong spot. Hold on.
Which one? Like which version of did you get? Like the box set, or did you get the individual ones?
My wife bought the individual ones, and they are from like one of them's like the year 3, like Goblet of Fire, and which by the way is the only movie I really liked by the way so far.
Goblet of Fire.
Yeah, but
No, hold on.
I bought The
watched
Mist.
You watched 3 and 4 the other night.
I watched 1, 2, and 3 so far. So this is one of my all-time favorite movies. I have literally been looking for this at Book Off since I found Book Off, for literally since before I started the channel. And I have never found the DVD, let alone the fucking Blu-ray, until this last weekend. So, or this weekend, I guess I should say.
They put that on 4K too, didn't they?
Did they? Well, I'll have to get that. Have you guys seen this movie?
Nope.
Fucking watch party is definitely happening. This is
I can't wait for
great
your
movie.
quantum theory lecture on this one.
No. This movie is just it's a horror movie in the style of like The Thing, where
Cosmic
it's kind
horror?
of like creature horror with practical effects.
This
And
is
like
the Thomas Jane one, right?
Yep, Thomas Jane.
Uh,
Apparently, it's 2 discs. This is why I just
Is
watched
that the one with the
The tanks that roll in at the end.
No, the guy
Yeah.
the guy from Smallville. Is that main actor in that one?
Tom Welling?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I like the Amazon listing for the 4K.
I will check it out in a minute. The actor.
He's in the movie called The Fog. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the actor from Brooklyn Nine-Nine who played the police chief who died last year, I think, and Andre Brogmeyer, whatever his name is, he's in it. I don't know if that means anything to you.
Well, I know of him, but
yeah, so he's in it. I'm just gonna move these off here for a minute. But yeah, that was a decent ass haul. I feel like I have another box of pickups. Like I feel like I fucking had a shit ton, and I don't feel like I showed as many as I felt like I had. But just gonna move some stuff down here because, quite frankly, I've been blocking my view of this monitor for weeks now, and it's been killing me.
So you said that you only watched 1 to 3, but your favorite is Goblet of Fire. So that means you have yet to watch Goblet of Fire?
No,
Goblet of Fire is the fourth.
So what is the third one?
Prisoner of Azkaban.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the one I'm talking about. Yes. Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite one.
Yeah, that's like everybody's.
Is Goblet of Fire horrible? Is that why you're like catching him out? Like, how is that the only one you like?
Yeah, Prisoner of Azkaban is like the favorite one because it nailed the aesthetic from the books the most. And
well,
the kids were able to do their own wardrobes.
That's minus the aesthetic from the not at all from the aesthetic from the book. What are you talking about?
The thing that I dislike about it is that it feels like there's like a 2-year gap instead of a 1-year gap between the movies because the kids look like they aged way too much.
They were
also
released
changed
like
the
1.5.
castle.
They were released like 1.5 years. Like the first two was released in 2001 and in 2002 November. They were released a year apart. Third one didn't come out until June of 2004, so like 1.5 years apart. And then that's like the difference between the rest of them.
Yeah, but see, that shouldn't matter because the age at which the actors are filming is where it matters, not the age in which the movie is released.
Yeah.
Right? And so, but theoretically speaking...
What I'm trying to say is like they probably didn't start shooting right. Like the first.
That's what I mean. They should have started shooting much
right
earlier.
away.
Yeah.
Between the first one and the second one, they started right away after the first one.
So personally, I'm not a big fan of Harry Potter. I've never been. I just don't like. I was telling Randy before that the stories are very poorly written in terms of like actually. From a literal standpoint, from a literary standpoint,
letting that go.
They really have a bad usage of Deus Ex Machina. The first two movies and the third movie as well, but the first two movies really fail to create stakes that are solved by the characters and not by magical bullshit that just happens. Right, like the Phoenix showing up. To take out the eyes of the fucking basilisk. It's like I want to see a character act, Hermione in that movie uses the mirror to see, and that's how she gets petrified, right? But like I would have preferred if Harry had come up with a way to avoid, the danger rather than magically getting saved by the stupid Phoenix. Just retarded. Anyway,
I think people mainly like it for like the world building and stuff, kind of
right.
Like,
and I definitely value that in the same way that I value like in Attack on Titan, like the design sense of like the military symbolism of like the Survey Corps and all that kind of stuff. But I can appreciate that aspect of Harry Potter, but I wonder because I know I remember kids reading the books when I was a kid, and I remember seeing that the scarves and the wardrobes and stuff are like on the pictures drawn on the covers, right? So like to some degree, J.K. Rowling was designing the world with that intent in like the Quidditch kind of idea of like world building stuff into it, like with that in mind,
creating a completely new sport.
Yeah, exactly. But it just like it feels like it feels like it's doing too much of the heavy lifting for me, right? Like the concept behind it, and then I don't know. I think maybe with every movie I've gotten through, I'm appreciating what she's trying to do more because I can see how one thing is connecting to the next and the deeper underarching lore that she's trying to put together. So I can at least appreciate that. But I don't know. Just so far, it's not been my major cup of tea. Anyway, so like I said before, I picked up a bunch of gachapon things for my daughter. I got like, I don't know, 6 of Kuromi, right? And then I think I got 2 of Purine and like 5 of Hello Kitty. Like, so anyway, those are gonna go in here for now.
We're all gotcha gamers here in some.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, I think that's it. Oh wait, one more thing. No, I think these are old. I think I showed those. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. All right, let's just move past this. If I forgot something, I'll figure it out later. Into regular, well, actually, before we go into, well, no, let's keep going into regular pickups here. NRIV picked up Xenoblade Chronicles X, and I can't even think of...
Theatrhythm Final Bar Line. I think it's a
rhythm game?
A rhythm game for Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy? Yeah. All right. I'm glad you could know what that was because I wasn't going to try to read that. 1 second. Tangled in cords here. There we go. All right.
Tangled in cords.
And you also picked up Trinity 7, volumes 24 through 29. Reese, you picked up Pop-Tarts.
I picked up Pop-Tarts, and I also picked up Back to the Future Ultimate Trilogy on 4K Blu-ray.
Ooh. Watch party when? Randy bonked you.
Because he had food.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Randy didn't post his marshmallow.
And it wasn't, and it was 100% for sure planned. I had ordered these both together, 100% as filler to protect the 4K.
He was showcasing Randy's technique.
It definitely wasn't
crackers.
a case of ordering the 4Ks 3 days ago and then ordering the Pop-Tarts the day before, and they just both happened to come in the same package. That totally was not the case.
Of course not.
It was definitely
clearly,
showing Randy's.
Because my strategy
is to buy crackers.
Is Ritz crackers.
Yeah.
Has to be it was Cheez-Its specifically. Cheez-Its, right? Well, I'll accept Ritz crackers as well, but not Pop-Tarts.
Well, I also got them for like $3 instead of $4 because Amazon gave me a $1 coupon.
Good for you.
I went to Walmart and got I just went to go through this Lego and aisle just to see what's new, and I was like, I haven't gotten an Eevee one yet because I really like Eevee for the Pokemon Mega Bloks thing. And then I walked down the other aisle and I was like, God damn it, there's a Zelda figure or a Link figure.
Oh, the eyes are closed. I was like, what is this Ditto Eevee face?
And all the ones on the thing, they're all closed. Like, why are the eyes closed? Like, I don't know, whatever. And
is this the equivalent of Reese just taking like a microdose of cocaine, like relapsing with the Lego?
I'm an adult. No, I'm a child with adult money.
Just wait until Pokemon.
The allegations are not looking good for you, Reese. The child allegations. No.
Just wait until the Pokemon official Lego actually comes out. Because that's Mega Bloks. That's not even Lego.
Hold on. Go back to that. I'm not done.
Mega Bloks is still
I also
around.
got this Link figure, which is kind of neat. And then I went to Best Buy because I was planning on getting some more Amiibos. And I got this Ganondorf one. And then when I was
Amiibo is actually plural. So it wouldn't be Amiibos.
Really?
Yeah, it'd just be Amiibo.
Well, yeah.
Japanese doesn't have plural.
whatever.
That's
Anyway,
what he's
and while I
trying to
was at
nitpick
Walmart,
for
I
you.
saw that they had a bunch of these Mario Kart Hot Wheels.
It'd be like
but they
saying I
didn't have-
caught all my Pokemons.
Or
You wouldn't put the S
Digimons.
on Pokemons,
Well, Pokemon is short for Pocket Monsters.
but it's not Pokemon, right? So it's Pokemon
Anyway,
is plural.
so
It's
while
even
I,
weirder to think about Pocket Monster as a singular when you fucking bring it up like this.
I have
Hey,
a Pocket
babe, want
Monster.
to take a look at my pocket monster?
It's got one eye.
Yeah. Just like the rest of you.
You want just the one eye, baby?
I went to, so while I was at Walmart, I saw the Mario Kart Hot Wheels, but they didn't have Mario. But when I was at Best Buy, I saw it. I was like, God damn it! But anyway, I ordered. I also ordered these two amiibo.
I
the
love
Link, the Link
I love
Rider.
how the Master Sword is like melting in Zelda's hand.
Yeah, that's more.
To be fair, it
accurate.
is broken, but I don't think it's
It's-
supposed to be bent like that.
It's more accurate. All the ones I got were the same. I also picked up Zelda with the from Tears of the Kingdom amiibo. Yeah. Amazon gave me that one for free. I mean, basically, yeah, it is a rubber floppy sword.
Oh boy.
And then I got Angel Heart a month early from Crunchyroll.
Nice. And then Enriv says, okay, I know I'm not beating the allegations with this one, but I swear I was telling the truth with the previous hentai haul. This is my first actual hentai purchase. Shows ladies versus butlers.
And Flashdance.
If you don't want the allegations hurled at you, why are you sharing that you have these? Like,
Good on you buying Home Sweet Orgy and Shinobi Seduction in Kanojo X Kanojo X Kanojo, or Kanojo Kanojo Kanojo. Yeah, so what he's saying is, now that he has some in his collection, he's decided, well, might as well be a gooner.
Once he's had a taste, it's just like he can't live without it.
Now that he's seen it on Blu-ray quality, he's like, fuck, I need more of that shit in my veins. All right. And then Enriv also picked up Muramasa, the Demon Blade, and RoboCop PS5. Ooh, that looks interesting. I've never watched RoboCop. That's another watch party. Also, Batman Dark Victory and The Punisher Circle of Blood. Personally, I only collect Tim Bradstreet covered Punishers. I think those are for the Punisher Max line. Bobby Hill is getting his copy on Monday. Oh, of Angel Heart. Nice. All right. Oh, look at that. Already done. All right, cool. So let's keep going here. I've got some news for you. First and foremost, we've got 61 hours left. So we'll be looking at this one last time for Seed of Nostalgia. Just
How's
a
those
reminder.
stretch goals looking?
Oh, they hit all of them. They hit absolutely all of them.
that goal is
No.
stretched
Not even
wide.
including a physical race, or is that a?
No, there is
physical?
the physical. We talked about it last podcast. Physical
Oh,
tier.
yeah, he was
you were
here.
gone for this. Yeah, there's a physical tier now for Switch and for
PS5.
PC and PS5 and PC. I think. I don't know if it's physical for the PS5 or for the PC rather. Pardon. What I'm trying to say is there is a physical for the Switch and PS5. There is not a physical for Xbox, as far as I remember. Here's the physical for the PS5. It's in a steelbook. And there's also the retro version of the Switch thing that looks like a Super NES thing for some reason. I don't know if people like
Probably
those.
got the regular Switch case inside it.
Yeah, it does. I just got the regular because fuck, who needs that shit? Anyway, also the Tenchi Muyo has 14 days left. Just a reminder, this is the 90s US comics that told the story of Tenchi in an art style that is dramatically close to the original Japanese art style. Shush! No whining! took care of that. So this is in the same art style as the original Tenchi anime OVA, and it is a collected work of those in an omnibus, probably hardcover.
I think there's two tiers. You can get the soft cover or hardcover.
Well, which one's the hardcover tier? Here's the PDF tier.
Hardcover PDF.
Here's the signed paperback. Here's the hardcover.
Yeah, there you go.
Signed hardcover. Is it worth $100? No, it is not. All right. Anyway, so yeah, and then the thing is that if this does well, which I didn't really check how it's doing, I guess it's double what they wanted. If this does super well, they're going to actually continue the American adaptation of the story in comic form from where they left off, basically. So,
is that what they said? I thought they kind of left it vague, like that.
No, they full on said that. In fact, you could watch it in the video. She says right at the end. It's right here. Okay. I will screen share with audio real quick. All right, here it is.
Successful enough, Armature Entertainment can continue the adventures of the Tenchi gang. But now, that's up to you. You know, the carnival comes and...
There you go.
New original Armature Tenchi project, so I don't know.
Anyway, last podcast, Reese wasn't here when we looked at the beginning after the end print editions. And I was reading the Anime News Network article and got confused because it talked about how the comic is already being released physically. Here's where I got this wrong. This is a print edition for the light novel, right? So it's actually going to have the original light novel getting put and bound in hardcover premium edition books is what it's looking like. So if you guys are interested in that, we'll keep an eye on it. It hasn't quite launched yet. Moving past this, a little bit of fun. Take a look here. Vegan protest turns into laughable spectacle at Japan's meat festival. A group of radical vegans attempted to disrupt Japan's meat festival, Nikufest, in Tokyo this weekend, only to be thoroughly mocked both online and in person. Yet another reminder of the hypocrisy and self-defeating behavior that often plagues vegan activism. At the event, protesters who were in Japan instead of the West for once, staged bizarre performances, laying human dolls inside plastic trays covered in fake blood, mimicking packaged meat. But instead of winning sympathy, they became a laughingstock. As this Twitter user gleefully posted, he chose to eat a kebab right in front of the vegans. There were vegans doing some weird stuff at the entrance, so I ate a kebab right next to them. Meat is delicious. I also had steak at the meat festival. This is the first time that a tweet telling me what you ate was actually a good post. Right? A similar sentiment was echoed by somebody else who noted that no matter how much vegans scream, people who genuinely love meat won't be swayed. No matter how much vegans protest, those who love meat won't stop eating it. If anything, people just go eat at restaurants or buy at supermarkets instead. Even passing drivers couldn't believe what they were seeing, according to this user who said, quote, a light truck driver did a quadruple take when he saw vegans wrapped in plastic trays with fake blood near the festival. Meanwhile, young people nearby were happily shouting, meat is delicious! Summing up the entire situation, the last person said, vegans versus omnivores at the meat festival. Freedom of expression clashes between both sides, but why ruin other people's enjoyment? You could protest anywhere else.
I would went over there and just like, hey, how much do one of these cost?
Quadruple take. Sorry, you probably can hear me. The quadruple take, right, of that guy. How much did what cost? The
How,
people
like
in the packaging?
the people in packaging, like how much are these? What's the price per pound on these?
The people filming this are laughing hysterically. Looks like 5,050 yen. Yep. Right. Anyway, and that's the core hypocrisy. The activists claim to be about compassion, freedom, and ethical living, yet they resort to tactics meant to ruin everyone else's experience. Instead of peaceful awareness campaigns, they crash private events dedicated to something they hate, acting like their personal morality gives them the right to disrupt and condemn. One commenter noticed one of the protesters were wearing leather shoes. Oh, God, you hate to see it. People for the ethical treatment of animals. Da, 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 da.
They're like in the perfect place. There's somebody just to squat right next to them and fart because their face is wrapped under plastic, but they still have an air vent.
Mm-hmm.
There's like
or drop some meat. No, that would be horrible. The police were eventually called in to deal with the activists. It's a pattern seen over and over. Vegan activists call for tolerance, but show none themselves. They claim to respect life, yet many, ironically, cause massive environmental damage through monoculture farming. Or like the famous case of Piper Hoffman, a vegan writer who bragged about her ethical living, yet admitted to killing ants with insecticide because they invaded her home, directly violating her no harm to living things stance. If vegans truly want to convince others, maybe they should start by living with the respect they demand instead of throwing tantrums at kebab stands. Such individuals might perhaps prefer a more twisted means of challenging beliefs. I gotta check this out. Sorry, hold on. I gotta know. What in the fuck? What in the fuck? This is a weird article here. I'm not going to talk about it. That's weird. It is a Twitter, it's like an article written on Twitter. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like an act. I don't know. It's different than a post. It's weird. All right. It's probably like, doesn't Twitter now have like a Signal, like a competitor or whatever to or whatever that was, you know what I'm talking about? Anyway, in live action anime news, Michael Bay and Sydney Sweeney have teamed up on a movie adaptation of OutRun video game at Universal. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the Minecraft movie has somehow broken every record that exists. And for some reason, people assume that it's a fluke and not because it's based on a video game that has sold more copies than any other video game except for maybe Tetris, which has had like 50 years head start or whatever, and is on every single console ever made, including phones, including like Nokia phones, right? So for some reason they're of the mind that, video game movies are hot right now. Let's grab an IP that hasn't been relevant since arcades, right? Fucking turn it into a movie, right? So yeah. Now, I'm just saying, I'd watch a movie directed by Michael Bay starring Sydney Sweeney, but that's not what this is. With a Minecraft movie owning the box office over the past month and HBO's The Last of Us returning with a bang, returning with a bang for one episode. I don't know if you guys know, but Last of Us Part 2 repeated itself. They killed off Joel, and the ratings immediately fell off a cliff. So I don't know if this is a good metric by Deadline to use as a successful franchise.
I heard they did it differently and made it "quote unquote" better.
What they did
I don't know if it
differently
would have been
is that
good.
the lighting is less dark, and the woman who plays Abby is not a woman's head on a man's body.
That makes it worse though, because it's like, would she really be able to kill him?
Well, I don't know. I doubt it. I mean, I wouldn't want to get hit in the head with a golf club, but I feel like if I survived the first swing, if it came at me without me, fully knowing what was happening, that I would probably destroy that bitch. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think you would be able to, especially if you didn't hit me in the head, right? If you hit me in the back or something, I don't know. I don't think it would end the way that they pretended it would end.
Yeah, your head game's got to be good for, killing AC.
Yeah, make sure you don't miss. All right. So Universal is looking to add its own video game adaptation to the mix with the help of two big superstars. Sources tell Deadline that the studio is developing a feature adaptation of Sega's iconic arcade video game OutRun. Just out of curiosity, has anybody ever heard of this game before I read this article, other than Random 11, who I've already talked to about it?
No.
Maybe in passing years ago.
The gimmick for the game looks like it would only work in the time it came out, because it has like a graphical setting to it that is just unique to games of that time, right? Kind of like that Mode 7 graphics from Super NES kind of thing. And so this now, just in general, for any fucking racing game, is no longer like whatever you call it. The appeal is gone. It doesn't have the same appeal.
Does it even have a story, or is it just you drive cars? Like they're just going to make another.
I don't know. But Randy, when I was talking to Randy about it, I don't know if he stepped away, but he was saying that OutRun has become a defined genre or aesthetic art style, right? And what he provided to me as that aesthetic style is what you would consider vaporwave, right? Like 80s vaporwave aesthetic, like with the laser beam kind of grids and whatnot. I haven't seen anything from OutRun in any of the iterations I looked at when we were looking at this a couple weeks ago that has led me to that same conclusion. But
now that you mention it, there's a band that put out a song called OutRun, so that must be what they called it by.
What band was that?
Veil of Maya.
I don't know that one.
Oh, they have it on Switch for $7.99.
Of course you wouldn't.
Well, no, I know of a band that made a song called OutRun, but it's not the one you're thinking of, is what I was asking. Anyway. So where was I? The studio's developing a feature adaptation of Sega's iconic video game OutRun with Michael Bay attached to direct and Sydney Sweeney aboard to produce. She is producing. She is not starring in. She is not going to be the eye candy in the front seat. She is just going to be producing. Jason Rothwell is going to pen the script. They will also produce alongside partner Brad Fuller through their Platinum Dunes banner, which has a first look deal with the studio. The project is in development as of right now. Sweeney is only on board to produce. Toru Nakahara of Sonic the Hedgehog 1-3, Knuckles, and Golden Axe, as you guys remember, they're making a live action Golden Axe movie, will also produce for Sega, and Shuji Utsumi will oversee the project on behalf of Sega. So again, like we're looking at it, we're living in it. Okay, look, Mario movie comes out, does really well. Sonic kicks its ass. 3 sequels or 2 sequels technically, right? Already. It's already a trilogy, and there's no signs of stopping. It has a whole series for Netflix or for Knuckles, right?
Amazon Prime.
Right, I meant to say Knuckles, not Netflix. So it already has all those things, and so they're looking at
It's
it, and the
Paramount,
studios
not
are licking their
Amazon.
chops. What?
The Knuckles series was Paramount, not Amazon.
Oh, or yeah, Paramount.
Whatever it is. Anyway, they're seeing
Prime,
all these
Paramount,
video
they're both
game
starting to
adaptations
be-
doing really, really well, and as is always the case, studios think to themselves, "I gotta get it on this," right? And so they just scramble for whatever IP they can buy cheaply and get to work on building some
that has potential
absolute
to continue
dog
on
shit
for
that's gonna
sequels,
crash.
maybe.
And then they will try to convince each other that the video game movie is dead. We missed the boat. And then Sonic 4 will come out and still do fucking well. Minecraft 2 will come out and break records again. And that's that. That's how studios work, right?
And some idiot's gonna try and do Pac-Man next.
Didn't they already do a Pac-Man?
Are you thinking of Pixels or
It
whatever?
might be. But yeah, so Golden Axe, like I said, is like, okay, yeah, a very small subset of people played Golden Axe and liked it, right? So yeah, you'll get a couple people. What they're gonna do with Golden Axe, I guarantee it, is it's gonna be the Joss Whedon style writing with the quips and the modern, feminist language or bullshit inside of this video game where it doesn't belong. And it's gonna be some cringe fest. And they'll get people to see it out of morbid curiosity, and then it'll be a flash in the pan and gone. So plot details are vague. Sega's OutRun series is a franchise that originated from some of the most successful arcade games in the world during the 1980s. The game pioneered a new genre of driving games and spawned an electronic music subgenre aptly called OutRun. The unique combo made it a worldwide hit. Since then, numerous installments have been released, including home console versions, and it continues to be one of Sega's flagship franchises. Insane, considering I'd never fucking heard of it. You know what is a flagship? Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. Good thing you started there. While the industry is having a moment with video game adaptations, Universal is no stranger to adapting them into movies. OutRun is slated to follow the Super Mario Brothers movie and Five Nights at Freddy's, which grossed $1.4 billion and $290 million respectively in global box office. Just saying. Hands down, Super Mario Brothers and Five Nights at Freddy's have been heard of by a dramatically larger portion of the demographic than OutRun, right? So I'm just saying, I don't think it's going to do fucking better than goddamn Five Nights at Freddy's. And honestly, $290 million just doesn't seem like a good enough draw for the amount of effort that went into it. I mean, I'm hoping that $290 million, it says grossed, but I'm hoping $290 million was profit, because otherwise I don't see the point in fucking making this movie. Anyway, Sweeney may be one of the town's busier stars in front of the camera, but over the past year has become active on the producing front as well. She recently produced and starred in her neon horror pick Immaculate, and is also a producer on the Christy Martin biopic, sorry, Randy, in which she also stars. Bay, Fuller, and Platinum Dunes have also been busy, recently producing A Quiet Place Day One. Nobody wanted to see that or cared. They also produced the thriller Drop alongside Blumhouse. Rothwell's recent credits include Polar and Arachne. I haven't heard of any of these fucking movies. Bay is represented by Range Media Partners. Sweeney is represented by Paradigm, and Stuart Brookman at Hansen, Jacobson, and Teller. What are these fucking law firms are representing them? Roth was represented by Cliff Roberts at Syndicate Entertainment, and also is who cares? Okay. Anyway, well, more on this later. Let's talk about this. Okay. Actually, no. Let's look at chat. I keep fucking up on that front. Let's look at some chats. NFTs did solve the problem, but it was hit with backlash. Yeah, totally agree. I was going to bring that up about the AI stuff. Is that your copyright? And how much each person's contributed to the overall value of the work. Legitimately, NFTs could have solved this. Absolutely could have. But we're never going to use them. Now the state has the opportunity to gain power, and all the complaints vanish.
Didn't you share
even
the thing where the NFT went to the 404 page
Mhm.
or the iCloud.
No, you're misunderstanding. I'm not talking about the bullshit we did with NFTs. I'm talking about the smart contracts embedded in an NFT, what that could have done. They used it for some bullshit nonsense, hype fest art theft, right? Where you just own a link to to like a URL where an image might exist, but and that doesn't mean anything, right? But the actual technology underpinning the concept of what a non-fungible token is could have been used to create intellectual property rights between every single person involved on a project, so that anytime that project, like for example, in the movie business, with the Screen Actors Guild, actors and stuntmen and all them, they get royalties for their movies or residuals, right? Meaning that every time a movie is shown on TV, the actor, the producer, the director, the original creator of the work, the stunt team, every single person involved gets a small portion of the profits from that airing on TV. So as I was growing up, my dad would get checks in the mail all the time. And they would have sometimes $100. Sometimes, honestly, it would cost more money to drive the check to the bank and deposit it than you would get out of the check, because the check was literally for 2 cents, right? But my dad would
a bunch of checks.
Yeah, my dad would collect them and hold on to them and do them in big chunks. And then it's it's kind of annoying. It'd be great if direct deposit was how it was set up, because then your bank account's just constantly,
right.
You know what I mean? Getting refilled all the time, even when you're not working for several months, because the entire repertoire of work you've done in your career is paying you going forward. NFTs had the potential to do this, right? But it just didn't get utilized properly, and people made it a get-rich-quick scheme. And it is what it is. Yeah, the history is known by now. Next image is still good. Is Mona Lisa copyrighted? That's a good question. Is CSAM copyrighted?
Is Da Vinci still getting checks from the museum?
Da Vinci, the Da Vinci estate or whatever.
No, I'm pretty sure Mona Lisa's public domain now.
Yeah.
Is the Da Vinci estate still around?
I don't know.
Or, does he have descendants who can claim it?
I bet he died a virgin. I don't know. A sexless virgin.
I guess he'd have to be gay if he was going to draw the Vitruvian Man that way.
All right, Enriv says Edge of Tomorrow is so good. Got to rewatch it one day. $57 for the Mario movie. Why? That was a steal. What are you talking about? The greatest movie ever made. All magic are pretty poorly written, AC. Yep. If there is magic, it kind of requires suspension of disbelief. Yeah, I get that. I just think that you could write the story in such a way where the Deus Ex Machina element is more believable, right? Like, they write it in the thing where it's like, hey, remember when Harry stumbled into Dumbledore's what do you call it?
Orgy?
Office, what do you call it? Quarters, whatever, and he sees the ragged phoenix that bursts into flames and dies in front of him and then is reborn from the ashes. It's like, that's going to become relevant at the most opportune time shortly later.
Well, that part that he tells him now is his Tears has healing powers.
You showed me such what did he say at the end? He's like, the Phoenix came to save you because you showed me such loyalty, right? Dumbledore's the greatest wizard ever. Phoenix shows up like, yeah, bitch! Dumbledore squad represent!
I'm never gonna be able to watch that movie again with that part without imagining your head on Fox's body saying, "Yeah, bitch."
The Harry Potter books are written for children. Compare them to Lord of the Rings, which is supposed to also be children's books, and it's night and day. No. The Hobbit was written for children. J.R.R. Tolkien wrote The Hobbit for his children. He wrote The Lord of the Rings for his children, who had by that point grown up to more mature level of reading and comprehension, right? Doraemon was made for kids. The manga even has Nobita and Doraemon going through when Shizuka is taking baths. That's relevant.
Well, according to G Kids, Evangelion is for kids.
Oh, yep.
So is Perfect Blue.
Well, based on the brand, right?
I've read lots of children's books. I was a voracious reader growing up. I'm just saying the Harry Potter books are written in a more simplistic style. Absolutely they are. As compared to their counterparts from a few decades before. Ender says, I'm watching Ladies vs. Butlers right now. I used to hate it in high school, but my mental health has degraded so much that now I'm enjoying it. Oh.
Huh.
I don't
You
know
can
to
check out
congratulate
Watch
you
Club.
or say
Yeah.
my condolences, but I hope you enjoy
At
all
least
the porn
you're
you bought. Oh. Why buy non-amiibo Nintendo figures? Yeah, Reese. For the opposable boobs. You had me at, and it was cheap. Referring to this, Reese saying it was. I thought it was neat, and it was cheap. I bought 2 huge
cheaper than
bags of
an
anime
Amiibo.
DVDs because they were
It's only
90%
like
off, and it was so many DVDs. The store clerk thought I must own my own store. Oh wow, nice. Vegans have infiltrated Japan. My orthodontist had an OutRun cabinet. Oh, like the actual arcade cabinet? No.
He corrected himself. It wasn't OutRun. It was something else.
Scratch that. It wasn't OutRun. It was Final Lap. He comes in here like, I've heard of OutRun. Oh, hold on. No, I was wrong. OutRun was a
OutRun's
huge...
cooler, brother.
Yeah, OutRun was huge at the arcades. There was a full seat and a steering wheel arcade cabinet. Oh. Metal Slug is the most fun. You can suck and continue around the same spot. Oh, cool. It had a great art style, though. I'll give it that. I do. I love Metal Slug. Don't get me wrong, but in fact, is there a Metal Slug like arcade thing on the Switch that you can like crossplay or not crossplay, but like an online thing? Because that'd be fun. That'd be a fun game night. Because it's a 4-player game, right? Or is it only 2 at a time?
Metal Slug Tactics, ACA, Neo Geo, Metal Slug First and Second Mission Double Pack. Yeah, a bunch of different Metal Slug. Metal Slug Attack Reloaded.
So Old Man says, I think it's in some of the Sega Yakuza games as a bonus game for OutRun. Oh, that's interesting. I guess that would make sense though. If you know, I want to say that Mario RPG had a game you could play inside the game that was another older Nintendo game that I found very addictive. Can't remember exactly what it was.
Single system, 1-2 players.
I feel like there was a.
What'd you just say?
Metal Slug single system.
Not you.
I said I think there was a game inside of Mario RPG that was like a little mini game. I don't remember if it was a previous Nintendo IP or if it was just a little tiny game they just coded into it that was super addictive that I played incessantly for one day. Like I must have spent the entire fucking day just playing that little in-game game.
I don't remember one specifically for Super Mario RPG, but there is a Donkey Kong arcade game in the Donkey Kong 64 game, and the Animal Crossing for the GameCube had a ton of different like emulated games as well.
No, the Goat Simulator had like one of the Goat Simulator games had Flappy Bird as an arcade game.
Well, Ben says if they are going to make movies out of video games, they need to focus on games that are popular now. Absolutely. Yeah. Or at least the past decade, so it's still in people's mind. Yeah.
Legends of Zelda, which they already do.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. But absolutely, like I think that the problem is that studios that want to pump and dump money making ventures, they don't want to spend a lot for a game that's popular now. If a game is popular now, it's going to cost them a fortune, and therefore the risk to reward is going to be less, right?
I feel like if they did a Super Mario, like the 3D Super Mario style Mario Kart movie, I feel like
Mario's
make Speed Racer 2 and let me have that instead, please.
Mario Kart was already kind of in the Mario movie.
I know, but like make a full movie around that instead of just one second.
Well, that'll be a boring movie because it'll just be a bunch of screaming at each other. And it's like, who did the blue shell? God damn it!
But the thing about OutRun is that it's a bland enough series that they could do pretty much whatever
exactly.
and
like
gain the
just
brand.
like they did for Need for Speed and whatnot. Like
and like Battleship.
Yeah,
like Battleship.
Exactly. You can write a story around it that keeps the audience engaged. And I think that is the value of a video game movie, right? Is that you can take the core element that gets butts in the seats, but then you can tell a story that will have like characters that aren't even in the games because they're just a pixel. Like, for example, Rampage did this as well, where the original Rampage video game, you're fucking kaijus, right? And then after you lose your health, you turn into a little naked person that kind of like squeaks across the screen. But for the actual movie, obviously they're going to do more story than that, and they're going to try to get you invested and create. That's the beauty of doing this kind of thing, is that you can take the simple mechanic and make it into a more grandiose story, right?
I mean, sometimes it feels like that's the problem, is that they don't make something.
They just do a shit job at it. Yeah, I totally agree. OutRun was an old arcade game. OutRun does have a cult following. Sega got a lot of backlash over NFTs. Yeah, because they were one of the companies that did that. Yeah.
You know, another game that has a game inside of it is like the 3D Pitfall. You can play the original Pitfall in. In fact, you can play
exactly.
the first two.
Exactly. The nail in the coffin for NFTs was when South Park made fun of them. They made Butters an NFT, bro. It was funny as hell. Yep. Did you cover the Seth Rogen and Call of Duty? I did not. I have not gotten there.
Oh no! What?
What's next? Hassan in the next Battlefield game? Right click, save image as, pick a folder in image saves. NFTs are outdated. You smugly have no idea what we're talking about. Harry Pothead and the Sorcerer is stoned. Isn't it called the Philosopher's Stone in like the European release?
Because that's the Philosopher's Stone is like the actual mythological term.
I know from alchemy. Yeah, I know what it is.
But like they changed it. Scholastic changed it to Sorcerer's Stone because they thought the Philosopher's Stone sounded boring. Like kids wouldn't want to pick up a book about a Philosopher's Stone, and they pick up a book about a Sorcerer's Stone instead.
But when they filmed the movies,
they made two separate versions.
Did they? Okay, I was going to ask because they made the movie, and the Philosopher's Stone is the first movie, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
they made a UK cut with the Philosopher's Stone, correct?
Well, I was just going to say that they filmed the movies exclusively with British actors.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, you know what probably happened? This is so sad. They probably didn't film the third movie right after the second movie because Chad Harris, the guy who plays Dumbledore, was like on death.
Richard Harris.
Richard
Harris died like 2 weeks before the second movie came out.
I was gonna say hypothetically, I was like, because they were like, we should probably wait and see if he's gonna make it before we jump into making. He was already fucking dead.
He died like 2 weeks before the movie premiered.
Dude, they didn't even try to get somebody to replace him who has the same aura, right? Like,
but I honestly think Michael Gambon was a better pick because of how active he has to be.
Yeah, I get that. I suppose, but I just feel like his way of talking and like the sense of wisdom he was providing in the first two movies was actually like, he was very likable. And then in the third movie is like, yeah, take him or leave him, I guess. All right. Dylan G says, in my defense, they are very similar games, but OutRun was Sega and Final App was Namco. Enriv says, I need the Zelda movie to be good. If it's bad, there's no hope. Sorry, Enriv. There's no hope. each scene where they mention the name of the stone has two different texts. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was going to say that they exclusively hired British actors, right? So I was like, did they get them to do both? Because I was surprised to hear them calling it Sorcerer's Stone, but as you've explained. All right, cool. Let's jump.
They just did, okay, we got the Sorcerer's text, now let's do it again and just say Philosopher's Stone.
Yep. All right. So YouTube is testing blurred thumbnails for sexually suggestive content. YouTube has begun testing a feature that automatically applies a blur to thumbnails for sexually suggestive videos, aiming to prevent users from unintentionally viewing sensitive content. Yeah.
That's just going to single it out, dumbass.
Yeah. You've drawn attention to it. Oh, now I know which one I want to watch when mom and dad.
That's what I was gonna say. Do you think that'll actually work?
Add to watch later.
clickbait?
Add to watch
Like,
later.
people-
Add to watch later.
Next podcast, we have to blur our thumbnail.
I should have done that for this one. All right, so
Just to see how it works.
the trial is limited to select users and focuses on specific search queries known to commonly yield explicit imagery. I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, but I can't. I honestly can't. I'm trying to think. Maybe the word bang, like loud bang or something like that, could have two different meanings. Like you're looking for a sound clip, or I don't think that should be on YouTube though, generally speaking. All right, anyway. On April 29th, YouTube announced that it has started a limited test of new thumbnail blurring feature designed to obscure sexually suggestive imagery in search results. The measures target searches that frequently return videos with provocative thumbnails and applies a blur to the image only. To the thumbnail image only. Video titles, channel names, and descriptions remain visible, and users have the option to manually remove the blur if they choose. According to YouTube, the feature is intended to help users avoid accidentally viewing sensitive content that, while still compliant with the platform's community guidelines, may include explicit or adult-oriented visual elements. The company clarified that the blur does not indicate a violation or removal of the content, but is instead a precautionary visual filter applied during the discovery phase. What is your definition of the discovery phase, Randy?
Of a lawsuit?
No. In a YouTube.
I assume they just mean on the search.
No, I was gonna. I'm pretty sure the discovery phase is like the phase where YouTube is promoting the video to see if it who it applies to and whatnot for the algorithmic purpose. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just curious if you had a better way to describe it. Anyway,
No.
This test is part of YouTube's broader effort to balance content accessibility with viewer safety, particularly in areas where explicit thumbnails could appear during general browsing or search queries, despite most people being aware of the internet in the modern age and that it is often quite explicit. The platform will use data gathered from the test to assess whether the feature effectively reduces unintentional exposure to sensitive visuals. If my video gets the blur on it, I want a count in my analytics for how many people unblurred it, even if they didn't click on and watch the video.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know just how much people felt the need to.
I don't think I highly doubt that you'll be able to get the feature to unblur the specific thumbnail.
No, I think
it'll
that's
be
what
like
You've been spoiled
I
too much
think-
by Sankaku Complex.
No. I think it's going to be a lot like in Discord, when it's going to have a spoiler tag sort of on top of it, and you're going to be able to click on it.
I think
and
it'll
say,
be more
"Show me
like
this."
I can't remember. Is it Twitch where it just unblurs all of the content if you select?
Yeah,
your
I'm
thing
just
on your
saying. I
account?
think it's
I
going to be
can't
more
remember
like
if
an
it's Twitch,
individual
maybe it's
post on
Steam.
Discord.
Yeah, it could be. But
Based on what
I
they
would-
said here, it sounded like that's what it was going to be to me.
I would assume it's going to be like an account-wide setting that you just set.
Users have the option to manually remove the blur if they choose. Yeah, that could apply to all, or like just.
So
manually
here's
go
what
in.
you should do. Before they implement this, you should add your blurred thumbnail like ahead of time. But this time, you add your own little warning and red warning symbol saying NSFW, do not click, or sexual content warning, and then you'll get even more clicks because it won't just be blurred, right?
Yes. You unblur it just to reveal the exact same blurred image underneath, right?
Meta.
YouTube has not announced when or if the feature will be rolled out more broadly. For now, it remains a limited experiment available only to a small portion of the user base. Something else they just rolled out is auto dubbing. So they have an AI that'll go in and automatically, I'm hoping based on the transcript of your, because obviously they have to determine what's being said in the video to begin with. So like the subtitles, it'll translate based on the subtitles, so to speak, and dub in another language using a feature similar to what 11 Labs is able to do for their dubbing, where it'll find the portions where you're talking and make that dub fit the tone and emotion and whatnot for just that portion, and then do it individually across the entirety of the thing. Also, Luigi says YouTube blurs will blur the whole video. Just wait. Okay, we'll see. I'm sure that will definitely maintain.
I'm pretty sure they just don't let you watch the video rather than blur the whole video.
I love the idea that I could just fully upload porn and you just have to watch it fully blurred. Like, all right. Pluto TV launches HIDIVE, comedy, Inuyasha, anime movies, and kids anime channels. Reese, take it away.
So, for those of you who don't know, Pluto is a free app. That's on like Roku, your smart TV. It's got tons and tons and tons of different channels that you can scroll through, as if you're like going through live TV. To like sorted by genre or decades or what, or subgenres, whatever. They've got different anime and gaming channels. They have dedicated channels for like Lupin the Third and Naruto and Hunter x Hunter maybe. But now they're having like an Inuyasha. They're gonna have dedicated HIDIVE channels. And this is just basically, more ways to watch anime free with ads.
Yep. Cool. Oh, also, Old Man says, the blurring will make it look more naughty than it is. There are clips of volleyball players where they put black bars over the bikinis. It's just made to look like they were playing naked. Right. Totally.
Yeah, I think we brought this up on the podcast before.
Mormon porn, right? YouTubers are going to start blurring the thumbnails on purpose just to draw an audience, especially VTuber clips. You're not familiar with Mormon porn? It's where they take an image of a girl who is fully clothed, right? And they do that. They do like these circle cutouts.
I just made a pun. I didn't ask what it is.
All right. Okay. Luigi says it is like how tights can be seen as sexier. Okay, Luigi, hold that thought. Now, holding on to that's going to become relevant later. Okay. Netflix rewrites anime's feminine complement into feminist virtue signal. So this is an anime called Blue Box. And episode 16 of the anime, there's this scene here where it says, that's a surprisingly feminine perspective. They change it to, that's very feminist. Netflix's crack team of localizers has once again decided that Japanese creators don't know how to write their own stories, taking it upon themselves to shove political buzzwords into the anime Blue Box. In a completely unsurprising move, a character originally complimented for being feminine was instead hailed for being feminist. Because apparently, everything must now pass the mandatory ideological purity tests before Western audiences are allowed to see it. In the latest episode of Netflix Saves Japan from Itself, the in-house localizers behind Blue Box have quietly rewritten yet another harmless line of dialogue in the name of modern activism. The crime this time? A character originally being called surprisingly feminine in Koji Miura's manga was deemed insufficiently progressive, so the English dub has Hina instead praise the character for being very feminist. Because nothing says romantic storytelling like awkwardly inserting Western political movements into high school plays. The change occurs in episode 16, titled Unfair Woman, when the character Kyo Kasahara reflects on why he dislikes cheesy love stories. In the original Japanese version and the manga, Hina lightly teases him for having a feminine perspective, acknowledging his unexpected sensitivity. In Netflix's brave reimagining, however, this becomes a nod to feminism, forcibly dragging a lighthearted rom-com into the same tired ideological swamp where nuance and authorial intent go to die. A random Twitter user provided a screenshot of the original Japanese from the manga, where they said, while this article is correct, they're referring to Bounding in the Comics, which we're going to look at in a second. While this article is correct, and the original was changed, you should really provide the original Japanese lines to compare, not just the previous English translation. This should be a part of your due diligence when doing any translation comparison. The line is, Igai to Joshi Shiten, and then Moto Renai Sonomono ni, Kyomi Nai Kato, right? So this is actually wrong here. He's going to address it in a second. But basically, Igai is like unexpected or a surprise, right? This is the symbol for woman. This is the symbol for child, right? Joshi. And then this is the symbol here for perspective or like point of view. So he's translating this as that's a surprisingly female point of view, right? Now the other one here, as I said, he wrote Kito. If you can actually see this, I don't know, it's kind of hard. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Let me open it in a new image. There we go. So he's looking at this symbol here and reading it as Kito, but it's actually Moto. So, oh God. So let's say Kito is like Shirley. Moto is the word more, like Aishite ne Moto in the ending theme to Tenjo Tenge, Love Me More, right? So the translation that they have here, so let's say Renai here, this is like romantic love, right? I, of course, being love. And Sonomono is like thing, so it's like that sort of thing. And then what is this word? Kyomi is like to have interest, right? So I don't think you were interested in romance at all, right? I didn't think you had interest in romance at all. And then he goes on to say handwriting is hard, right? Meaning the handwritten part here. That could be Moto, not Kito. Meaning stays basically the same. I always thought you weren't interested in romance at all versus I for sure thought you weren't interested in romance at all, right? Anyway, not content with just butchering the dub, Netflix even retroactively altered the English subtitles for viewers watching the Japanese audio. So just to make sure no one escaped the proper messaging, it said that the English subtitles were originally accurate before being changed to include the rewritten feminist remark. So this would be, of course, the original. That's a surprisingly feminine perspective. I guess that's the same image, right? As expected, neither Netflix nor the production companies have commented, likely because admitting the change would mean admitting they don't respect the works they license. Sadly, this isn't just a one-off incident. The track record of English localizers includes rewriting dialogue in Tiger and Bunny, One Piece, and even Godzilla -1, consistently prioritizing clumsy social messaging over basic fidelity to the source material. In this brave new world of localization, it's not about conveying what was actually written. It's about making sure everything sounds like it was penned by a Twitter intern with a gender studies degree. In the end, modern localization seems less about bridging cultures and more about building walls of smugness, ignorance, and an unearned sense of superiority. So based on just this, what is your thought on the situation here?
Do we know that it wasn't
I
AI?
mean-
Well, the point that they're making is that it was originally Netflix got the license to dub this show. Previously, this show has aired and was aired in Japanese and exists in Japanese. And when it was originally on Netflix, before Netflix dubbed it, the subtitle was correct. Then as they started releasing the dubbed episodes, they retroactively changed the subtitle to match their new interpretation of calling it feminist instead of being a feminine perspective. Or
Yeah, to reinforce it.
yeah. Now,
So then that way, when you have someone like me who doesn't speak Japanese, and you're like, oh, I want to fact check this, see what the
so now it
dub says.
seems at first glance like Japan is super progressive, right? And like Japan believes these Western ideals that are being shoved down my throat all the time too, you know? So I will say, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt on this kind of stuff. I'm going to show you the page of the manga that is just before this one. And that, I feel like, for me, gives context that I can understand why somebody would use the term feminist here rather than feminine. Okay, and I'm not saying that I agree necessarily with the choice. Obviously, I'd prefer that they used the Japanese. But if you look at the world that we are in, where the left and the right exist in a Tower of Babel of sorts on the internet, where we no longer speak the same language because words have different meanings depending on which side you're on, so to speak, I can see why they would choose the word feminist here. So I'm going to jump to here. English language fans discovered a particularly odd change made to a bit of dialogue in the series' 16th episode, Unfair Woman. Therein, with preparations for the school's cultural festival, they find themselves, with preparations for their school's cultural festival, finding themselves in full swing, Taiki's childhood friend Hina Imamoto can be seen struggling to rehearse her lines for the lead role in Class 1B's upcoming rendition of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. In both the anime and manga, after taking notice of her frustrations, her friend Kyo Kasahara, I'm sure that's wrong. That's got to be Kasahara, steps in to help, proceeding to recite the forgotten dialogue and admit that while he doesn't particularly care for acting, he was still able to memorize the lines simply by listening to Hina repeat them over and over. Impressed by his skills, Hina suggests Kyo should have gone out for the role in the class play, only for her friend to promptly decline. Explaining his aversion to the stage, Kyo admits he's, quote, no good at a cheesy romance like that, as while he can sympathize with the heroine being struck by misfortune and hardship, here's the line, he can't abide by her just up and marrying some random prince. I'm just saying, if I were of the more progressive ilk and I read this line, I can't abide by her just up and marrying some random prince, that sounds like a feminist talking point to me. That doesn't sound like a feminine talking point to me. What do you guys think?
I can see where you're coming from, but also, like, I don't know, if the Japanese says, if in Japanese they have a word for feminist.
Honestly, I don't think it's either at that point. Like, you could construe it as feminist, but like,
I
just
not,
think that's
just so
like
we're clear.
sort of...
I'm not saying that I am forgiving the choice to use the word feminist. I'm just saying I think I can understand why there would be a compulsion to use it because of this line of dialogue, right? I think that I think that reading this,
Yeah,
when you're thinking
I know what you're
narratively
saying.
about how it goes, that seems to me that this statement is more feminist than it is feminine. Because I think that for most women before radical feminism, I think that the concept of being found, brought back from the coma or whatever by some random prince kissing you, and then being married and living happily ever after with a high status male, a fucking part of the royal family prince, is a goddamn dream come true for women, right? Like psychologically for women, the romance aspect of this thing is that they are chosen. Some random commoner is chosen by goddamn royalty and saved from their poverty and made into a princess, right? That for most women is a fucking dream come true. So when I see this line and I see the idea behind it, I feel like I can understand the reasoning of using the term feminist, even if it might not be an accurate translation. And I'm not suggesting that we should be using it necessarily in this line. I can at least give them the benefit of the doubt that I can see why they would make that choice. Now, is it the right choice? I don't think so. But I can at least, understand the rationale that went behind making it, right? I don't know. That's just how I see it. I don't watch this show.
Well, what I was trying to say is that basically, I feel like it's something else entirely. Like, you could say it's not even really feminine or feminist, though. It's just like you're not. You're kind of a good guy. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Sounds like a
I
white
feel like
knight.
there's a better word for it, but
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like someone's opening
Yeah.
a bag of potato chips and
Not
crunching
me.
on
that he
them.
didn't put in his pickups.
Ghost pepper potato chips even. All right.
Well, that changes everything.
Good morning, Ronan Jaw. See that, and that's the thing. I think Cool Chuchi is right here. Feminist does fit here, right? It could accurately convey the sentiment that the remainder of the stories painting a picture of, right? But as he put it here, it would not be a good idea to give them any slack, right? Because this is a crowd where you give them an inch and they'll take, the entire road, not just a mile, right?
Right.
Do I know Damon Mills is in that show? I have no idea. He could have used cuck, yeah. Or beta.
The other thing is the way that it says at the start of it is like he's being teased for being feminine or whatever. So do they change it from it's a tease into like compliment or whatever? So
yeah, it seemed like a weird way for them to phrase it, because the way that I look at it, she's just in shock that he gave her an uncharacteristic response to something.
So in a sense, beta kind of almost works. Not that I'd advocate for that, because that would be way more like Gen Z. Like, why would you put that?
I totally agree. And the whole point, again, and this is the part that everybody fucking misses when it comes to this stuff. The whole fucking point, why is there like a little tiny rectangle right here? The whole point of this at this point is entertainment is about getting away from all this bullshit in our lives, and yeah, exactly. So let's see. The ist would have to mean the person has knowledge for one skill. Jimmy Page what is this? This is why I always regret clicking on any of these. Intent matters, not context. That is the idea of translating same intent and different medium. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't really care about this. I'm not going to watch it. But, and because it's the Netflix dub, there's a strong likelihood that whoever licenses this is going to have to redub it. So I'm not going to, I'm not going to get too hung up on it right now. Okay. Summer Wars' Mamoru Hosoda reveals latest anime movie, dark fantasy revenge story, Scarlet.
Is it going to be the same movie for the 4th time?
I don't think so.
This is going to be Princess Mononoke in 3D.
Although it feels as though, let me upload the video file. Hold on. It feels as though he got a little spoiled working in 3D on Bell, and now he's like, "Oh, just do this from now on. That's easier." It's really funny too, actually. When I saw War of the Rohirrim, I talked to Dan about the concept of the feminist like angle where the woman kicks the guy across the room. Now I have a clip to use. Anyway, that's the fucking trailer.
That played like a
It looks
slideshow
so
for me, so I couldn't
bad.
see how horrible the CG was.
The CG doesn't look horrible, but it doesn't feel necessary.
You're cool. It looks so bad. Like, yes, there is worse, but like, no.
Where's the part where they're like...
Is that where he introduces the gritty nature of it, where they just bang her?
Sorry, the gritty what?
The gritty part, wasn't he? I don't know if he was talking about Belle or something, but maybe it's this movie where it's like, oh, it's actually going to be more gritty and serious, blah, blah. And it's like, so is this the scene where she gets gang banged? Like, is that what happens? Yeah, that's by Thousand Sluts, except like inverted.
Now that picture looks like it's 2D to me. I don't know.
Yeah,
the hair specifically.
The hair especially.
Probably is. Because remember, you're not going to make a new 3D model just for one shot.
You're not.
This is probably how they do flashbacks in 2D.
One might call it a flashback.
All right, anyway. So it's his first post-pandemic anime. It says, director of Belle and the Boy and the Beast discusses how real-world events influence his creation of his first post-pandemic anime. For close to 2 decades, there's a remarkably consistent rhythm to anime director Mamoru Hosoda's movies. 2006 saw the premiere of The Girl Who Left Through Time, Hosoda's first truly major hit. And what did he do before that? Out of curiosity.
Girl Who Left Through Time, he did Digimon movie, and then after that he did Summer Wars, then Wolf Children.
Did he do a One Piece movie?
And from then on, he released a new anime film every 3 years, with Summer Wars in 2009, Wolf Children in 2012, Boy and the Beast 2015, Mirai in 2018, and Belle in 2021. 2024,
he released the Digimon movie, then the Digimon movie again, then the Digimon movie again, and this is going to be the 4th time. At the end of the movie, it's going to reveal that all of these characters are actual digital avatars.
No. It's in a video. Oh.
Yes.
What's going to happen?
The 3D stuff is the video.
And the nuke is just about to drop. What's
going to happen is that we're going to reveal that this... What the fuck?
Krista?
Can you see it? Why is it?
No.
All right. Anyway, we'll do it this way instead then, because they're going to be bitches about it. What they're going to do is they're going to reveal that despite looking like a dragon, this character
is the dragon.
This, goddamn it, no, goddamn it, dragon. That is actually a giant whale. There we go. God damn, that was a whale.
Oh,
no. It's a dragon, but it identifies as a whale.
I have a question, Random 11. So the girl who leapt through time and Wolf Children, that's the Digimon movie?
Yep.
No,
The girl who looked through
the
time.
Digimon movie and Summer Wars, and then the Bell. Bell is the third one that was
Also,
apparently...
the girl who looked through time, because of when she time leaps, she has that like space that looks like the internet in Digimon.
She goes into the digital world?
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so I haven't seen Bell, so I don't know how bad Bell is comparatively.
Bell is a almost a carbon
what
copy of Summer Wars.
Yeah, okay. So then we're gonna stick with just the three, assuming Bell is a carbon copy. Like Summer Wars was a beat for beat remake of the Digimon movie, right? Down to like hit send, slow him down, like the nukes come, like the whole thing,
Crushing
right?
on your uncle.
Yeah. So assuming Bell is like that, again, taking your word for it.
Bell is not just like it in the sense that it has this giant online thing, like Oz, but it's called You. That's really the only real similarity.
Like the key factors.
What about Mirai?
Be...
Is that the Digimon movie?
No.
Here, you can answer the question. Key factors. Is there a digital aspect to it? Okay. / digital world. In said digital world, is there a bad guy who takes over the military and tries to nuke someone? And do they get everyone in the world / a lot of people to slow down said bad guy by like sending him messages or connecting to him, you know, DDoS him to quote unquote slow him down so that they can stop
in Summer Wars. Didn't they just play like a freaking card game or something? Like,
so those are the three aspects. If those three,
well, then they only did it. He only did it once then, because only Summer Wars fits those criteria.
No, Digimon fits that criteria too. What are you talking about?
Please, when one of us makes a hyperbolic statement, we don't need to fact check it. Okay, the intent behind it is to exaggerate and act like all of his movies are the same.
I wasn't expecting a breakdown, okay? It was a yes or no question. Okay, I didn't tell him to give me a what do you call it? A quantum theory post on it.
That's not don't even compare me to that, okay?
Every time you bring up my manifesto in such a disregarding, derogatory
you want
manner,
to do it out of
I'm
spite,
going to
even
make
harder.
it even longer and more difficult for you to sit through.
I was just gonna say I'm
currently at a part right now where I'm like, maybe I don't need to fully explain quantum entanglement, but now I fucking do. All right, it's happening. All right, it's gonna happen now. You're gonna know more about entangled particles than you could ever want to know. Do it again, young man. I swear. You know?
Professor Collector, can you please just keep it under 10 minutes?
That portion will be under 10 minutes. May the 4th.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
May the 4th be with you. Are you hungry?
I tried to make one, but
just
it
started
messed up the
eating
chin
some
and the
ghost
mouth
pepper.
and the neck, so I'm like, it's too much for
Mhm.
For some reason, that chicken I thought they were like little pieces of corn.
They're actually little pieces of waffle.
Interesting.
Blue waffle.
Right, I'll make food then. I only have enough hot dogs for one person, though.
I don't have any yet. Supposed to be me. All right, you guys want to see me eat a hot dog on stream right here?
Whoa, save that for the OnlyFans stream.
Okay.
That's the frame we need to have on the thumbnail to blur.
You magnificent son of a bitch.
Only for super chats, should they watch you.
Oh, my wife says only for super chats. Should you watch?
Can you make it a super chat goal?
Super chat goal.
Hey, I told you to shout.
$10 deep throat the whole hot dog.
No, isn't like make it do the like YouTube goal thing.
Yes.
Well, we can have a subathon for the whole week, and then that's the big goal. He'll full deep throat it.
Well, I mean, the hot dog's happening this podcast, if anything.
He'll do it
So
again.
we
do this in?
A week-long subathon might not be, you know, we
If
don't want to.
more subs, he'll take 2 at the same time.
It's a week-old hot dog by the time.
Yeah, we don't want to be sitting around for a week with that hot dog.
I can't do a goal. I can do a number of super chats as the goal, not a amount earned.
Well, just make it one yellow one then.
One super
That'll
chat,
be-
and he'll do it.
Oh yeah, one super chat.
69 cents. You can have
Yellow
one
and
for
higher.
deep throat of hot dog.
Here's my timer. How I'll celebrate. I'll
You
deep
do
throat.
and he'll kiss you.
I'll deep throat a hot dog.
There you go. Now no one donate, and we
You're
don't
gonna
have
get
to watch
strep
it.
throat again, young mister.
3 super chats, and I'll lick the shaft before, and then kiss it before he starts it.
Wait, it wouldn't let me do
You're gonna go to his house
An
and
error occurred.
oh no, they don't want to see it.
Get
Maybe it's for
inspired.
the best.
13th was the charm.
I'll ear a hot dog.
Yep, sounds about right.
Oh, come on. It won't let me deep throat. You know the real truth.
Say shallow throat then. See if that works.
I should have put give us a super chat and I will make a stream worth blurring. All right. I will not eat a vegan hot dog, you disgusting man.
Unless you get us to that sub goal.
So, by the way, just real quick, I'll take a quick tangent on this and say, I did have strep throat last week, and it was fucking awful. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Thankfully, I have, by sheer force of will, recovered just in time for this show, even though my throat is filled with phlegm. Thank you. I did it for you guys. All right. Lupin the Third new anime movie streams Zenigata-Featured prequel episode on June 20th. So, we didn't get our Zenigata special, but we did get Zenigata themed prequel 2 special that's actually about.
We didn't get our Zenigata movie, but we are getting our Zenigata special.
Thank you. I fucked it up. Thanks. All right, cool. So this other article had a couple more images from it that we'll look at. What
the hell?
There you are. Cool. Moving past that. All right, in anime news, which is where we're at now. Though I am an inept villainess, tale of the butterfly rat body swap in the Maiden court.
Oh. Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe OutRun is going to sell like hotcakes. The rules don't exist anymore. In the kingdom of A, 5 clans put forth their maidens as imperial consorts, but only one will be crowned empress. Just when frail and beautiful court butterfly Ko Reirin seems poised to marry the crown prince, jealous court rat Shu Keigetsu steals her body. Reirin wakes up in the dungeon as the conspirator, and things look dire, or do they? Now that she's got a robust new body, not even the looming threat of execution can stop her. Wow. They will make a show about anything. Okay. Roll over and die. I will fight for an ordinary life with my love and cursed sword. Anime adaptation announced. I smell Yuri. Ooh. Nice. Too bad Greenline's still in the sex dungeon and dragon dildos session, because he'd have liked this. To vanquish the increasingly powerful demon lord, Divine Revelation ordained a party of heroes, each blessed with a unique power. That spelled trouble for Flum Apricot. I give up on it already. A total weakling of a girl who has no idea what her power of reversal even does. Betrayed and left behind with a wretched slave trader who enjoys nothing more than seeing his merchandise fight for their lives, Flum thinks all hope is lost until she gets her hand on a massive cursed sword. Suddenly she ain't gay no more. Finally, after so many years, she understands the nature of her power, and both she and her new companion, Milkit,
Nice.
are about to experience a huge reversal of their fate. No, we are not. Not right now, at least. Look, I need you to understand that the topic you want us to cover is very nuanced and difficult to cover. And I was sick AF last week. And I'm still trying to compile everything we need for that topic. And I don't want to jump into it half-assed. So be patient or don't expect it from us because it's not going to happen anytime soon. I just got to get ahead of it. Sorry. Moving past this. The Banished Court Magician aims to become the strongest anime, reveals a new teaser visual in Yorha cast. I can only think of the Yorha from, what is it? Nier Automata, right? Anyway, here she is with her cute little leggings. Fucking goddamn it, Crunchyroll. Ho, ho, ho! Yes! Deep throating awaits.
Thank you, the cool 2T.
It's that easy, guys. I understand why women become whores now.
Now they've had a taste.
Remind me again what the website brand says. The website I did.
Too proud to beg for money. I think we should change that.
Proud to beg for money.
You're right. You're right. This needs to
We'll
change
suck
right
hot
now.
dogs for money.
Yeah.
We'll do whatever for money.
Oh no. Oh shit, we got logged out somehow. Logging back in. Remember me, checkbox. What's the next goal? I only have one hot dog, guys. I can't.
Only one wiener can go so far.
Yeah,
yes.
double penetration hot dog challenge. All right, hold on. I'm changing it. Okay, here we go. Customize. Oh no, Tootsie's audio only right now.
You won't even enjoy the fruits of what he paid for.
We can upload it as a clip to the main channel. How's that? Which will get us even more money. Right? No.
Is hot dog one word?
I think so.
Asking the important questions.
It is important because now it says, "Will deep throat hot dogs for money?" Oh joy! I can't wait.
Yes,
Okay,
hot dog.
thank you. All right, moving right past this. I don't know. Whatever. Get gone. All right. So Hell Teacher Jigoku Sensei Nube is debuting on July 2nd. Right? Probably going to show it at Anime Expo. Uglymug Epic Fighter is going to premiere on July 6th.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to convince me to watch this one, to be honest.
His looks are negative 255. Touching girls causes him pain, and sexual acts will literally tear him apart. Just what can our ex-salesman Shigeru get in the other world in exchange for such inconveniences? This is an epic tale of one very ugly but ridiculously strong man. Yep. What if the women are really hot? Would you still not watch it, Reese? Just because the main character is an ugly bastard?
I have morals.
Reese is gay.
I don't watch Ugly Bastard, okay?
All right, mono English
You watch
dub.
Pretty Bastard. Is that your take?
He likes he likes his men like he likes his women. Gorgeous.
Big dick.
Gorgeous with a huge cock.
Whoa!
All right.
Damn, Reese.
Mono English dub reveals main cast and release date. So this is the story about the photography club. Good that he says the main character is like me, for real, so I'll watch. Hot dog would... Yes, thank you. I will not eat a hot dog. Gay AF. Is this a 360 camera? Is that what that is? I think it is. I think in the trailer she's like wielding
it
a...
looks like it.
Anyway, moving past that. All right. I would like to show you guys a clip from podcast 154, I think it was. Final Fantasy IX animated series studio shuts down. So we talked about this years and years ago. Final Fantasy IX is getting a... damn it.
A children's animated series by Square Enix and French studio.
This wouldn't interest me.
Sorry.
No, legit. As soon as I read French studio, I'm like, oh, they're gonna have like good, high quality animation for this.
So this is the studio that Cyber Group Studios is the one that's working on it.
Oh my god!
I take it back. This is going to be a travesty.
Yep. So there you go. That studio is
Nothing
now
of value was lost.
Yeah. That studio is now out of business, so this thing is probably not going to happen. In a twist of fate that might be a blessing in disguise, the long-anticipated animated adaptation of Final Fantasy IX has been potentially canceled following the liquidation of its production studio, Cyber Group Studios. The Paris Commercial Court ordered the studio's closure on April 28, 2025, citing insurmountable financial difficulties, effectively halting all ongoing projects. Sorry, answer something. Originally announced in 2021, the animated series aimed to extend the beloved game's universe by focusing on the children of the character Vivi, set a decade after the original storyline. Leaked materials revealed the narrative centered around Vivi's 6 offspring embarking on adventures in the world of Gaia. Despite multiple acquisition offers from companies like Solent Productions and Newen Studios, the court proceeded with liquidation. Christine Blériot, former SVP, Senior Vice President, I guess, at Cyber Group, expressed her dismay over the court's refusal to consider viable buyout proposals. Nope, this is dead. You know, like the based judge stopped this travesty from being made. While some fans may mourn the loss of this adaptation, others might view it as a narrow escape from a potentially misguided expansion of a cherished classic. Given the mixed track record of video game adaptations, perhaps it's for the best that Final Fantasy IX remains untouched. Meanwhile, One Piece animator slams the sound team, quote, "They should be fired." In a now deleted tweet, One Piece animator Soda Shigetsugu expressed his disdain towards the anime sound design team, labeling them, quote, "unprofessional," and calling for the team to be fired in light of recent episodes. The post comes from One Piece episode 1127, which saw Luffy take on Kizaru in a highly anticipated fight that was praised for its animation. However, One Piece animator Soda Shigetsu, completely different name than we write here, Shigetsugu, wasn't a fan of the audio, saying, quote, "I think Toei should immediately fire the One Piece sound team. That is not professional work. The tweet has since been deleted, but some fans echoed his sentiments, calling out the use of outdated sound effects, with many originating from the Dragon Ball anime in the 90s. Another criticism was about the show reusing the same sound effects, such as the sound of Zoro's sword clashing being overly used in quick succession, making for an awkward viewing experience. Are you guys ready to hear this clip? Here it is.
Is this guy me? Like, did they hire me?
Oh, they're saying this is immersive as shit. You're telling me that's not how it was intended to sound? Come on.
Man, they should be fired. I agree.
Yep.
Ruthless.
Any other thoughts here?
Sounds bad.
That's the conclusion.
There is something to note that when he goes Gear 5, he's supposed to be like cartoony, and they were doing this whole thing where back in the original reveal, during Wano, they said that they were going to work with Warner Brothers to try and make it more Tom and Jerry-y. Don't really know what that was.
Suggest that. I was going to say, shouldn't it be like the banana peel slip and all this crap? Like,
yeah, so that's why
this
like
sounded like they were using the banana peel slipping sound.
Yeah, that's why there's like that like weird like wing, like boing noises. But there's really no excuse for Kizaru's sword sound, like the light sword. It's it does sound like the art
you
director
didn't even have to be autistic
lazy,
to notice that was
or
the
sound
same,
director or whatever.
the same sound.
Yeah, they had like their keyboard of sound effects and they kept playing the same ones.
Yeah.
Like
Didn't
do some better mixing or something. I don't know.
Old Man says, my theory is that Uglymug is what women saw in Uncle from Another World. Maybe. That'd be funny. All right. I've got another article here for Anime News. What was that starred one? It is like how tights can be seen as sexier. Thank you for having the clairvoyancy to make that post before we got to the article. My Hero Academia Vigilante's anime adaptation censors Pop Step's idol-inspired costume. I disagree. I think it is now sexier with the inclusion of tights, right? While Studio Bones' take on My Hero Academia spinoff My Hero Academia Vigilantes is among the most anticipated of the stacked spring anime season, fans of the original manga will no doubt be disappointed to learn that the adaptation has censored the costumed appearance of the series' female lead, the idol vigilante Pop Step. Pop, sparkle, step. Hipping
Wow.
you. Boing. Can we get those One Piece sound effects again? Based on the manga of the same name by
your
writer
banana peel slipping.
Hideyuki Furuhashi and artist Betancourt, Vigilantes is set prior to the events of Kohei Horikoshi's main My Hero Academia series and follows a trio of unlicensed heroes in Naruhata as they is Naruhata the place? As they team up to investigate the underground trade surrounding the quirk-enhancing drug known as Trigger. Making up this de facto team are series lead Koichi the Crowler Himawari, former hero turned quirkless vigilante Iwao Knuckle Duster Oguro, and the team's sole female member, the idol-themed Kazuho Pop Step Hanayama. Given her motif, it should come as no surprise that Popstep's costume plays heavily into the propensity for female idols to perform in particularly risque costumes, with the heroine leaping into battle wearing lifted knee-high boots, heavy makeup, and a black unitard with a scandalous rear view. Unfortunately, while such an outfit is nothing out of the ordinary for both Eastern and Western media, after all, she's essentially dressed as Psylocke if she were a Sailor Guardian, it appears that, whether according to their own sensibilities or in deference to puritanical Western audiences, Studio Bones has unfortunately deemed Popstep's original costume to be too spicy for Vigilante's viewers. Concerns regarding the heroine's potential for censorship first arose on January 22nd, when, in reviewing that day's release of Vigilante's key character visuals, fans noticed that Popstep's costume had been drastically toned down compared to its depiction in the original manga. Okay, I'm just going to look here versus here. I mean, I guess the major difference here is that potentially originally this exposed more. I mean, I know they're talking about down here, but I don't know. With her cleavage heart, being moved up and shrunk, her unitard bottom half being extended in order to conceal her butt. Oh. Her legs covered by a pair of gray tights, and her boots replaced with ones that cover up considerably more of her thighs. In other words,
Boots that cover your thighs?
Yeah, I was like, that's weird. The boots? Do they mean like these going up all the way to she got some long ass legs. Yeah, I guess originally they ended here. I'm okay with it. I think that this added line here makes all the difference to me. That's all I'm saying. In other words, Studio Bones had chosen to intentionally and drastically contradict the in-universe fact that Kazuho created the suit specifically to be as flashy and attention-grabbing as possible as a way to defy her own shy personality. I'm secretly a huge slut. Like, sounds like that's what they're saying. Given the discrepancy between this censorship and the fact that, in theory, the series had more creative freedom due to airing in a later time slot in Japan, many fans took to hoping that Popstep's new outfit was only meant to appear in the series' widely distributed preview visuals. Sadly, their optimism would ultimately be crushed when, on April 7th, Vigilantes premiered with a covered-up Popstep front and center. At current, neither Studio Bones nor anyone involved with the anime's production have offered a public explanation regarding the decision to alter Popstep's costume. Further, neither Furuhashi nor Betancourt have offered any public comment on the matter. What a great artistic, like film noir style with the smoke being lit up on the stark background and that's cool. God, she has long ass legs. Long ass legs. Holy shit.
Do you think it would be easy enough for the people who want the old like legs to paint bucket tool?
Well, the thing that I don't get, okay, I guess these are being more like in the cleavage zone, whereas this is like way up here. I can understand that one. Being
That
a little annoyed
is
with
less
that.
sexy. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I can understand that is a pretty dramatic shift for obvious reasons, right?
And we brought this up before, I think, too, right? But My Hero did have some censorship that was like painted on extra clothing.
Yeah, with what's her name? Midnight? Is that her name? Doesn't she have a different outfit?
Named Midnight. I don't know if it was her. I just remember it did happen, and the blue, or at least I believe it happened, and the Blu-ray had the more risque version of the suit.
They censored it in the broadcast, so you're thinking that that's going to be the same thing this time?
I think it was Toga we were talking about.
Yeah, Toga.
Yeah. So I mean, it could happen here.
You got $10.
You did.
Yeah, time to deep throat a hot dog.
Don't deep throat. You're gonna vomit on stream. Don't do it. It's hot.
It's what the people want.
It's hot.
There's two. I can enjoy one.
Vox Populi, Vox Day. No.
I'm leaving.
In 4K for the audience. domestic violence in the
I'm gonna
middle of
stay
that.
here. I said I'm gonna stay here in case you need the Heimlich maneuver.
Honestly, that's an
Give it to me anyway.
That's a pretty impressive bite.
That's quite an impressive length and girth you put in there.
I didn't even get any of the new wasabi mayo. Or
I was gonna ask you
Yes.
before you start deep throating.
well, thank God there's two of them.
What do you want on your hot dog? Wasabi?
Yellow bird, wasabi mayo, regular mustard. Best wife ever. I hope you changed my name before, so that's in the thumb.
It was the Wiener Collector when it was going, and I changed it to the No Gag Reflex Wiener Collector after it was out, or after you already had it all the way. So you might have to recreate.
No.
Oh, that's all right. I'll fix it.
Oh, come. Hold up.
It's gonna be blurred
No,
anyway.
you're-
Right?
No, you're missing a huge
Stan's
opportunity.
seeing the
The-
finest moment
Yeah,
right here.
I'm glad to see that Stan was here for that.
No, you missed the best opportunity, Reese. It's
Oh.
if we take it off screen, the Wiener Erector. Okay,
Oh.
there you go.
I don't think it has the same kind of
No.
zip to it.
Oh,
I'm not saying the other one's bad. I'm just saying you don't say Wiener Collector, Wiener Erector. Come on, it's just begging for it.
I'm not convinced this is a thong, according to DT Vega.
What thing? Does she have a dick in the manga? Like, oh, her thong.
I'm just saying, like, this seems to be the same to me. I don't know. I don't read the manga though. Am I the fraud? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Does he want a refund?
Do you need me to, now that I've got all of these condiments on, I might slide down a little easier. Right too. Aces Pro, no Heimlich maneuver needed. All right. Where did I leave off? Oh, where did I leave off? Yeah, they didn't comment. For those interested in seeing, oh, there's nothing more to say about this. Oh, hello, little tiny child. Oh, I did have more. Thank you.
Doo-doo-doo.
That's her. Oh my God, I knew I had more pickups. Okay, hold on.
Have to save it for next week.
Oh. You know how we always joke, like Japan will sell anything they'll just put a anime character on it. I bought all of these. Come on, Clay. Get out of the way. I bought all of these Sailor Moon drinks over here. Anyway. And then I don't know if you guys can see this delicious monstrosity. Mm-hmm. My company did an event at the Trump Hotel in Chicago. Guys. And so my friend who went for the event brought me back a Trump bar.
What the hell?
Is that a chocolate bar?
Mm-hmm.
Is that one bigger?
Mhm.
Can I see it? Can I see it?
This wasn't an invitation for children.
Why look at this? Oh God! Wait, is this stuff inside? This is what chocolate side is.
Mhm.
Show them the nice.
Okay. All right. Close the door behind you, please.
Yeah, I realized that was on screen the whole time she was here. I'm like, uh-oh.
She debuted the week she was born. Little baby Chloe in my video. Oh.
No, I just mean your name.
Old man says she is adorable, referring to the girl in the thong and the skirt, right? No.
That thong's adorable in the manga.
I said fraud because AC's wife was trying to stop him. No need for a redo, thank God.
Yeah, you just rig it so it's like, oh, sorry, my wife says I can't do it.
Yellowbird is
Thanks
a hot
for the $10.
sauce, and the wasabi mayo on top of that has left me quite the fiery mouth. If I deep throated that, that wouldn't have been fun. Considering the lingering strep throat. All right. In other news, we are making pretty good time. Let's fuck it up now. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I should probably stop there so that Reese can do that.
Does the games news have the Honkai collab announcement?
Nope.
Well, I'll just verbalize it right now.
Why?
Yo, Honkai Star Rail.
Hold on, we're not in.
We're not even
in
games yet. We're manga news. Hold your
Oh,
goddamn
okay.
horses. If you want to grab an article and give it to me, I'll throw it in.
Don't fuck up the timestamps.
All right.
I just saw games news.
A manga predicting a major disaster this July is affecting summer tourism numbers. Flights to/from Hong Kong affected by predictions on both ends of the routes. In July 1999, manga author Ryo Tatsuki, you guys are terrible at closing my goddamn door.
Skill issue.
Goddamn door.
It would have had a lot more impact if I was on screen, but whatever.
Audio drama's good enough.
All right. In July 1999, manga author Ryo Tatsuki published Watashi ga Mita Mirai, The Future I Saw, Mirai being future, which was based on her own dream journal she had been keeping for years. In the manga, she explains how the dreams have often had connections to real-life incidents in the future, and one particularly unsettling dream involved a major tsunami. Could have sworn there was supposed to be that massive earthquake last podcast, and then it was going to be like Japan was wiped off the earth and I was going to get hit by a tsunami. Remember that prediction we talked about behind the scenes? The book received little mainstream attention until sometime after the Great East Japan earthquake and subsequent tsunami on the 11th of March 2011. The story of Watashi ga Mita Mirai itself doesn't specifically mention the date or location of its envisioned major tsunami. But on the cover, a flurry of pages from her dream journal are illustrated, with one reading a big disaster on March 2011. The date can be seen on the third page from the right. What a professional way to display this image. It was enough to lend credit to Tatsuki's prophetic dreams, and the manga's popularity spread like wildfire, and it being featured on every major television network. Some people also took advantage of Tatsuki's reclusive nature by impersonating her online and spreading their own predictions. This led to her releasing Watashi ga Mita Mirai Kanzenban, The Future I Saw, the complete edition, in 2021, which, in addition to the original story, included addendums that clarified the reference to March 2011 and gave another grave prediction. In the book, Tatsuki explains that she originally wasn't sure if there was a connection between the date and the tsunami in the story, but she knew that was an important date, so she included it on the cover. She also says the next major disaster will take place on the 5th of July, 2025. I'll be at Animax, but we won't be doing a show that week. Okay, so yeah, she started writing this in 1999. For some reason, I read that, and I knew that's what that said, and I thought it was in 2019. I'm like, what is all this 2011 shit? You're like writing these manga after? No. Cool. Okay. It's a rather large leap of faith to believe her dreams are prophetic rather than coincidental imagination, but it's a leap that some are willing to take, as the effect of Watashi ga Mita Mirai can be seen in tourism forecasts this summer. In Hong Kong, where the book became rather popular, Greater Bay Airlines has announced they would reduce flights to and from Japan. So it's the fucking airline doing it, not people just choosing not to buy tickets. Because of lower demand than usual, after noticing that reservations were 30% lower than expected, they investigated the cause and feel it was because of prophecies that a major disaster would occur. Not only the manga, but a popular feng shui expert in Hong Kong also declared that a large earthquake would strike Japan sometime between June and August. This has prompted a response from the Miyagi prefectural governor Yoshihiro Murai, who said, quote, "I think it's a problem that this information, based on rather unscientific evidence, is spreading on social media and having an impact on tourism. Bitches, come to my country and spend money. If you die here, your entire wallet will remain." Governor Masazumi Gotoda of Tokushima Prefecture also pointed out that these kinds of disasters can happen anywhere at any time, and all we can do is be prepared. It's worth noting that in Japan, there's a fairly steady stream of people calling for the next big one to happen sometime soon, and oftentimes book sales are involved. This is likely why online comments about this are filled with a sense of exasperation and cynicism. Gee, thanks a lot, occult YouTubers. Here comes Tatsuki again. It's amazing so many people believe this stuff. She's making quite an impact. I wonder how sales are doing. Why does she only predict disasters? Great. Now I have to lose my virginity by July. She's single-handedly saving the birth crisis. Just calling it a great disaster is comfortably vague, isn't it? Considering all this over-tourism, I'd say she's doing us a favor. If she's right about this one, I'll believe her. Otherwise, she can take a hike. Two really is the magic number that few, if any, earthquake predictors have managed to achieve. Even those who claim to be able to predict them by scientific means tend to fall flat on their second attempt. So it's probably safe to say that you wouldn't be taking any greater risk visiting Japan on the 5th of July as you would on any other day. That being said, this prediction business does have a way better odds than the lottery. So let me just throw out there that I predict Japan will have its first female prime minister in 2028. There. Now I'll just cross my fingers and wait for the book deal to come my way. Oh, that was an odd way to end that. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that something will happen?
No. I will bet. I will make a bet. I will go against the authors. I think everything will be fine. 2012 was okay. What was that cult one? The cult. Oh, I forget what. There was some cult that prophesized the doomsday. Everything was
Doomsday
fine
cult?
after that. Was that what they were called? Doomsday cult? It was something like that. Something stupid. How many have we lived through? I think we'll make it just fine through a couple more.
We will, but will Japan?
Oh no!
All right. I am just putting my hot dog fund in the super chat log so that the website will update with the things. Cool. All right. Where was I? Here I am. Oh, there I am. Okay, cool. All right. Did we get an article from Footnote?
There is an article in the private chat.
Nice. There's also articles from Reese. 2 of them. One on eBay and one on...
Those are not articles. Those are listings.
Thank you. Oh, there's 2. Reese, which one of these am I supposed to do?
Go suck
Reese
a dick.
is muted.
Go suck a dick.
Is this a Best Buy exclusive Steelbook? Oh, I see. And this is for the movie, not the crappy show, right? Okay, anyway.
For people in the dark, he's looking at a missed Steelbook.
That Reese had said he was in me earlier. Okay. All right. Where are we? Okay. The ending made me biased against the writer of this article. Yes, the ending sucked. That was a terrible article. Moving past that. All right. I'm going to just randomly insert this article here. Cool. Layoffs at Polygon. Turns out attacking gamers isn't a growth strategy.
What? Attacking your main audience doesn't work?
I know.
Crazy.
I've been doing it all this time and we've been failing. Maybe we should just start sucking off Luigi like the hot dog. No, it's a predictable outcome for a publication that has been made that has made. Let me start that again. It's a predictable outcome for a publication that has made a name for itself less through reporting and more through aggressively steering every gaming topic toward whatever culture war is trending on Twitter. From Gaming's Toxic Men Explained to the delightful editorial, Why Queer Characters Often Feel Too Safe. Polygon has long specialized in redefining gamer outrage as a business model. Take their piece, How Kingdom Hearts Became a Gay Allegory, or The Unbearable Whiteness of Skyrim's Fantasy. The publication has become a repository for hot takes that aim to guilt readers for liking the things they like, or worse, for not liking things enough in the right way. At times, it feels like the games themselves are just the unfortunate medium between Polygon and its next social sermon. Naturally, this editorial angle hasn't exactly fostered a loyal, forgiving audience. And when your headlines consistently alienate the very readership your ad revenue depends on, the end result is isn't so much surprising as overdue. Now, they didn't mention it in this article, but the people who bought Polygon was Valnet, the Canadian media conglomerate behind Game Rant, Screen Rant, The Gamer, and a slew of other SEO-focused websites. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sure Canada can fuck it up more.
Yes, perhaps.
As history's shown.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of wonderful people crying about losing their work in here, if that's something you give a shit about, but I'm not going to bother you with it. In other news, China shifts focus to gaming industry for economic growth and overseas expansion. Very nice. I like your hair and I like your big hair and your bazongas, right?
Remember how we covered when her bazongas were censored in the final release or whatever?
I don't like that. In a move that might make even the most deluded diversity hire sweat, the Chinese government has begun pushing the gaming industry as a key pillar of economic growth, signaling an aggressive focus on overseas expansion, is ironically doing what many Western companies refuse to, prioritizing actual profit. China appears to have flipped its usual censorious stance on gaming, now declaring it an important vehicle for economic growth and international influence. According to reports from 4Gamer and coverage at Otakumu, the Chinese government is aggressively shifting gears by officially placing the game sector at the forefront of their economic development strategy. The clearest sign came on April 11, 2025, when the Chinese Ministry of Commerce released the comprehensive pilot program to accelerate the expansion of the service industry's openness, a snore-worthy title for a very sharp move. The program mainly states that countries' intent to develop overseas expansion program plainly states the company's intent to develop overseas expansion businesses for games and create an integrated industry chain stretching from IP creation to game development, publishing, and international operation. A few days later, on April 21st, the Chinese State Council Information Office doubled down on this initiative at a formal press conference, making it crystal clear that the country fully intends to push Chinese-made games onto the global market. This rather shocking pivot arrives against the backdrop of years of brutal censorship within China's domestic market, where sexy character designs and unapproved political messages were routinely hammered into oblivion. Yet it seems even China understands that global audiences, particularly in Asia and parts of the West, actually like their characters attractive and their games focused on, well, fun, rather than lectures about pronouns or body positivity. In a delicious twist of irony, China, despite its many issues, is now actively trying to cash in on what the Western gaming giants are determined to sabotage in favor of pushing political narratives. While Western companies are inserting cringeworthy memes and virtue signaling into every pixel, China is at least pretending to care about making profitable games. Perhaps, speaking of one of those, am I wrong? Sweet Dreams and the Holy Grail Honkai Star Rail X Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works collaboration information preview.
So previously, I don't know if we covered the initial announcement months ago, where there was just the vague, I don't know if he's listening, the vague idea that there's a Fate collab in the works. No one knew what the hell that meant. We weren't sure if it was just going to be like a skin or something that's like, who cares? But now we have confirmation.
Thank you.
Wow. Now
I apologize.
Confirmation that
yes, we have confirmation.
Okay,
Close the
basically
door!
now we have confirmation that we're getting two characters for the Fate collab. So they're actual characters, and if it's like literally any other gacha, including the like Genshin Impact collab with Aloy and stuff, it's a limited event, so you can only get it for the time that it's available. So buckle up and get your Saber and your Archer. So those are the two characters coming. Archer is a free character that you get a copy of or whatever. So that's kind of cool, I guess.
These like limited event things, immediately, I'm like, oh, a game I'm never going to play now. Right? Like, if I can't get the thing,
the FOMO.
Yeah. Like, I would understand during the limited event, get the character for free or get the character, for $1 or whatever. Elsewise, it's going to cost you $20. I would get that totally, right? That's a great business model because then the FOMO makes you money, but it doesn't make the game unplayable for people who have the FOMO.
Well, it's not even necessarily like you have to pay $20 to get it later. You just straight up can't get it later.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you were to do it so you could get it later, but it would cost you money, I would appreciate that business model better, and it would make them more money. Because if
another
you did
model
that
would be nice if you could outright buy the characters, because they did make an update, but instead it's like you have to gamble, you have to get it through the rolling. You can't just outright buy it. Whereas League of Legends, I know they've gone through many changes on League, but I remember back in the day when people try and get me to play, it's like, oh, they rotate because they have like over 100 characters and stuff like this. So every like season or whatever month, I don't know what the rotation is. Jesus Christ. You have a roster of like a small pool of characters you can play with, but it rotates out every month unless you buy them. So that's how their model kind of works. But you can buy it. And typically I would think like, well, I just bought in theory, you'd pay for like a $60, $80 game. And then it's like, I don't want to pay extra money. Now these are free to play. Sure. But the idea of paying in a free-to-play game, I don't know. That sounds kind of counterintuitive, right? You don't want to pay $30 for like a character. That sounds ridiculous. But when you realize that you have to buy pulls and it costs like $80 for the chance to pull this character.
Mm.
You realize, you know what? $30
I see what
to
you're
outright buy
saying.
the character you want
I see what you're
isn't
saying.
so bad after all.
So, like, not only is it a limited time, but the FOMO is even worse because it's a limited time and you have to keep giving them money to possibly get it. Yeah.
And here's the worst part. In these games, so you know how you just pulled your gachapons and you have 7 copies of Hello Kitty or whatever? They're useless to you, right? But at least in this game, or in these gacha games, it overlays and makes your character even more powerful. Sometimes it adds like a new ability that makes them like ridiculously good.
The more it levels up.
Yeah, kinda. Like there is a traditional leveling system, but if you get one of these constellations or whatever they call them, you can. It's like, oh, they get like 50% more crit damage or some crap like that. You know, so in some games it's a lot worse where it's like you need their overlays for them to even be viable. Genshin and stuff isn't like that, thankfully. Like it just makes them really powerful. So if you want the opportunity to get all 6 extra copies, you have to spend an ungodly amount. Unless it's like Aloy, where you can't get like multiple copies. Aloy, you could only get your single copy for free, and that's it. Oh god, you're thinking of Ogloy.
No. Randy's mouth keeps going. And then the mic keeps going. Like I just imagine he just pulled a bowl of ramen and he's like, but I muted you.
No, he tries talking with his mic muted.
I was laughing.
Oh my god. Where was I?
You were talking about Aloy.
Oh yeah, Aloy.
Sorry to just keep interrupting you, but I saw that happen and I was like, what was that? I saw my mouth move and I'm like, I didn't make any noise. What was that? And I like was breathing out of my nose, but I had like brushed my nose so that it like my breath was hitting the mic exactly, and I'm like, did that really make my mouth move? Like what? So I was like, is that getting picked up on the mic? And then
does the
VTuber
like,
well, that answers my question.
Judge to open your mouth not based on your camera, but actually based on the sound?
You can do either.
Yeah, you could do either. I don't have a.
What happens if you clap?
That's what happened with my PNG tuber. Don't you remember?
Nothing.
Properly fast.
I think the noise canceling is blocking the clapping.
He's the. You have to clap.
I don't want to break my microphone, like clap onto it or something.
Clap on.
But yeah, so I don't have a camera setup, so it's just based on the audio.
So real quick,
sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's that knowing you, that makes a lot of sense. After what has happened to some VTubers, where all of a sudden they look over and their camera connection breaks and it just shows their face cam. Cool to T says, I stopped playing Snowbreak when they censored a character I missed, so the uncensored version became limited edition.
What?
FTD&M is not mentioning the pity system.
Sure. Okay. So, well, here's the thing. I said you spend $80 for the chance. I'm referring to you have a 50-50 chance to not get that character anyway. So then you got to spend another $80 to guarantee it. So effectively, I mean, I don't know if that's the actual price because I don't actually spend money on these games. But if you have if you want it guaranteed, then it's like, okay, theoretically like $160, let's say. So then if you want 6 more copies, that's going to add up, assuming you're very unlucky. You could get really lucky and get like 2 copies in only 10 pulls instead of 80 pulls, right? But that's probably not going to be how it works. So in theory, if Saber's like you can only get 1 copy of it, there's no constellation crap, that would at least be like a lot less egregious, but there's going to be huge FOMO thing. And there's that other gacha game, the one that has those extremely lewd things that you've shared or whatever. Greenline and I totally haven't started playing that.
I haven't shown that on stream yet.
So That
I
one has a
keep putting
Goblin
that
Slayer
off.
collab.
But yeah, we should talk about that at some point.
Well, there's a Goblin Slayer collab coming, and it had a Mushoku Tensei event. So when I'm looking up these guides, it's like, yeah, Roxy and what's her name, Iris are top tier characters you could use for this, and it's like, I can't get it. I can't get these characters. However, luckily, they do reruns if they have a second event. So if there's a second Fate collab, there's a good likelihood they'll bring back Saber, so you have another chance. But it's still like kind of predatory, if you ask me, right? So anyway, that's basically just all this is basically just to say, yeah, we got confirmation now.
Yeah, well, how about this game? VR urination simulator at Nico Nico Chokaigi, the epitome of otaku culture.
Just saying, I don't need a simulator to participate, if you ask me.
I'd piss myself right now.
So this is the reason I don't play like Farmer Simulator or whatever the hell it is, because it's like I could do that in real life and get money from it. Like
at the recent Nico Nico Chokaigi 2025, a virtual reality experience named Shoben Kozo VR, the name of a Cupid-like statue urinating into a fountain. The mannequin piss? Is that okay? Was unveiled, allowing participants to simulate urination while being verbally berated by a succubus cosplayer. The exhibit, created by the self-proclaimed fantasy inventor Zawa Works, featured a succubus cosplayer who insults users with phrases like, what is this? Zako? A Japanese term for weakling or loser. Oh. The VR setup was designed to provide a realistic experience of urinating in public, accompanied by the succubus's taunts, aiming to evoke a mix of discomfort and amusement among participants. You mean erections.
Is the succubus taunts in the game, or is that the person standing next to them?
It's the person standing next to him, and the game is fucking bullshit. Sample videos of the exhibit with Zawa Works questioning if the cosplayer is perhaps a man. So the game is that you piss particles to piss on the fuses of bombs so that they don't explode. Here's another person playing it. She doesn't seem to be
I like how it's just a
this
full
one.
automatic piss gun. Like,
yeah,
they didn't even try.
He's gonna blow up.
He's pissing on her.
Oh, is this the Zako? The game
She's getting paid to do that.
Yeah. The game has players urinating on the fuses of bombs to prevent them from exploding. Far from being mere absurdity, spectacles like this show the boundless creativity and fearless spirit of Japanese otaku culture, a world where even the strangest ideas are given the freedom to flourish. OCA Hot Dog Simulator win. Hey man, if an AI can make it in an afternoon, we'll do it.
Only you can support this idea by sending us super chats.
Greenline says, "Yeah, you could get lucky and get 2 characters. Yeah, you would all about that, wouldn't you, Footnum?
You would know all about that.
Probably, yeah.
Greenline, where are you?
Yeah, I'd know all about that because he's salty that I pulled I got really lucky the last week or so with the new character coming out, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying that should be expected. Okay.
Footnote, were you up all night to get lucky?
Luigi says, spray bottles have already been invented. No need to have a piss simulator.
Pissing in normal life has been invented, actually. You don't even need the bottle.
First of all, no. What?
When we watch the movie, are you going to join us?
I will join you as soon as I'm done.
Okay.
But I'm not okay. Bye. I hope they had started Lord of the Rings ages ago. Otherwise, I'm going to go up there ready to watch the next Harry Potter, and they're going to be right in the middle of Fellowship of the Ring. Yeah. So as I was trying to school you, for my daughter interrupted, if you found yourself in a situation with an array of 12 bombs and you don't have a fucking spray bottle, but you do have a full bladder, come on, man. It ain't rocket science. Sometimes you got to whip it out and take care of business or run away from all the bombs. All right. Nintendo blocks Menhera Farm. Cute anime girls now a threat to brand integrity. Well, that's all right, because Footnum wasn't going to play it anyway. Nintendo of America, like the infamous Sony, has taken up the mantle of cultural gatekeeper. This time, banning the Western release of Menhera Farm, a Japanese indie game featuring chibi anime girls. The rationale? These adorable characters are deemed harmful to Nintendo's brand image because nothing says brand protection like shielding audiences from the perils of cuteness. Nintendo of America has decided that Menhera Farm, a management and rhythm game by indie developer Sugarstar, is too risque for Western audiences. The game, which involves training dolls, chibi anime girls who are living weapons. Maybe you do need to play it. To become champions through lessons and rhythm battles, was barred from release outside Japan. Or this could take, Enriv could enjoy this. I'm sorry, actually you can't because it's banned. Was barred from release outside of Japan. Nintendo of America cited fears that it could damage the company's brand image overseas. Developer Sugarstar broke the news on Twitter saying, the Switch version of the Japanese version seems to be okay, but it seems that the rest of the world will not be able to sell the game as is for the time being. It seems that the Japanese version will have skin restrictions and the title will be changed. So if you want to enjoy the game as it is, you can go for the PC version if you want. I am still thinking about what to do. Before breaking this news, the developer wondered if the lolly content was the reason behind the banning. The Switch version got rejected in the American region because they said it might damage the brand image. What am I supposed to do about this? Wait, could it be because of the lolly stuff? Is it the same lolly issue that caused me so much trouble on Steam? It's just the art style. Leave it alone. The game's content is, by all accounts, tame. The characters are modestly dressed. Access to doubt.
Except that one. That's the only one, I swear.
The characters are modestly dressed. Where was that? Modestly dressed, and the gameplay steers clear of overt fan service or explicit content. Yet, even after Sugarstar implemented minor censorship, covering exposed skin around the abdomen and cleavage of one character, the game still failed to meet Nintendo of America standards. I mean, if this is the after, I'm just saying, like, you didn't do enough. I would hate to see what this character looked like before. Right? I was thinking of separating the ROMs, but that would be too much work. So let's just keep them the same. Also, there are some changes to Coral's standing picture. Momo, Emmy, and Sangha. Which one is Coral? Oh, they censored her. Still okay, I guess. I don't know. So change to Coral's standing picture in her swimsuit. Coral's swimsuit will be the same as her jersey. Oh, I see. Unforgivable. Not the character I would want to play with in the game anyway, but whatever. Oh, what? The fuck? Is that supposed to be a stethoscope? Or what is that? Okay, while Nintendo in recent years used to be seen as the company that would never censor content, they too have also been targeting Japanese games with even mildly provocative elements. Titles like Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth and Death and Request Code Z have faced similar fates, with releases canceled or content censored due to concerns over suggestive themes. The inconsistency is glaring. The Nintendo eShop hosts a plethora of games with suggestive content, yet Menhera Farm is singled out. It's almost as if the issue isn't the content itself, but rather the cultural origin and aesthetic of the game. So intent on preserving their image. What are you just going to throw this in the fucking middle? Like, without addressing it? So intent on preserving their image, Nintendo Japan even went to the extent of banning foreigners from purchasing content from the Japanese eShop, disallowing them access to fully uncensored Nintendo Switch titles that are Japan exclusive. Nintendo of America's latest standard crackdown, dressed up as brand protection, is less about shielding reputations and more about shielding delicate sensibilities, a tactic that wouldn't feel out of place among payment giants like Visa. After all, it's practically tradition now for Western corporations to leverage financial clout to strong-arm Japanese companies into scrubbing away anything that offends their increasingly fragile idea of what's appropriate, even when the content is perfectly legal in Japan. Yep, Nintendo.
I just sent a link in the
Nintendo is censoring games for being under $70. That might be, actually. That's funny. Yes?
I don't know if you want to share it
Are
on
there
screen.
are there anything in here I can't scroll through?
Nothing you can't scroll past. But it's like, so concerned are they about their branding, and yet just searching one particular.
I'll pull it up after I finish reading this last paragraph. The growing demand for bland, sanitized entertainment isn't a coincidence either, as system makers, banks, and digital storefronts trip over each other to chase global profits. Preserving the actual Japanese culture behind these games has become a distant afterthought. Collateral damage is the never-ending pursuit of making everything safe, sterile, and universally inoffensive. And as Reese has pointed out, a certain word can be searched on the Nintendo eShop, right? And you can get Hentai Parody Tentacle Slayer, Hentai Paradise Volume 1.
Just scroll.
Yeah.
Just keep scrolling.
Hentai Waifu number 5, Hentai Girls Postal Passion. Make Love, Not War, Hentai. Hentai Puzzles, Muscular Guys.
A lot of this is AI art.
You know what?
Nearly all of it.
I cannot wait until we get the Switch 2 enhancements to 4K to play these.
Wow. Hentai Girls Pissy Pirate. They've even got urine fetish on here, huh?
You know what? I think I see Nintendo's point. To be honest. Jesus Christ.
But wait, there's more.
Games. Load more results? Wait. How could there?
I think they're at saturation on these. Like, we don't need more AI random hentai games. Jesus.
We need to play all of them on stream, guys.
Make Love Not War 2. Hentai Golf. Just what I needed. I get a hole-in-one on that.
Okay. Hold on. Take it off screen. Hold on. Pause. Stop scrolling. Scroll back up. Take it off. We're gonna take it off screen. Click on Hentai Golf. I want to see what Hentai Golf is.
Hell yeah, brother! You get to do the Joel death scene, but for pleasure.
It's only rated teen. Okay, so
Hold
we
on,
should
I'm
be able
watching
to.
the trailer.
I'm pretty sure if it's on the Nintendo store, it's not going to be explicit.
Randy, were you expecting Pussy Party?
I just want to see, like, is it?
Where's the hentai in the golf?
Is it like?
Do you knock it into her hole?
Is it 1998 Flash game golf, or is it like an actual game? Did they put effort into it?
Well, I'll show you guys in a minute. I'm just double checking that there's nothing I can't show.
Randy,
yeah.
can you not see his screen share?
Yeah, I see the little
All right.
thumbnail.
$22 for that?
Hey, it looks like a very robust golf game. Okay.
Very
Like-
bust heavy.
Yeah, there's a whole trailer here where you can see exactly that it's actually just a golf game.
Wait, is that why they call it a bust? Because you bust on it?
Oh. It's literally just a golf simulator. But that exists within it.
Do they have like a review section where someone can say, not enough hentai, too
Yeah.
much golf?
Oh my god, look at the stretching, Jesus.
Yeah, it looks horrible. Oh, I didn't scroll down previously. Let me hold on. Just double check it. Okay, cool. Just make sure. Just make
It's
sure.
I just love how
website.
Krista shows up just for like the palette cleanser.
Head to the golf course after a hard day at work and meet 3 stunning businesswomen, Yumiko, Narumi, and Misa, and show them how to become a master of the golf field. Show them
They're
how to
ready
do it.
to get
Pick one of
down
the
to
available
business,
golf
I'll
clubs,
tell you
choose
what.
the direction, feel the wind, and swing. Every single factor matters and can decide on your score. Prepare your tactic. Impressive.
Who buys this shit? Like, people have to buy it for them to keep making it, you'd think, right? Like, who is buying
It
this?
has suggestive themes. Fucking god damn it. Rated T for teen. Hentai golf. Come on.
I feel like just having hentai in the title should be a red flag for Nintendo.
I feel like I gotta find
Hentai
one
Japanese
of these that actually.
goblins. What is
Yes.
hentai Japanese goblin?
That's the one I clicked on next. Hold on, we're gonna
Jeez.
find this.
What the pissy pirates?
Yes, let's open Pissy Pirates as well. You're right. I gotta.
We
know
need
what's
an
in that.
entire dedicated stream just exploring all these.
Here I thought I was gonna get upstairs and watch Harry Potter, but now more important business must be performed.
Kids,
Furry
don't-
hentai tangram. No, I don't want to see that one. That is the worst kind of furry. Hell no.
kids, you don't understand. We had to research how bad these games are.
Here is furry hentai tangram. No, thank you. And then it goes all the way down to Taiko no Tatsujin Drum and Fun Kishiryu Sentai. I don't see the hentai part.
That's not a hentai game.
Click on it and see the full title.
I like how Super.
No, it's got
Neptunia-
Sentai in it, so it's just
Yeah,
lost
these are
all
just
the
these are
SEO.
just words that are close to hentai.
It's the bottom of the barrel. Like all the
Hero
hentais
Sentai.
had run out.
Hero Sentai. Oh, this is just Sentai set. I don't know. All right, here we go. I'm gonna look at these real quick, off screen. Hentai golf was a bust. Oh, I have to put an age verification for the Goblin Japanese hentai. All right.
Ooh.
At least that one's gonna be rated M.
Is our
It is.
thumbnail going to
It's
get
rated
blurred
M.
now?
It's rated M for nudity.
Ooh.
And it's a puzzle game.
See, that's
Oh.
that's the kind of like that's what I was expecting hentai golf to be like, a puzzle game with golf courses, you know, and as you solve the puzzle,
Are
the
you
hentai
for
image
real?
shows up.
Oh my god.
Is it just Honey Pop? Just with goblins?
All right. It's pretty safe. He said with disappointment that he could show it.
Look,
This is
you
a
know
fucking
that if
game.
you couldn't show it, you'd just say, "Can I get a baby on screen?" Like, you'd show it anyway. Come on.
Is there a breastfeeder simulator in here?
Here's the game.
It's not. Oh my god. Riveting gameplay. A 9 tile? Like,
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. All right. Now I gotta find out. what pirates.
That's the kind of thing I was expecting.
Yeah.
that's
You know,
basically
at
an
least-
NFT. You're buying a JPEG.
how much was that
collection.
one?
Hold on, I have to put my age verification in for Pissy Pirates. $2.49 for hentai Japanese goblins.
All right, so now we understand why the golf one was $20.
Look, I don't even want to get to the good scenes if that's the fucking gameplay. Pissy Pirates is the exact same thing, but with AI art.
It's a puzzle game as well.
Yeah,
The cool thing is I doubt any of these have any physical releases.
It's literally the exact same thing, but
oh, this one's expert difficulty. It's got 4x4.
16.
Oh, 3x4 as
Meet
well.
over 50 pretty anime girls in a relaxing puzzle game.
For
Why is it pissing? I
$9.
want to know about the pissing.
Review, not enough piss.
Are there only 268 megabytes?
Too much pirate, not enough piss.
Yeah. Related games, Minecraft, right? There's not even reviews. Like,
that's the thing. Right. They don't put reviews on.
Now the real hentai game. No, lame. All right.
Is this like you play as the fleshlight?
Taiko drum. All right.
No, but seriously, like if that's what their eShop is looking like these days, I can see why they're being a little bit more stingy.
Yeah, but they're banning a game that's got an actual game attached to it. It's not fucking like
hentai golf needs justice.
Pretending to be porn game. It's real porn game. No. All right. I just finished ripping that last DVD fucking finally. All right, anyway, in other news, Google is reportedly unhappy with Bunny Garden. Slaps video game news outlet Automaton with a massive ad revenue penalty over coverage of the Japanese dating sim. What fucking world do we live in that you can't even write about some bullshit?
I vote the First Amendment.
Google, since I'm covering this, I'm sure has already demonetized this video. And it's because of this
blurred the thumbnail.
And not the deep throating of the hot dog. Yet another reminder of the Western sector massive bias against Japanese media, video game news outlet Automaton Media has reportedly taken a brutal blow to their ad revenue due to Google's own personal distaste for developer Curate's risque Bunny Garden series. We covered this last podcast, if you guys don't remember, Curate's Bunny Garden. You might remember the girl getting raped by the isekai truck here, right? Released in April 2024 exclusively for the Nintendo Switch and PC platforms, the original Bunny Garden puts players in the shoes of Haito Kanda, a young man who has recently found himself unceremoniously booted from his job due to a serious mistake. One night, while attempting to drown his sorrows in alcohol, Haito is approached by a beautiful woman who invites him to join her for drinks at a different venue. But much to his surprise, rather than a regular bar, the woman instead drags him to the titular Bunny Garden, a host club whose staff is known for wearing bunny outfits as their work uniforms. Where is Green Line?
It's on sale right now, $16.09.
Upon arriving, Haito makes the acquaintance of hostess Kana, Rin, and Miyuka. That's a name. All three of whom quickly take a liking to the newly unemployed man. From there, the player will spend the game drinking with, charming, and romancing their preferred hostess of choice, all in the hopes of making a more personal connection with them than customer and server. A dating sim where the goal is to go to a strip club and convince the stripper that you're worth more than your wallet. That's a real wild.
It's rated T for teen for sexual themes and use of alcohol. No nudity involved.
Enjoying a significant amount of success upon release, in particular thanks to its popularity among VTubers, Bunny Sim was recently confirmed to be receiving two new what? End of sentence. No period. 2 new games?
DLC?
Releasing with significant success, Particularly thanks to his popularity among VTubers, Bunny Garden was recently confirmed to be getting the franchise treatment with Hebereke Bunny Garden, a staggering action game in which players must control a drunk Kana as she attempts to walk to various locations. I knew it! This is what that is. Oh, that's great. A drunk Kana, she attempts to walk to various locations, set to release this year, and a proper sequel coming at a later, currently undisclosed date. Oh. Sorry, I just got a text from my wife. Oh, okay. My wife texts me, dog bowl holder broke. Chloe, my daughter, slipped and fell on it, leg shattered. I was like, uh-oh. She's referring to the leg of the dog bowl because the next thing she said is, she's okay, thank God. All right. Can't have nice things in my house. Good thing I didn't buy the metal one, is all I'm saying. All right. Notably, while Bunny Garden certainly plays up its fan service, the full extent of the original game's content was not only left untouched, but also deemed worthy of just a T for teen rating by the North American ESRB. Unfortunately for Automaton Media, it seems Google sadly has much more restrictive standards than everyone else, as the tech giant has reportedly unhappy with their use of official Hebereke Bunny Garden screenshots as taken from its brief teaser in the coverage of its announcement. Per a recap of the situation provided by Automaton Japan editor-in-chief Ayu Kawase. So Automaton's a Japanese company, is it? I didn't realize. I don't read gaming news from any place that's not covered on the podcast. Don't all be quiet all at once. Here, let's put some mango rum in here.
Greenline says I'm here in spirit. That doesn't count for whether you're here or not.
Also need to see a dick erect. Thank you. All right. I just felt the need to have some liquor. Oh, that's a good combo. Holy shit, that's really good. All right, new favorite drink.
Suchi says he bought each Tetris.
Oh.
Does that build up boobies as you go? Is that the idea?
Maybe it's like the more explosions you get, the more of the picture it reveals behind the Tetris.
When you get a Tetris, is that when they come?
That's when you come.
I'm Tetrising.
Are the line bars a dick coming? Oh no.
Give that to the L-shaped ones.
Those are the balls.
That's just dick and ball.
All right.
What about the Z-shaped ones?
Yeah, those ones might be a little tricky.
Those are the sacky balls on the smaller dicks. All right. Anyway,
that's bending over for doggy style, you know.
Oh God. Okay.
Which what square ones are? Rolled up like a fruit roll up.
All right, moving right past all that. Okay, where am I? We're at the part where Japan. Okay. Here's how it works. We embed a bit of Google AdSense ads within our articles. It brings in revenue based on how many impressions/clicks the page gets. However, if the content of an article is found to be in violation of Google's policies, ad revenue gets halted for it. And it looks like our articles on Bunny Garden set something off, the result being a nasty dent in our ad revenue. This is the article in question. And as you can see, yes, the screenshots are a little risque. Oh, sorry. But a far cry from explicit, he noted. The text of the article is even more innocent, simply giving an overview of the game. Nevertheless, Google AdSense seems to have decided that it qualifies as adult content. As a result, ads on the article have been restricted. Fuck Google. Unfortunately, far from a one-off incident, Kawase speculates, quote, how did one Bunny Garden article set off a barrage of Google policy violations? It's likely that Google has curated titles flagged in advance. Maybe it's the result of accumulated AI-based judgment. I think that's what it is. But it seems Google is out to get any coverage of curated games, even if there's nothing explicit about it, he added. Moreover, our article on Hebereke Bunny Garden blew up pretty nicely. Over 10K reposts over on X, meaning Twitter. Big spikes in impressions and all. I think Google's system saw all the traffic and panicked, handing out violations left and right. To be clear, none of this is Curate's fault, he concluded. The responsibility lies with us, the publication. And if anything, it's proof that Google does actually check content pretty closely before running ads. So this kind of thing is bound to happen now and then. Still, as a publication, we can't help but feel a bit wronged. And since the incident has impacted our revenue, we've chosen to cope in the only way we know, by turning it into more content. A man after my own heart. All in all, while a given internet media outlet taking a non-debilitating hit to their revenue is not normally a newsworthy event, what makes the Bunny Garden / automaton situation noteworthy is its use as a reminder to creators of all stripes that Japanese media, perhaps more than any other, is subject to the knee-jerk reactionary whims of Western censors. Again, and this is why you should be catering to Japan, not the West. All right, last bit of news here. Rockstar Games officially delays Grand Theft Auto 6. Next series entry now slated for May 2026. Before that, H Tetris is difficult, so I have not blocked any H. I don't even know if there is any H. Oh. Is it difficult because it's so sexy that you can't finish the level? Or is it difficult?
The level finishes you.
The level is going too fast. Anyway.
Yeah, hold on. No, reread the title.
I knew you were going to do this. Let me eject this. Sorry, I'm trying to get this stupid last disc out of here.
Don't eject on stream.
I'm going to eject all over you. Eject.
Eject power.
It's coming.
Oh no, it's coming.
At any moment. Yeah, there it is. All right. I will restart this timestamp. Don't worry. All done. Now I can finally put this drive back in the box. Okay. Rockstar Games officially delays Grand Theft Auto 6. Next series entry now slated for May 2026. So in rendering all the gaming industry's frantic attempts to reschedule their own releases around its eventual debut null and void, Rockstar Games has announced that Grand Theft Auto 6 will no longer be releasing in 2025, but will instead hit shelves early next year. I love this stupid-ass tweet. That is a tweet with a twit longer style like message. Even though they're verified, it could have just copied and pasted this text, right, and tweeted that shit. Look at this. Grand Theft Auto 6 is now set to release on May 26, 2026. I read that once. Did that sink in? Because the next thing they say is Grand Theft Auto 6 is now coming May 26, 2026. But wait, just in case that wasn't clear, Grand Theft Auto 6 is now set to release on May 26, 2026. Pick a verb. It's happening that way. It's going to be what day? May 26, 2026.
It's set and coming.
Yes. We are very sorry that this is later than you expected.
That's the best line in the whole thing. No one expected it to be 2025. No, absolutely no one except their marketing team. Yeah, no, it's still coming out. No, it's not. No. No one should be surprised by this message.
We are very sorry that this is later than you expected. The interest and excitement surrounding a new Grand Theft Auto has been truly humbling for our entire team. We want to thank you for your support and your patience as we work to finish the game. With every game we have released, the goal has always been to try and exceed your expectations, and Grand Theft Auto 6 is no exception. We hope you understand that we need this extra time to deliver at the level of quality you expect and deserve. We look forward to sharing more information with you soon. So Rockstar's parent company, Take-Two Interactive, was happy with the decision, with Chairman and CEO Strauss Zelnick stating in a press release, quote, "We support fully Rockstar taking additional time to realize their creative vision for Grand Theft Auto 6, which promises to be a groundbreaking blockbuster entertainment experience that exceeds audience expectations. While we take the movement of our title seriously and appreciate the vast and deep global anticipation for Grand Theft Auto 6, we remain steadfast in our commitment to excellence. As we continue to release our phenomenal pipeline, we expect to deliver a multi-year period of growth in our business and enhanced value for our shareholders. Despite insisting they will achieve record net bookings in fiscal year 2026 and 2027, IGN reports Take-Two stock has fallen 7.98%. Now, I want to share this bit here that that Park Place had to say. They said, the delay doesn't come entirely out of nowhere. Back in February, Strauss Zelnick gave a carefully worded response when asked by IGN whether the original 25 date was locked. I'll remind you guys that the first thing we got to see about Grand Theft Auto 6 was leaked gameplay footage, right? So they didn't even have a trailer yet. Gameplay footage had come out, and there was speculation that they were going to have to delay the game because of the leak. They claimed they wouldn't. So they say, look, there's always a risk of slippage. And I think as soon as you say words like absolutely, you jinx things. So we feel really good about it. Apparently not good enough. So back to this. Unfortunately for fans who have been so desperate for updates regarding the franchise's next big outing, the news was unlikely what they were hoping to hear. In 2021, a German fan rushed on stage during a live recording of the local game show Schlag den Star to ask the bemused host and his audience for information regarding the game's current status. Rockstar officially announced the game was in development in February 2022 and didn't reveal much else for a long time after. So they announced development in February 2022. When did Grand Theft Auto 5 come out?
2013. Why do we say this every time we bring it up?
That's
and
my
it's like,
point.
It's 2014.
2013. Nearly a decade later, they announce. Holy,
they're probably been working on it for at
of
least a couple of years.
But like, I mean, like you announce a thing and everybody's like, "Yeah, no fucking duh." Might as well just goddamn release the freaking trailer at that point. All right, I'm going to skip over all that and go straight to here and say, regarding what they were talking about previously about other games changing their schedule because of the delay. It says here, with GTA 6 now delayed and off the calendar for the rest of 2025, a number of major releases are suddenly breathing easier. Titles like Borderlands 4, Battlefield, Ghost of Yotei, and Marathon now have far more room to make a splash in the back half of the year. Nintendo, preparing the launch of the Switch 2, will also benefit from the reduced competition. However, the delay may be a disaster for other studios and publishers who are rushing to release ahead of Rockstar's juggernaut. Several may now be stuck with aggressive timelines and no longer have to worry about going toe-to-toe with GTA 6, but also may find themselves fighting for consumer attention in an awkward in-between year. While Rockstar's statement confirms a solid release date, fans will now turn their attention to the next trailer. Expectations for GTA 6 remain sky high after the record-breaking first trailer, which has already crossed 190 million views on YouTube. Hello, Goonline.
Oh, hello.
How was what did you call it, Reese?
Sex Dungeons and Dragon Dildos.
Terrible. I was pumped to get a new weapon today, and my team fumbled the bag, and I got bad rolls. Random would know what I'm talking about. I got bad rolls, and so I was unable to get the weapon.
So you got the 2-inch one instead of the 12-inch.
No, I didn't get anything. I was gonna get an upgrade. I was gonna get like a +3 sentient wand because I'm a wizard, and I was super excited. It's like, do I not bother showing up? I'll just be here for the podcast instead. But no, I'm gonna get the weapon upgrade. Cool, it'll be fun.
Let that be a lesson to you.
Yeah.
Until then, fans and developers alike will be recalibrating. May 2026 is now the new deadline for what may be the biggest entertainment release in history. And Rockstar knows all eyes will be on them to deliver. So how much of this do you think is them recalibrating the fact that they censored and what is the word? Sterilized the game due to the previous administration's climate. And now they're like, fuck, Concord failed. Nobody saw that coming. We need to recalibrate, right?
Honestly,
Assassin's Creed Shadows fucking failed. Got to take all the gay shit out of the game, right?
As much as I'd love for that to be why they delayed the game, I don't think so.
I don't think it either. Yeah,
I think it's just they
they
were aggressive on the timeline, and I don't think that they started the development of this game until shortly before they announced it.
Mm-hmm. I bet it was at least a year before they announced it, but that's just me.
Sure.
I guess part of it is that they already have so much of the stuff already built. The rendering engine, the Rage engine, all that kind of shit. They've already got it, right? So they're only just making tweaks and improvements to it.
In the time scales we're talking about, I think a year counts as relatively short amount of time.
Sure. True.
Like I don't think they were working on it since 2013. I'll put it that way, right? So, and so yeah, I just think that they announced it. They picked the date finally, and then they didn't make it, but
because after Grand Theft Auto 5, they made Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yes, after they made I don't know, but it was after Grand Theft Auto 5, and then they
it's
also
funny. I'm actually more excited to play Red Dead Redemption 2 than I am because I just haven't even picked it up yet. I'm actually more excited to play that than I am to play Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah. They also ported Grand Theft Auto 5 to like 5 different generations of consoles, PC. Like there was the online that they kept like doing new stuff for. So like that's kind of what they've been working on since. So I don't think that this is like well, we need to recalibrate. I think it's more likely just they hired a bunch of bums that can't do crunch, and so they're just gonna delay it.
Too many DEI hires.
Perhaps.
Well, I mean, crunch is shitty. Like I'm not saying it's a good thing to do crunch, but anyway, I did hear a joke that the delay wasn't about the game. It was just because they saw all the blowback that Nintendo was getting for the prices.
Yeah.
And so they figured, well,
So
we'll wait.
They want other games to hit the $80 thing and normalize that before they're like $100.
Yeah.
You know?
We'll wait a little bit and then we'll throw
Definitely.
them the $100
Please.
game.
No, it's so funny too because not a single person looks at Grand Theft Auto and says that's not worth $100, right? Like if there was ever a game in history for which the content you're going to get out of it is going to provide you $100 worth or more of enjoyment, it is Grand Theft Auto, right?
How I see it is like comparing a game price to an anime box set price.
Mm-hmm.
You know, regular anime box set, $50, right? That's 5 hours maybe ish.
Mm-hmm.
Double that, 10 hours. If I could get more than 10 hours out of it, I'd say it's probably worth $80.
Well, I guess
And
Minecraft's the
especially
most
dumping in
expensive
like
game
100
ever.
It should be.
Especially if you're dumping in like 100+ hours in the game. Like Legend of Zelda or like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. 100+ hours clocked into there.
Well,
those
Reese,
are definitely $80 games for me.
Reese, what if I rewatch insert 4-hour show here? Like,
are you gonna
100
rewatch?
times?
Are you gonna rewatch insert 4-hour show 25 times?
I said, what if? Because the game's the exact same way. With some games, you choose to play that 100 hours when it's only like a, I don't know, 10-hour game, maybe even less. I don't know. It's up to the.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
choose
like
your own adventure.
I replay Super Mario World all the time, right? But anyway, so it fuck, I was gonna say something, now I forget.
Rip.
That's gone. It's about it being worth. I remember now. They want the price of the game to be $100, right? But a lot of the times companies will introduce like the digital deluxe version or the collector's edition to bring the price up to about $100 anyway.
Yeah.
You know, and so then it's like, and usually it's like, okay, well, you can get the normal version, but you're going to be like bare bones. You're not going to have anything. But if you get the digital deluxe version, we'll give you like 100 Gs for your online thing. And like, so it's stuff that you would generally kind of want. And it's so anyone that's like a real fan of the game is probably going to be buying that anyway. And so the $60 or well, $70 like version of the game that doesn't come with any of that is more like a here's an introductory price for the people who are on the fence and not really fans of the game. I can't imagine they make it $100 game and then the digital deluxe is like 150. Like I don't see that happening, you know. So I think the people that are like trying to go after these $100 barrier games, it's almost like you're going after an illusion, almost.
So Kututi says, Rockstar did say that they were waiting for Trump's administration to end. Actually, what they said was, they said Grand Theft Auto 6 will not be released in a Trump administration. And they said that while Trump was president the first time. And then as you went on to say, but they took so long that he was reelected.
Actually, you misread that. That's Rockstar. Get it right.
Rockstar Simulator.
Anyway, I hope GTA 6 becomes like Pragmata with the delays. Dollars per hour, LOL. How much are the Infinite 8 worth? I don't know what that means. Reese, if you want to pick up on Right Stuff news, starting with the Ultraman thing, I'm going to take a leak. I have to piddle.
He's going to play his pirate
simulator.
You're going to go play Your Nation Simulator. I did that before I came back.
You piss in the game, you piss in real life.
Oh no.
So, we could have covered this last week, but we missed it. Ultraman USA, aka Ultraman The Adventure Begins.
We're not seeing anything.
We got it.
It comes out on July 1st.
Is that like a Japanese made one?
It's an anime.
It says Ultraman USA. So I don't know. Is it just a retro
Also,
cartoon?
all new English dub. So there's that, all new English dub.
Yeah, because we have like virtually no Ultraman anime over here, so that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
If this is like a retro one.
Japanese. Okay, Ultraman: The Adventure Begins is in English. Ultraman USA is in Japanese and English. So,
What? Well, that's confusing me now.
Right. It's two different things. Ultraman: The Adventure Begins is.
Yeah, but if it was, well, USA makes it sound like that's the US version of it or something, the cut, and so you'd think the other one would be in Japanese only or something.
I
right?
think it's called USA because it takes place in the USA.
Oh.
It's the OVA. Mirage says it's the OVA. It's the English dub. It's like 3-episode OVA, like an hour and 30 minutes. That Ultraman has boobs.
Not very posable though. They look very stiff.
At least she has handles on her helmet.
Isn't Ultraman like robotic? So it kind of makes sense. Robot boobs.
This one also looks like that's a.
Okay, Ultraman USA is on my anime list, so I think we're good. It's really funny though that like the one with USA in the title is the Japanese version.
Yeah.
That one has Gremlin as a bad guy.
No, it's Destroya from Godzilla with a gremlin. They made a baby. Yeah, the moment I saw that, I'm like, Destroya wants the copyright back. And then there's Biolante looking ass on the right.
It looks straight out of Gremlins to me.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Reese likes
move on.
to stare at it.
We don't get to see Robot Woman anymore.
We covered the Muyo CD store listing in this last podcast. This is the Crunchyroll listing for Looking for the Full Moon Volume 1. So there's that. You can buy it from Crunchyroll, but you're not going to get a slipcover. And then G-Kids finally got Grave of the Fireflies. And after all these years of being shunned by Ghibli, now it's under a Ghibli banner.
But don't buy this one.
Don't buy this one, no. Buy this cool looking steelbook one.
I'm not going to buy any version because I'm not going to watch this film ever again.
Same, to be honest. Yeah, same.
Phenomenal movie. Would not recommend, though.
Because I'm
it's
waiting
a
for
great,
the best version each time.
It's a great film, but you don't want to watch it more than once.
Honestly, I don't get the hype on this film. It bored the shit out of me. I couldn't make it through the first 20 minutes.
Well, you didn't complete it, so you don't know the full hype. Also,
I'm sorry. I don't want to like wade through a pile of shit to get to a good ending. Like, fuck.
There isn't a good ending.
Even worse. I was bored out of my mind.
I'll say what I said on the Discord, how they had an aesthetic for all the Ghibli steelbooks, and this one's breaking the aesthetic instead of doing like the Sentai version, which maybe they're doing to distinguish it, because Sentai released it previously on steelbook, but it's super expensive, as you imagine.
It kind of matches The Boy and the Heron steelbook.
Not really, because aren't they?
Well,
wait, what's
The Boy and the Heron one doesn't match the other steelbooks either.
So they match in their unmatchingness.
Yeah, but Reese, they made a version that does match that aesthetic, which is this Sentai version. So they could have. But anyway, I'm kind of glad they didn't, though, because I don't like that aesthetic. That's where I'm going with this.
Rip.
Also,
next.
No, not next. I'm not done yet. I also want to mention that this has the whoever released this with Central Park Media. It has the special features from Central Park Media's 2-disc special edition that the Sentai disc did not have. and it has the Sentai dub as well as the original dub, which was done by
Central Park
1998.
Media.
No, not Central Park Media. Before them, Manga Core or something.
U.S.
Casey, did your
Manga.
mic change?
Yeah, US Manga Core. But it does. So it has those two dubs, but it does not have the new dub that Netflix just put up.
The standing angle is
Netflix
getting
has
very,
a new dub of this.
Yeah,
um,
they shadow dropped it.
breathy.
I'm just closer to it, I think. I'll push it back.
Probably.
How's that? So I tried to archive those hentai games, and I archived the age verification window, and now I know
Beautiful.
what to do.
Nice.
I'm glad we'll be able to peer back through it, in the future.
Yeah,
You don't want piss
just pirates.
pirates?
We'll have it archived.
No.
on
I'm
the,
saying the age verification thing.
We'll have it archived on the video anyway.
The doc. You
We
want
don't. We don't need a page.
Anyway,
So is this like previously exclusive? I guess.
no, this is just.
Is
they're
this
just
one of those
re-
like fake steelbooks?
No, this is a regular. This is an actual steelbook. They're just re-releasing it with the Crunchyroll logo on it now instead of the
Oh my
Final
god, you're
And
kidding.
instead of releasing season 2 or paying for season 2, it's like, hey, we're waiting, or the movie.
Yeah, that movie's been out of print for years.
I hope I
they're
bought it. Guilty. Was it called Goblin's Crown?
Yeah, Goblin's Crown.
I don't know if I bought that.
And then they're re-releasing the Paranoia Agent steelbook, which was a Best Buy steelbook.
It's pretty. Why does it taste like a granola? It tastes like you threw a granola bar in there.
Did you include the? Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah,
It's coming up.
we'll get to it. And
Vanilla protein.
reason why Chainsaw Man hasn't been released forever.
Finally.
Because Viz is cut releasing it. And not Crunchyroll.
Well, that's why the LE is more reasonably priced.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Instead of $120 like fucking Sentai would do.
You mean Aniplex?
I'm
No,
talking.
Sentai.
I thought you were comparing it with Crunchyroll's LE. Crunchyroll's LEs are cheaper than this.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm comparing it to the.
I know you're comparing it to Sentai and Aniplex America. Yeah, cheaper compared to them. But if Crunchyroll had released it, this is more expensive.
You're basically saying, yeah, compared to Hitler, this isn't bad.
And you don't like that cover art because it kind of sucks. Walmart has the exclusive steelbook
For cheaper too. So
for cheaper.
I want to get this one.
Saves up.
The
Saves,
problem is that this is only for season 1, and although I already pre-ordered it and look forward to Walmart fucking me in the ass with how they ship shit, I bet you they won't do season 2 as well.
Well, hold on, because it's not Crunchyroll. Maybe they will.
Oh.
It's Walmart.
but it's Viz selling it through Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Walmart doesn't just.
Weren't we just talking about something that released with an LE, but only for season 1 that I bought? Then I was like, "Fuck them! I'll never do it."
Stranger Things season 1 through 3 that I have a VHS copy of.
I thought only 1 and 2 got released for Stranger Things.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. It's only 1 and 2, correct. And so we're still waiting on 3. Like,
I do like the back of this like instruction manual kind of motif going on here. That's kind of neat. Alright, moving on. The Irregular at Magic High School Season 3 Blu-ray from Aniplex of America, of course. Because, the price.
Wait, what season is this?
3.
Oh, 3. I'm waiting for a re-release of 1 because didn't they redub it or dub it?
I thought they already re-released it with the dub on Blu-ray.
Oh, maybe they did.
You might be thinking of Roscoe Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. No, that wasn't.
No, that didn't have the dub.
That didn't have the dub. Yeah, you're right. They advertised it with the dub, but didn't put the dub. And then Anime Limited is releasing Iwakakeru, The Sport Climbing Girls Complete Series Collector's Edition.
I've never seen it, but
I watched it at IIIrd.
That bag is strategically placed.
Yeah.
it looked like it's strategically
Badass.
designed to look like a fleshlight.
Reese has kept me from showing this for like the last 3 weeks because he wanted to wait until it was on Crunchyroll.
Because we're just going to cover it again on Crunchyroll.
I knew it was
Fine.
coming and would have told you about it.
He was coming before it came.
But it's anime limited, so you probably don't want it anyways.
Yeah. Sub only. $76.
I'll wait till all the anime sale has it for like $20.
Woodpecker Detective's Office Complete Series.
Oh,
I don't
God.
trust that
Yeah,
title
wait.
with that
Don't want to see
Hell.
them pecking each other's wood. No thanks.
that looks so yeah, we do. That looks so gay.
And everybody's favorite anime. This is just
But I love how they wasted
like
money on this
hot
bullshit.
takes.
Yeah, this is
Exxon.
insane.
They couldn't
Everybody
sell
loves
this
Exxon
for
right,
$20.
guys?
I guarantee you. There's
$76, no dub. Also, Woodpecker Diaries is no dub. Everybody likes this one, right, guys?
I'm glad they didn't dub X-Arm.
right, guys.
I see
Guys.
AC adding to cart right now.
I didn't do anything. I was.
They
updating
literally
the dog.
probably got this specifically for the meme of how bad it is.
I don't think
They're charging an arm and a leg for it. So
Yeah, but when you get it on all the anime sale for £12 next year.
And then the literal worst piece of trash you could possibly.
Oh,
throw
yeah.
out on the
You're not
wall.
buying this?
Fuck no.
Why would you?
How?
Look,
How are
this
you
is
not buying this?
the
how would you
Crunchyroll
buy it?
Steel Nook Library 4-pack case.
You know what?
And so
So
Honestly,
you'd have to like buy multiples.
And displaying the exact reason why nobody should want this, putting 4 different unrelated steelbooks together in one case.
I can't even tell what the
No
fuck those
fucking-
are, anyways.
well,
I bet you I could guess.
This is Suzume.
One name?
This
Oh.
one is Afro Samurai and Afro Samurai Resurrection.
That's completely
Samurai
irrelevant. Like
This
the
was-
band is gonna come off.
This one
Akira.
is Akira
Paranoid?
4K,
Oh, it
and
is
then this
probably.
one is Spy Family Code White.
Wait,
Okay.
wait. Where did I fucking put it? Here it is.
So
Yeah,
I
that-
think
that band
either
won't be
Footnum
there.
or AC brought this up, but like the only way you're gonna make this work is if you put like Attack
Before
on
Yu Yu
Titan
Hakusho.
or Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah. Like,
Also, this is a space hog. Nobody wants this
Too
when
much
shelf
effort, I'm not
space is
gonna look for
limited.
Code
I don't know. I
Well, the
might
thing
be
is, the
insane.
Dragon Ball
if it was,
Z one comes with all like 9 or whatever in
Yeah.
a thing exactly like this.
And it takes up
if-
twice the space. Yeah.
I understand like making a box set for your steelbook collection. I just don't agree with making some random piece of shit that you're
that has
not actually.
no artwork.
And I fucking hate like how they're like, look at it's like enormous compared to what this triples the width of your fucking collection. Look at how much extra room is in there.
And if you put like on your coffee table, you can only see the goddamn spines. When I heard the description, the steel nook to hold like 4 steel books, I thought maybe it would be like a picture frame where you had all of them like together. That would at least kind of make sense and kind of look cool. You could make it look cool, but this is the spines. Just put it in your collection raw.
dude, is that a
Also-
condom? God damn. But
Also, a warning to anybody who wants to buy 4 steelbooks. Where is it? God damn it. There it is.
okay, while you're fucking around.
No, here. Buy 4 steelbooks, get a free steel nook.
Oh no.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
That's the only
like,
way you're
perfect.
selling-
please, please buy the product.
What would I do? I'd sell it on the black market for the 40 bucks.
100%. 100%. What World Heroes Mission, Princess Mononoke, Boy in the Heron, and Attack on Titan Season 1
Yes,
Okay, so-
absolutely. Those totally go together.
So what I was trying to say earlier was, I would totally buy this if it was $10 and I had 4 like relatively related
Yeah.
steelbooks like
You have the 4
Princess Mononoke.
books, don't you?
Yeah, no, not the steelbooks. I have the collector's edition thing. I don't think those were steelbooks.
Like you can't even use it for Attack on Titan because they fucked us over with how they released the final chapters instead of putting on 2.
Well, I have an
one
idea.
disc.
Why
Well,
don't
they
we
haven't
wait
put the
until they have
steelbook
the
out
final...
for the season 4.
No,
yet.
they can't. They can't because the final season is now 7 discs instead of 6.
Reese,
Hey,
we've
okay.
been over this. They can make new discs if they really wanted to do one steelbook.
So
4K
if you have
Ultra HD.
if you have Princess Mononoke, Spirited Away, oh god, brain, Nausicaa, and I don't know, pick a 4th one.
Boy in the
Castle in
Heron?
the Sky.
Rises.
Castle
Boy
in
in
the
the
Sky,
Heron
sure.
has the ones. That,
I don't give a
that
shit
has
about
those
that
ones.
movie though.
But it has
So,
those little things that ran into little things in Princess Mononoke.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't give a shit.
Fox
Those
Squirrel.
the 4 that I said, pick those into a box. We're good. Now, what I was gonna say is, if it was $10, I'm not paying $50 for it. 10 Canadian. So,
But if
then
you
maybe,
buy
and then
4,
I
I
could,
would pay.
and then hold on, and then I could print off some artwork to slap on the side of it and be like, cool, I got my own box set thing.
The
I mean,
thing
that
is, the
half
artwork
defeats the
wraps
purpose, 'cause
around
it's not made of
from the
steel
top
anymore.
instead of
No
from the side.
shit, Reese, but I could. If Footnum can get away with making his own art boxes, I think I can figure out how to solve
Listen,
the
man,
problem
if
of the art
another
wrapping
fellow
around.
Canadian can do it, we can all do it.
Yeah. So free would be great, although I'd have to buy 4 steelbooks from them, which is kind of not a good thing. But
And spend
If they were
$100 to get a
selling-
free pin.
If they were selling like custom like steelbook.
Yeah, so like
things,
one had
for-
like a Yu Yu Hakusho on
Yeah.
the outside.
I would buy the shit out of that.
I would not, because the Dragon Ball Z one, I didn't finish what I was saying, came with all 9, and like you said, it's like
10.
double this amount of space. I would not present that with the stupid goddamn thing. I'd take them all out and put all 9 in my collection. It would literally collect dust. I'd want to get rid of it, but I can't because it's part of the thing.
Mhm. And this is
I'm
for
burning.
fucking Dragon Ball Super too. Like,
Dude,
fuck
that-
this shit.
Does it even have... Okay, at least the back does have the artwork, if you take a look.
Yeah. Switch to the backside. It's got this. That's Dragon Ball Super, all right. Shenron
they did
showed
one
up
for
a lot
Dragon
in
Ball
that
Z
one.
though too, didn't they?
I don't think a
No.
steelbook one.
Did I say Z? I meant Super, I guess.
What did you get in that Kickstarter one? The crowdfunding one. Didn't you get something like that?
For Dragon Ball?
Yeah, for Dragon Ball Z.
I think
Oh, you mean the Funimation like 30th anniversary? I didn't back that
the
shit.
new 4x3, those were just individual steelbooks.
It didn't come with the case thing?
No.
No, those
Okay.
weren't steelbooks.
So are steelbooks so sensitive to scuffing that they can't touch each other on the bookcase?
I'm assuming that's the reason, and my solution is get like freaking sleeves.
Yeah.
I got
That's the other thing. You get steelbooks that have slip covers on them, like the Sentai ones or Disco
They won't-
ones.
Yeah, but then you
Yeah.
want to protect that slip cover. That's the
But
problem.
That's
no,
what he
I'm
said.
saying they're going to add that much more thickness to it. They won't fit properly into these.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's where you're going.
I don't collect steelbooks, so I wouldn't actually buy it even if it was $10. But if I did collect 10 steelbooks, I would get it for $10. But anyway, the reason I don't collect steelbooks, beyond the fact that they look different on the shelf, and I just on that alone I hate it. The one steelbook I did get out of, it wasn't even a choice. It was just because I was like, well, I want that in 4K, and it was like steelbook only.
Paprika?
At the time, no. Did I get this Paprika? Maybe I did. Actually, no, not that one. Maybe I did
Heavy
for Paprika,
Metal?
but the one I'm talking about is Akira. I got the Akira steelbook, and then later I didn't end up needing to, but whatever. But I did get the steelbook, and it was scratched on the front, and I'm like, why? They scratch too easy. I don't need them. Fuck them.
And what's the price for the Steel Nook, by the way?
Like
$40.
$50 fucking dollars.
That's what I'm saying. If it was $10, I could see it making sense financially.
It's
but
not. It doesn't even have
No,
valuable if it was
42,
free.
48. 42,
No,
48.
$49.98.
That's your discounted version. It's $50.
Oh god. Yeah, dude, this doesn't even have value if it was free, if you ask me. But the only value it actually has is, I mean, this is probably what it really is. In the shipping, this saves them from getting dented. That's all it is. You're paying $50 for extra packaging.
Yeah, but they're not going to ship it in it.
How do you know?
Like, if you buy 4...
You haven't bought one yet.
This will be separate.
Fucking asshole. He knew all along what they were because the other pictures showed it.
I love how
Acting all smart. I could tell you exactly what they are. He said, knowing already.
What are you highlighting? This item is a storage unit for Blu-ray steelbooks and does not contain any disc. No shit. Yeah, but no. If you bought the 4 steelbooks and they got the free thing, they wouldn't put them in the.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that.
Because they'd have to take off the Steel Nook sleeve.
I'm like 90% sure. Of course, anyone can surprise me, but
the only case that I have for steelbooks is it's not anime, but the Avatar collection for steelbook. That has its own like sleeve, but not nearly
it
that
has
fancy.
something like this.
Yeah, it's definitely not like.
I know the Rambo
this big.
Steelbook collection has one of these.
Yeah.
I love how they don't even have the same style of set as the one for the Dragon Ball one. The Dragon Ball Super one has the middle section removed, so that all it is a little notch at the top, so they slide in. Oh, whoa. Oh, well.
The middle section?
Go back.
Yeah, there's a
You
line
can
right
barely fucking tell. God.
There's a line right there.
Yeah. Okay. It is the same then. Never mind. You know, so your thumb will fit in when you try to pull it out.
Yeah, it would look
This-
like this looks like ass.
This feels like a trap for commoditizing collecting, right? To try to like jump in and ride a wave of pretending that collecting is more than it is, so that the normies get involved and they start like bubbling up the prices and stuff and tricking them into getting your stupid Steel Nook so that you can capitalize on people in the speculative market of collecting. And I resent it on all.
Aren't steelbooks like trademarked or whatever? Like, I wonder if they have if it's an official steelbook thing, or if they might get a cease and desist for.
I would imagine
steelbook.
it is. Because it's like this is the exact same kind of style that the other steelbooks collections.
They also drop steelbook in the like description. I don't know if can you do that? It would be like if I made a product that's like for your iMac or something. I don't know.
Right here.
Reese.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull a thing in here.
So you can mention a thing if it's a description, so that's fine. But it would just be whether or not they cleared the name Steel Nook. That could be something that is like infringing on their own trademark, being too similar. So whether or not they got an okay on that, I don't know.
So the Rambo Steelbook uses almost this exact setup for their box set.
You'd literally have to display it as that coffee table piece, because if you put that in your collection, it's going to be way taller than the others and stick out like a sore thumb.
And look, it'll protect your steelbooks at the expense of denting your Steel Nook.
It's just like the
you need a nook for your nook.
Yeah, Steel Nook.
This is the problem when you include it with your collectible. Is now it becomes a collectible.
What is this shit?
This is the problem. This is the problem I have with them. like PSA collecting.
Mhm.
Because PSA collectors will have like cases for their PSA like cases, and it's like, what's...
Well, your PSA case is a grade 1. I don't want it.
yeah. It's like, what in
Can I
the
get my
how
PSA
far into
graded?
Inception is this gonna get?
Imagine they start doing that. You send in the PSA 10 to get graded for the quality of the PSA grade plastic. Like, oh
then you
yeah, there's
just-
a little bit of
You just
fogging
pay
on this
them an
plastic.
extra fee when you send it in to get multi-layer grading for each layer they put on.
Yeah, but you got to pay them, and depending on how much you pay them, that's how high they grade your PSA grading of the grading of your PSA graded item.
My friend, I've never bought a PSA graded card before, and my friend had one, and I held it, and it was surprisingly thin. I thought they were
held it.
beefier.
Oh.
He held it in his arms.
It's a very, very measly piece of plastic.
Hold on, I'm going through these. Hold on, I'm looking for them. Where did we leave off?
Well, I read this thing.
Describe a
you're
famous
way up.
JRPG in the worst way possible. Me, 5 rainbow armored warriors defeat bald-headed tentacle hentai man, The Legend of Dragoon. Even hentai racing makes no sense. I would argue that if it's on a motorcycle, it could make sense.
I
Just
mean,
saying.
finishing first is the goal this time. Not
Yeah, man. A soccer player with daddy issues defeats a big-ass whale while getting friend-zoned by a wizard. Final Fantasy X. Have you played the get? You have to play to get to the good scenes. Oh.
we gotta cover that.
Mhm. Okay, here we are. Rakakstar. That's where we left off. You had me at Ultraman. I don't remember what that's in reference to, but I'm sorry.
The
Oh, the
Ultraman-
Ultraman. Yeah, the Ultraman USA thing. I already pre-ordered it. I already own it on DVD, but now I get the Blu-ray. In fact, we talked about this getting a Japanese Blu-ray, podcast 20. And I literally made a note to myself, buy that, right? Find the Japanese one and buy it. And now it's coming to America and I don't need to. They compiled it into a movie, Endless 8 Haruhi Suzumiya. I would not pull out for Ultra Woman. Don't judge me. All right. The hottest is Super Justice's wife. That should have been an OVA. Kyoto Animation are bloated that they have a series where the female character wears slacks instead of skirts. Damn. So fucking bloated. Oh my god. Cannot
What
believe
series are
they
you
would
talking about?
do that.
Luigi?
Oh
He's
my.
talking about Endless 8.
Oh.
No.
Could
Boo.
also just be fucking, I don't know, Maid Dragon, where Kobayashi wears pants. Could be literally anything else that nobody gives a shit about his opinion. Did you just call Reese Lightning? No, I didn't. I don't know. Don't buy from Crunchyroll at all. I got interviewed at an anime con and I said the worst anime ever is Evangelion and they died laughing. Oh. Kyoto Animation movies are also bad, he said. He said, crying. Right? Grave of the Fireflies is so boring. All right. Go to T. Let's watch, as a watch club / watch party, Barefoot Gen. Significantly less boring. Did you back the Tenchi Muyo Kickstarter? I did not. Yes, Tenchi Mayo. Tenchi Mayonnaise. Sea Bloom is coming to Mobile, Alabama in September, but
Mobile?
honestly, after
Mobile.
defending woke garbage like the Proud Family sequel and lecturing us about BLM as Tom the Robot, I probably won't meet him in person. Also, doesn't Naruto's English dub actress Maylee Flanagan constantly attack fans nowadays as well? Well, she blocked Reese. Believe it.
I mean, this is
I
why,
didn't
you know.
even mean to either. It was just an accident. I forgot to tag her.
Literally all because we called out what was his name back then?
Oh, the Blu-ray thing?
The Blu-ray
Right?
guy, yeah.
Yeah.
All because we called out his nonsense. She blocked Reese. All right, it's random. It would have been understandable they would sell it. Random anime steelbooks. They want to sell off, make it a random anime Blu-ray. Okay. Would you like to see Discodeck put Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0? But I would like to see
everyone,
literally anybody. I would pay fucking Ascendant Animation to put this shit out on Blu-ray. I would
pay
pay
the $100 GTA fee to buy that.
Yeah, I would pay fucking that company that's putting them out. What was it that we just talked about? That's putting them out on burn discs now.
Sky Set,
Sky something. Yeah, I would pay all of them, especially if they dubbed it. Discotexture released Temple the Balloon Girl. That is a Tatsunoko anime. They also did Cat Ninja Legend Teyande. It's actually Kyato Ninja Teyande, also known as Samurai Pizza Cats. You fucking pretentious fuck. That female character I am talking about is from City, not Maid Drag. Oh, my mistake. Jeez, maybe take the fucking hint. Make that a shirt. Tenchi Mayo, courtesy of Mirage Leonardo. All right, you got it. We're on it. What would I do? Like Shinji Come Hand, but with like a bottle of Kewpie Mayo next to it? Crash Bandicoot is more smart than Steve Bloom. Steve is a bigot towards beige skinned people. Wow. Wow. You should go to Alabama Con or whatever the fuck it was. Tell him yourself. Luigi is a supporter of the arsonist, Shinji Aoba. Shinji Aoba, #1 fan right here. Look at that face. Oh my god. Put user in timeout. I'm done. Years of my life.
Wow, what the fuck? I was just gonna say, I thought we had a rule about not reading it.
Yeah. All right, if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, you could try to shop at Stealth Weeb. I don't know if that's the thing you can do right now. Also, OCA podcast store. Look, I am putting 100% of my effort towards the manifesto. Once the manifesto is done, mad scientist, sad scientist will get up here, I'm sure. All right, maybe past that. Real World Real Big Final Fantasy Black Mage hat on sale for fans of magical fashion and Vivi. I don't even know what this is from in terms of like, you know, like I don't know the Final Fantasy that well, but I want this because it just looks really well made.
It's one of the characters. He also made a cameo appearance in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. I mean, I get that, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not like attached to it or anything. I just think it looks really well designed and made for the actual physical hat.
It's a nice sun hat.
Cardcaptor Sakura wand inspires trio of miniature collectible wands. Pretty cool.
Miniature wands, huh? I think there's a different name for those. Yeah. No, there's a cute though.
Dildo. What is the Japanese word for dildo? Vibrator. So the ceiling wand, the star wand, and the dream wand. Not gonna lie, I kind of want this. How big is this? There's a lot of like.
That's what your wife was asking too.
No, AC was asking it to see if he can fit it down his throat.
Like a deep throat. Eh?
Ah.
You weren't here for that. We got $10 in super chat for me debasing myself.
No, I saw that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with the hot dog?
Yeah.
With the hot dog? No, I did see that.
Fuck. Well, here you go, Green Line. Blue Archive Bunny Girl Toki Memorial Lobby version figure is quite delightful. Oh, they prop her up so you can still see her even when she's...
Yeah, because I hate when they're like, here's the lying down figure. Oh, cool. I'm never going to put it where...
Here's the laying down masturbating figure that you wanted that you can't display because she's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
All right. Anyway, huge life-sized Eeveelution Pokemon plushies will steal hearts and conquer living rooms.
I want a life-size Eevee one. I don't care about the Eeveelutions.
I thought they haven't.
He
No,
is.
I'm
Yeah.
subbed to a guy on YouTube
Like-
who already bought these.
He's in the corner beside Leafeon, I think.
I could have
Although
sworn
he-
there was one before.
He's beside Leafeon.
This?
I'm
No,
pretty
that's
sure.
Leafeon's feet. That's Leafeon, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's Leafeon's feet.
In the photo that we saw before, he
Mhm.
was sitting next to
Yeah, there was a photo
pink
we saw
one.
before, and it was just absurdly tiny compared to
Yeah.
the others. I was like, does it really change that much?
I forget what's the fairy one called. There,
Sylveon?
he's in that. Yeah, Sylveon. He's in that photo. In the first photo of the tweet there.
Over the head of
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah.
Umbreon.
Umbreon.
Yeah, like
Why'd they
just-
Photoshop
Zoom in
him out
and
of the picture? That's so weird. Like that's the same picture. They just
It is.
photoshopped him out of.
What the fuck?
That's dumb.
Maybe he's not new, so maybe they were like, "Fuck that guy."
It literally is the same freaking photo.
It's just
They shoved her over too.
I think they just took Eevee away and moved it over and took the photo again because even the reflection is updating.
Yeah, maybe. But they made sure not to touch literally anything else in that photo to take the two pictures. Like the trees in the background, all of that shit stayed the exact same.
Well, no,
Just-
look up here. Look up here. Is that a person? Is that the guy who jumped over the wall and grabbed Eevee?
I don't know. On our screen, I don't know about on your screen,
Over
but
here
on
too.
our
This
screen,
is changing as well.
yeah, there's a huge black like
yeah, we get that.
between the two frames, so it's hard to.
There's a huge black between the two frames.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a
You
huge
don't want any
pause of
black on this
blackness.
stream. Get out of here.
All right. Anyway,
Anyway,
well,
weird,
I guess
weird
the
that they
point,
chose to separate.
the point
them.
is, look at how different size-wise it goes from Eevee
Yeah.
to these ginormic animals.
I think they all look good except for Umbreon. Umbreon, like the head just looks derp as shit.
This one.
Yeah.
Is it
Just
because the
looks
eyes
derpy.
have the sparkle in it?
No, it's just the shape of the head. Compared to like what it's supposed to be. It's
Oh,
a
because
lot
it's supposed to be more pointy or whatever.
Yeah.
So how many people do you think bought the Vaporeon just to stuff a fucking dragon dildo in it or whatever? Surely
I
it was
don't
a
want to
lot.
know. I really would rather not know.
That's unsettling.
I also don't want to know about any of the people that want to become Vaporeon and like just cut him open
No,
and
no. It's not
live inside him.
become. It's not become Vaporeon. It's come in Vaporeon.
Oh yeah, well that too. But I was talking about like, remember that story we did of the guy who like dressed up as a dog and had like a dog costume?
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember it all too well,
Oh.
actually.
Oh Jesus Christ!
In fact, I
That's
could
a
tell you what
very-
episode it's from because it's the
Well,
episode
we
where I
covered
hurt
it
my
a
neck.
couple times.
It's one where I hurt my neck and I'm holding the Rix lotion, and Princess Peach is drinking the bowl of cum milk, and yeah, I remember making the thumbnail. So it's also
Hold
the
up.
episode where we covered the woman who got raped in Meta's VR.
Hold up.
Oh
No,
no,
no.
she has phantom scent. You can't touch it.
After that freak is done, it becomes a Vaporeon.
Oh dear Lord.
Where's that merch?
Vaporeon merch when?
Is that something someone would want to display on their shirt in public?
No, it needs
I think
to be an
that
actual.
would.
Only
Flush.
true fans would.
I think that would fit Jolteon better. Like he's rape yellow. You know, he's got the quills. He's got a defense to rape. Maybe he's anti-rape peon.
Anti-Vaporeon.
He's the one who's safe. Vaporeon's the one who gets raped.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate that this happened.
And Flareon is the STDs that flare up.
Oh no. Okay, anyway, moving right past this. Oh dear Lord, you guys. Took it too far, Footnum and Reese and everyone else.
I didn't do anything!
We have to get the thumbnail blurred somehow.
The joke is we always blame Reese for that. So you shouldn't have named Footnote. It's always you took it too far, Reese.
Luigi Mo 64, how did you get back into my comments? Says Yamabuki.
What the? Did you only do it for 5 minutes?
I think it just. I don't know if there's a time setting. It's just.
Is Vaporeon yellow?
Vaporeon is rape yellow.
All right. New Kyoto Crane Game cakes are poised to become the next big thing in Japan.
Someone doesn't like that The Hobbit ended?
Hold on, I gotta go check on this. You guys can read this article if you want.
Maybe they're afraid of the what are they called? The
Nazgul?
Yeah, the Nazgul in Lord of the Rings. Mogmo catcher serves up all the fun in a UFO catcher. Cool. So many sweet stories in Japan. Well, sounds like we're done anyway.
This timestamp, AC solves the murder. All right, back
Who
to
was it? Who was it in the kitchen with the candlestick?
It can't be helped. New Kyoto Crane Game. New Kyoto Crane Game cakes are poised to become the next big thing in Japan. They're pretty high fidelity cakes.
But just
Ultra
plain
HD.
cake though? Like I want toppings.
Bring your own sauce.
Do they at least have a filling? Like
You fill
Add your own filling.
Yeah.
a cream filling?
You cream
DIY.
pie them yourselves, Randy.
The 7 animals in total: bear, rabbit, cat, dog. All right, great. Cat, dog, chick, reluctant bear, who's cheekily trying to escape being caught, and rabbit and dog. That's a thing. Electric conveyor belt sushi kit brings the fun of a revolving sushi restaurant into your home to remind you just how alone you are. Make my own sushi, putting my own sashimi on it. There it goes.
So much effort just to eat alone.
I love this one too. They pick it up and it's still stuck to the plate. Like
now, what I could see people doing. Do you guys remember the sushi model kits?
yes, with all the rice.
Yeah, with each individual piece of rice that you have to
fucking piece of
glue
rice.
on.
Oh
The
my God.
Gundam? The Gunpla?
Yeah. So you like you get like 6 of those, and then you get this thing, and then you have like a plastic sushi carousel.
No.
Yeah, that's
that-
like
that
a
sounds
version.
like
Somebody
a
comes in your
nightmare.
house and tries to eat one.
Considering there's like 1,000 individual rice grains.
Yeah. But I mean, after 6 of them, I'm pretty sure you'd get good at it, right?
I remember the sushi candy. All jokes aside, when I met Kevin Eastman at Huntsville Alabama Con, he said that he is making a part 3 of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and The Last Ronin. Kevin said he wanted to make it a trilogy similar to episodes 4, 5, and 6 of Star Wars. Oh.
So is he going to make a prequel?
Guess so. Well, the
Or does he
prequel...
assume that the prequel already existed?
I don't know if you know the story about The Last Ronin.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, the prequel is everything else. I'm guessing. All right, moving past this. All right. I've decided I don't want to stand anymore.
Oh no.
Time to read.
Did the Godzilla hammer knock you down?
Yes. It shook
Randy,
the earth
would
and I
you
came
use
down.
the Godzilla hammer?
No.
That's
Godzilla
a damn
hammer. Yeah. Try me, Luigi.
I'd be
Godzilla
afraid
hammer.
that like one of the nails would break off and hit me in the eyeball.
That's why you probably don't actually use it as a hammer. I don't think you're gonna go to a carpentry, work site and be like, "Yo, guys, what's up? I got my hammer.
Fetch me a hammer, would you? Here you go, boss. The fuck is this? It's better than
Whoops,
the.
I clawed
It's better
the
than the golden
drywall.
banana.
It's
I
got
always
the
liked
force of a 2,000-ton monster.
I always like the one where he's like, "Give me a hammer," and just hands him a dildo. See that one?
Nope.
You took it too far, Reese.
Godzilla
Too
hammer from
far.
Japan lets you smash nails like a kaiju. Modeled on Godzilla's actual foot. Scanned from the suit used in the 2001 film. Which movie was
Ooh. Godzilla 2000,
And
or
one.
was it a different one?
In Japan, kaiju is the term used to describe media that features giant monsters, and the king of the monsters is Godzilla. After first rising out of the waters of Tokyo Bay in its film debut in 1954, Godzilla has returned to the big screen time and time again with varying levels of audience popularity. But for many, nothing can compare to the giant's might in the 2001 movie Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All Out Attack, or GMK, as it's commonly known.
JK.
Fans of that film, or any Godzilla installment for that matter, will be pleased to know that a Japanese company has now immortalized the beast in the form of a hammer. That's right. You can now purchase a hammer that looks like the foot of Godzilla, and it's no cheap gimmick. It's been crafted from a 3D scan of the actual foot of the monster suit from GMK. Oh my God. Must
So high
have.
res.
Crafted by Custom, an ironworks factory in Fukuyama, Hiroshima. This is the same people, I think, who made the Full Metal Tenga, right? The hammer has been made using a method known as lost wax casting. Yeah, they previously gave us the banana hammer. The lost wax casting method is especially suited for reproducing a complex shape in metal so that even the finest details of the foot's sole are faithfully rendered.
You could also use those 3D printers that do metal.
Mm-hmm. While it's beautiful to look at, the hammer is also functional, allowing you to smash nails into oblivion in true kaiju style.
I feel like
awkward.
But it doesn't have a nail puller on it.
Yeah, well, I feel like he's using the nail puller. Fucking switch it around and use the meat of the knee.
Yeah, use the flat end.
Right.
I feel like if you did hammer in some, you're gonna mark it with the claws. You're gonna mark whatever you're hammering with the claws. Like that last 2 hammers there, he pussied out. Like you can see him in the video. Like look at the
It doesn't even go all the way down. Watch the end.
Is it made out of wax?
It doesn't go all the way down. Every hit of the nail will become a crushing scene from a Godzilla movie in your mind's eye. In my mind's eye, it sure did. The hammer is made of iron with a blackened finish, weighing 550 grams or 19.4 ounces. None of those mean anything to me. Giving it a hefty and impressive feel. It's a unique way to own a rare piece of movie memorabilia, and it can be purchased both within Japan and abroad.
I wouldn't call it movie memorabilia.
I'm just imagining like somebody uses this as a murder weapon, and CSI goes in and just like, "What did you think made this indentation in the back of this person's skull? Is that a footprint?"
Then they'll
The cat did it.
if it's in the UK, they'll ban hammers.
That's great. It's like we believe there is a small, possibly kangaroo on the loose with steel claw. We're not quite sure. A previously undiscovered monster is roaming. It's a unique way to own a rare piece of movie memorabilia. It can be purchased both within Japan and abroad, with domestic sales available at the MetaMate online store and its physical shop at eSlight. That's the name. Spectrum Nihonbashi, and on eBay for international customers. Links below. Oh, thank you.
eBay.
Only $48.60 in Japan and $70.65 on eBay. Buy before Godzilla hammer gets classified as a weapon in Japan and the UK. With a realistic Godzilla foot in your toolkit, you'll be looking for nails to hammer everywhere you go. When you do find something that needs a bit of brute force, you'll be able to whip out the foot and relive the thrill of intensity of those unforgettable kaiju movie moments. Wow! All right.
Do you have an eBay link for that?
Yeah, I do.
Believe it or not. Do you think that's what Godzilla thinks of his foot as he's walking around?
Like that he gets to smash nails down?
Yeah.
It's all the same images on eBay. $70.65. You gonna buy one, Reese?
No.
Okay, well here it goes in the chat for everybody else to buy one. All right, in other news, fake Japanese whiskey countermeasures now include official Japanese whiskey. Hold on, let me drink some more regular non-Japanese whiskey. Real quick, I wanted to double check. That's what I thought. Whiskey is supposed to have an E. Japanese whiskey doesn't.
Oh, so it's like spelling cheese the wrong way or whatever?
Mm-hmm. See, that's the real truth here, is that they've long been not producing whiskey, but also now it's not Japanese. Right. Now, we've talked about this before. With so many Japanese whiskeys available overseas being less than genuine, Logo seeks to keep buyers' expectations in line with what's actually in the bottle. In recent years, Japanese whiskey has exploded in popularity internationally, even if you're a seasoned veteran of Japan's pub and bar circuit. If you walk into a liquor store overseas, you might be surprised at how many brands of Japanese whiskey they offer that you've never seen before. However, this proliferation of Japanese whiskey options outside Japan isn't because importers are a step ahead of anyone else. It's because a lot of the Japanese whiskey you can buy overseas isn't actually Japanese whiskey at all, in the sense that it wasn't fully produced in Japan. Piggybacking on the success and worldwide recognition of genuine Japanese distilleries, there's now a whole sub-industry of companies that simply bottle or blend imported whiskeys at facilities in Japan and then export it for sale overseas, often with gaudy packaging touting how very Japanese it is. If you'll remember, the last time we covered this, I think we talked about Maker's Mark, which is a Canadian whiskey, right? Or no, was it Crown Royal? I think it was.
Crown Royal, yeah.
Yeah. Crown Royal was literally just being imported to Japan, put in a new bottle, and then exported back out of Japan to Canada to be sold, right? In recent years, I think I read that. No, I read all the way to that. Okay. The Japanese Spirits and Liquor Manufacturers Association, an industry group with 104 members, has decided that enough is enough and is taking steps to put a stop to the intentionally misleading presentation of such whiskeys. On March 27th, the association announced its latest countermeasure as it unveiled a new labeling mark to be placed on products that meet the organization's criteria
So
for
now it
authentic
says
Japanese whiskey.
Ju.
Jua. It's pronounced Jua, right?
Now has the Jew mark on it. Wait, what?
It'd be funny if they just put like a Star of David on it. The emblem consists of the letters JW, stylistically stamped on the top of the whiskey cask. It's on the fucking barrel? Like, you don't even put on the goddamn bottle? Along with the designation Japanese whiskey and the initials of the Japan Spirits and Liquor Makers Association. To qualify for use of the emblem, the following conditions must be met. 1. Malted grains must be used, and raw ingredients must be limited to malted grains or other cereal grains and water. I want whiskey made out of Captain Crunch. Yes, give that to me. I will drink that. The water used must be extracted in Japan, or you could give me milk from a Captain Crunch bowl. The saccharification, fermentation, and distillation must be carried out at a distillery in Japan or at Quaker Farms. I'll be okay with that too. Give me that whiskey I'm asking for right now. The distilled product must be aged for at least 3 years within Japan in wooden casks not exceeding 700 liters in size. Bottling must take place in Japan with alcoholic strength of at least 40% at the time. You can increase it later. That'll be okay, right? The conditions were first codified by the JSLMA in 2021, but with a lenient provision of 3 years for whiskey sellers to revise their packaging. However, since the JSLMA, LMAO, right? No, it's a trade or association. It doesn't have the authority to compel companies to comply with its rules. So it's currently still legal for companies to bottle imported whiskey in Japan and label it as Japanese whiskey. What the JSLMA can do, though, is deny usage of its seal of approval to companies who don't adhere to its definition of Japanese whiskey, signaling to shoppers overseas that without the JW mark, it probably isn't what they're thinking of when they hear Japanese whiskey, right? It's actually Japanese bourbon. You got us, right? By having JSLMA members apply this logo on their products that comply with the industry standards, the association hopes to raise awareness of Japanese whiskey both in Japan and abroad, while also making it easier for consumers to distinguish it from other types of whiskey. It's so nice for you to just give me the thing I can rip and vectorize and put on my fake bottle of whiskey, right?
Yeah.
The statement also specifies that this was a part of the JSLMA's ongoing effort to make their industry standards into a legally binding definition as they begin preparation for geographical indication status application, which, if granted, would apply official legal penalties against companies that label their products as Japanese whiskey without meeting this criteria, similar to the protected status of champagne as opposed to sparkling wine in some jurisdictions. Damn. Snobbish culture, huh? All right.
So I'm checking out that eBay sellers page, and you can still buy the banana hammer
Oh,
for $122.
This changes everything. I should put the gold banana on my wall, taped to it with duct tape. Wouldn't the logo make the non-logo bottles limited edition? Yes. Keep your whiskey bottles, my friends. 1.
Is that how collector brained we are?
2. 3. That's why I'm doing it.
If you really think about it, like, you can be so
4 or 5.
collector.
They have a
You can
mini
be so
banana
terminally
hammer
collector that you look
paperweight.
at each leaf that falls and be like, "This is unique. It's a collectible."
And seashells. Don't get me started on collecting seashells,
Oh.
bitch. when I went to Australia, I went to the beach, right? My friend my coworker, he decided he wanted to go to the furthest south Great Green Line. Can we just applaud?
Yes, you may
Nice.
applaud.
You've learned how to use generative AI as well.
I
I'm
have.
so proud of you. Nice. It's good to see that Star Wars isn't considered outside of their terms of service.
Right?
Right. Whereas this fucker had to do it the hard way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I had to painfully draw my own avatar.
My own lightsaber. I like how we've even got this was just so special. Footnum, get on this because there's only one other color and it's purple.
You need a
But I
purple
just love
lightsaber
I
for
was
you to
just
get on
love
it.
how we have one blue, one green, and one red, right?
I didn't even tell it to make a green lightsaber for Green Line. It just made me a green lightsaber.
I mean, it's
probably
just on
because you got
brand.
green line.
Draw me a green line.
Na, 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 na.
All right. So anyway, when I went to Australia, we went to the southernmost beach we could go to, kind of thing, and I was looking at seashells because I thought, oh, my kids collect seashells.
By the seashore?
Every time we go to the beach in Huntington Beach, my kids start collecting seashells like you wouldn't fucking believe. And then we have in front of my house, there's like a planter where plants are supposed to be, but there are none. So my kids just throw the seashells there. And on a long enough timeline, we would eventually have a disgusting smelling seashell bed instead of a planter. But I went to Australia and I looked at all the seashells, and wouldn't you know it, they are indistinguishable from the ones in Huntington Beach. So I didn't collect any. Anyway. Hiker needs to be rescued from Mount Fuji twice in 5 days for a very dumb reason. Guess what it is?
His cell phone ran out of battery.
No, it's even dumber. After helicopter evacuation, college student returns to pick up something he left behind, gets himself stuck again. Last Saturday at around 12:50 in the afternoon, the Shizuoka Prefectural Police received a call alerting them that a hiker had collapsed on the side of Mount Fuji near the 8th station of the Fujinomiya Trail that leads to the summit. A rescue team was organized and dispatched, and after finding the hiker, a 27-year-old Chinese national who's living in Tokyo while attending university, at an elevation of around 3,250 meters.
Dad, when you come out of the office,
Yes.
Is it okay if we make popcorn?
Of course.
Okay.
Oh, I got a hug for that? Look at that. I got a hug.
Oh, thank you,
wholesome
Dad,
treasure.
for popcorn.
Yep.
You should buy the
Take notes, guys. This is how you be the best dad ever. You say yes to popcorn every time.
yeah, dude. You should buy there's this thing on Amazon called
They have in the kitchen.
The pineapple one? Believe it or not, I have one right here.
Every single flavor at the same time, and then the color when I spit it out was orange.
Wow. All right.
Plus, yeah.
If we want to watch Harry Potter tonight, I really got to get moving. So please get out of here. All right.
I will listen to you later.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock already, bitch. Yeah, she was trying to tell you guys that we found at the Dollar Tree, they sell pineapple flavored Trident.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, can't wait to try that, but didn't think it would be appropriate to throw out the whole podcast.
You know what Trident flavor I used to really like and they stopped making? They used to have like a coffee flavored one.
Wow.
And I used to like it as a kid, but they discontinued it and I have not seen it since.
Boo. You should try AC, you should try. I don't know. There's a thing on Amazon that you can buy called Flavor Call. You put it in popcorn. Put like a.
It's like a powder, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it taste like. Nice. It makes it taste like a movie theater, like actual like movie theater.
Oh, that's funny because I had the choice when I went to Albertsons, and I could have bought, or Vaughn's actually. I could have bought I could have bought movie theater popcorn, or I could have bought butter popcorn, or, and this is what I did, extra butter popcorn. And then because I couldn't decide, I also bought the extra cheesy popcorn.
Are you gonna put corn in like normal corn on it on top? Corn pizza?
Don't tempt me. I bought some corn. I bought some corn at the Tokyo Central. All right. Last Saturday at around 12:15 in the afternoon, the Shizuoka Prefectural Police received a call alerting them that a hiker had collapsed on the side of Mount Fuji near the 8th station of the Fujinomiya Trail that leads to the summit. A rescue team was organized and dispatched, and after finding the hiker, a 27-year-old Chinese national who's living in Tokyo while attending university, at an elevation of around 10,663 feet. When we go to Japan as a podcast, because we finally figure out how to make fucking money doing this, let's get to the summit. Let's at least beat 10,600. We will go to 10,666 feet, and then we'll call the hospital.
There is no fucking way I'm making it. If this guy couldn't make it up there, I'm not making it up there.
Fucking Chinese national, they can't do shit. We'll carry Green Line and Reese, you and me. We'll switch off.
I'll have a hard enough time carrying myself up, thanks.
Okay, Fat Albert. Jeez. The rescue team was able to transport the man partway back down the mountain to the trail's 5th station, around 850 meters lower than where he was found, and turn him over to fire department staff, who diagnosed him as suffering from altitude sickness. What is that?
Probably lost you. Like
you don't know what altitude sickness is?
I'm just curious what the dictionary definition of it is. Altitude sickness is caused by ascending too rapidly. Oh, fuck. We just don't need to race. We're going to have a cripple and a child with us.
Yeah.
We won't even have any risk for this.
And a fat ass, too.
Yeah. Which doesn't allow the body enough time to adjust to reduced oxygen and changes in air pressure. Fuck, we could do this. We'll go in the warm season, too. How about that? Thankfully, because of the swift response by the rescue and medical personnel, the man's life was not in jeopardy, and hopefully he learned a valuable lesson from the experience about the dangers of attempting to summit Japan's tallest mountain outside of the official climbing season, especially since this was the second time he'd needed to be rescued from Mount Fuji in less than a week. It turns out that the same man had also been on Mount Fuji 4 days earlier on April 22nd. On that day, he contacted emergency services from a point near the summit to say that he'd lost his crampons and was unable to descend from his position. Googling crampons. Oh, those are like the they're like the snow tires you put on your shoes. And was unable to descend from his position, and also that he was suffering from nausea, a telltale symptom of altitude sickness. On this day, he'd gotten himself stuck in a spot so difficult to access that he ended up needing to be evacuated from the mountainside by a helicopter. On April 22nd, the rescue team performed under the jurisdiction of Yamanashi Prefecture Emergency Services while the April 26th rescue was the Shizuoka Prefecture operation. Sparing the man the embarrassment of his rescuers reacting. Wait, it's you again? Okay, that's nice. That's a good detail. Thank you for including it. But what could convince a man to return to Mount Fuji so quickly after being stranded on the mountain? He left his dildo. Of course. Did he have an irresponsible determination to prove to himself that he could conquer the mountain? A need to revisit the scene where he could have lost his life for some sort of cathartic closure? No, the reason the man made such a speedy U-turn back to Mount Fuji was because he'd lost his smartphone during his April 22nd hike. So he went back to look for it.
I was close. God damn.
What did you say again?
I said he ran out of battery. It had to do with the cell phone. I feel vindicated.
It is true. Yeah, I don't know. It is true that in the modern age, many people have a lot of their lives stored on their phones. From sentimental photos to important memos to saved passwords and data regarding a wide range of professional, financial, and identity-connected services. Really, though, the takeaway from all of that should be that if you're going to climb Mount Fuji, make sure you have your phone secured at all times. During the hike, how did he call the fucking emergency services?
He found his phone.
No, afterwards.
The first time.
Well, he lost it when he got.
He
got
lost
picked up,
it
I'm
after
sure.
he called them?
Yeah.
Please,
When he was in
I
that
need
little
help.
thing.
Oh shit, I dropped it and it slides down half the mountain.
Nah, he probably called them and then sat around waiting for them to pick him up, and put his phone on a rock, and then they put him in that little orange thing to suck him up through the helicopter, and he was like, "No, my phone!"
You know, in like Jackie Chan movies, when he like jumps over that like chute and it like goes halfway down the building. I just pictured that hanging from the helicopter, sucking him up because of the way you fucking phrased it. It's true that in the modern age, many people have lost a lot. Many people have a lot of their lives stored on the phones, from sentimental photos to important memos to save passwords and data regarding a wide range of professional, financial, and identity-connected services. Really, though, the takeaway from all that should be that if you're going to climb Mount Fuji, make sure that you have your phone secured at all times during the hike and create backups. Can you play with your stick another time?
Why? I'm just sitting here. I'm not doing nothing.
You put your stick back in your pants, Randy.
Randy.
The force is strong with this one. Don't you understand?
He can't hold it any longer.
Oh, he's talking
At least make the sound. He cut himself in half! Randy!
That's why you don't play with lightsabers, kids.
Hey, at least the sound effects are better than One Piece. Oh!
I'm watching what is it, Yu Yu Hawk show, and they use the lightsaber sound effect. I'm like, isn't that
Do
copyrighted?
they really?
It sounds exactly like it when he does the
What
spirit
the-
sword or whatever.
What is it called?
I don't know, it's like
Sword?
the spirit sword or something.
I love
Yeah.
that show. We should watch that sometime.
That show's fantastic. It's 112 episodes long.
That is such an easy watch for somebody who likes that show, though.
It gets kind of boring at
It does get
last
boring.
couple seasons. But
Once Fox Girl gets replaced by fucking Dolphin Girl in the tournament, I'm checked out the rest of the series.
Oh, is that because Dolphin Girl's voiced by Jamie Marchi?
It has nothing to do with Jamie Marchi. It just has to do with Fox Girl being best girl in the whole series.
Oh,
and their
no, I agree
sideline.
with you there. Yeah,
I disagree.
I like Botan now.
Botan is great. Keiko's great too, though.
Yeah,
Fox Girl is just way up here.
I'm
When
having
does
Footnum
Screw
slave
Bar's
over.
sister-
I'm having
Where's-
Footnum slave over Yu Yu Hakusho because I'm making a video on it.
Ah!
Yes.
Nice. Why is yours so thin?
I had to Photoshop it because generating it would have been way harder.
I mean, Randy's is
Bro,
pretty thin too.
I just want to give credit here. The effort that you put in to highlighting the side of your face and both eyes and the neck, like, mwah, fucking fantastic work there. Greenline, you have no light hitting you.
no,
Yours
I don't.
is only caused by the glow. Reese
hey, I
has
have
some on
blue
the-
highlights
on
on
the
my
glow.
shoulders.
Yeah, but that's not caused by the lightsaber.
Well, I mean, no one has to know that.
Effort went in, and that was appreciated. All right, anyway, back to this. God, if we could only finish this fucking article. Really, though, the takeaway from all that should be that if you're going to climb Mount Fuji, make sure you have your phone secured at all times during the hike and create backups of any critical data before starting the ascent. And not risk getting stranded on a mountain in order to recover your phone if you drop it. I agree. Use Dropbox, dumbass. iCloud. There's so many options. Do you have a Huawei? Is that why? Fuck you. The man's plan was
Can you
especially
just use
ill-advised.
find my phone and tell the park ranger, hey, it's over here?
It's probably waterlogged and dead. I don't know. The man's plan was especially ill-advised considering that Mount Fuji's official climbing season doesn't start until July. While some may scoff at the idea of needing an official OK in order to hike on a mountain that's there all year round, hiking outside the official season means that most facilities, especially the ones higher up on the mountain, are unstaffed. Medical centers and mountain huts / lodges are closed in the off season. So if things do go bad, hikers will be isolated and exposed to the elements while waiting for help to arrive, which will take longer than it would during the official season because of decreased rescue service presence on the mountain itself during the off season. In Japan, there's an old adage that says you're wise to climb Mount Fuji once because of how beautiful and symbolic of Japan the mountain is, but also a fool to climb it twice, since it's a long, exhausting way to the top. Trying to climb it a second time to look for your phone is a special brand of foolishness, though, and if the man is dead set on going back for a third time, waiting until June is definitely the what he should really do, especially since the climbing season online reservations are not. Come on, you can't fucking end the article like that. God damn it! This one's gonna be better though. Female traveler found smelly man under bed in Tokyo hotel. Every single hotel I have ever been to has one of those beds where underneath is a fucking solid board of wood, right? Yeah. Do you think he was just like in the crack between the end of the bed and that board of wood? Painted all black, closing his eyes so she wouldn't notice. Gut sticking out, disgusting fly like larva sticking off of him.
Oh, Grundy's dual wielding now.
Oh no! Look at that. Try to pretend like his highlights are intentional. I noticed
to the dark.
I noticed
side.
that your I noticed that your red lightsaber is uncircumcised there with that tip.
I just it was the first one on Google. I'm sorry.
Don't cut yourself in half, Darth Maul.
Hold on.
Retard.
Can I cross them?
Darth Maul yourself. What happens?
Be careful there. I don't want you to lose your head.
What happens when the tips touch?
What's up? What happened to what? What happens if the tips touch? Same thing that happens if we become profitable by 2030. All right. A young Ukrainian woman, Natalisi Taksisi, oh god damn, that name, you deserved it. I don't even know what happened yet. Had a nightmarish experience at a Japanese hotel after discovering an unknown man under her bed. The traveler was visiting Japan for a few days while she currently resides in Thailand, and during her visit discovered the trespasser in her hotel room. According to videos,
There's no, the video is just her complaining about it, and then
God
also,
damn it. Lying.
It's not the cell phone POV.
Like I said, you
what
deserve
the fuck
it.
are you doing under there?
Yeah, no, and they have one picture of the police there, but you don't see anything. I actually saw this on TikTok, like naturally.
According to videos posted on her Instagram on April 25th and the following days, Natalisi was staying in Japan for 3 days, and on the second night, around 7:30 p.m., returned to her room and noticed a strange odor after laying down in her bed. Imagine being a rapist and like getting hoisted by the fact that you fucking stink. Like, it's like, I smell danger. No, that's BO.
What if it's smelly just because he's like sitting there jacking off all day?
She's got the sense of a Kenpachi, huh? Like, all right. When she checked under the bed, she saw an Asian man hiding there, and their eyes met. The man came out from under the bed, stared at Natalisi for about 3 seconds, and then yelled out. Natalisi froze in her tracks, during which time the man fled. She yelled for help. The hotel staff came to her room. After calling hotel staff, the police were also called and arrived promptly to search the room. Oh, why? Is there going to be a second smelly pervert in it? After a sweep of the room, a mobile battery and USB cable, which were believed to belong to the man, were found under the bed. Natalisi said she then became scared and moved to another hotel. I hope that when we go to Japan as a podcast for fun, that we have a smelly rapist under our bed, because that would be fucking funny.
Well, I mean, we could just put Reese under the bed.
I knew that was going to be the one to put under the bed. I fucking knew that I was going to be the one to be put under the bed.
You're the only one that would fit.
Oh boy.
Green line might fit, but it would just be too much of a hassle to try and get him up and down.
It was between you and Green Line.
No.
Also, let's put the rapist aside. Well, let's put
too tall.
No, let's see who's sticking out the end.
Listen, guys.
His
Rape
neck would be
aside, Reese is the smallest one of us. Let's be real.
All right. When we go to Japan as a podcast, Reese must be dressed as the yellow bastard from Sin City for at least the one night under the bed. Or better yet, the yellow demon from Legion, who looks exactly like Reese. Oh, he probably smells too. I'm just saying.
Wait, I just realized. So when
I was a little bit too far there.
No. I mean the yellow demon probably smells.
Oh, okay.
So when you what is it? When you do the mustard censorship with the yellow, are you using rape yellow at least?
Yes, of course. Have you not
Just
seen,
checking.
Have you not seen the yellow demon?
Are you making a rape saber?
Here, I'm gonna post this in the private chat for people who know what Reese looks like. There you go. It's Reese. I'm just.
God damn it.
Oh my.
God damn it. He's right. Like. All right. Okay. Anyway, now that I've ruined my friendship with Reese. When she checked under the bed, she saw an Asian man hiding there, and their eyes met. The man came out of the bed, stared at Natalisi for 3 seconds, and then yelled out. Natalisi froze in her tracks, during which time the man fled. She yelled for help, and the hotel staff came to her room. After the hotel staff, the police were also called to arrive in the room. They found the fucking USB cable. Since the stranger was hiding in a locked room, Natalisi asked the hotel to take responsibility for the management and security of the room. After negotiations, she received a refund of $600 for her 3-day stay, but the hotel refused her request for $1,600 in compensation, saying it was not in their regulations. We gotta stay in this hotel specifically.
I would say refund and get an upgrade.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, she wanted like
least.
mental
Health.
What do you call it? Yeah, like I had anxiety, so pay me more money in the hotel.
Pay me more money.
No.
Pay me like 3 times as much so that I can feel better about myself.
Yeah.
When asked if the trespasser was caught in security footage, Natalisi asked the hotel to check for the footage, though tough they explained that it was in a location where the man could not be seen. Sounds like a fucking mistake on your part, and she should sue. Natalisi also posted a follow-up video showing the police examining the room. A woman who appeared to be an investigator said, "It's black hair. I'm going to check if he had something with him," in a conversation that could have been about the man. Wow. Oh my God. Whoa. And following this, the APA hotel in Tokyo that Natalisi stayed in told JCast that they have asked an investigative agency to look into the matter, and the investigation is ongoing, so they cannot give any... God damn it, fucker. I didn't even get to see this smelly asshole. Fuck, I hope the next article is better. All right. Speaking of freezing to death on Mount Fuji, inside the hellish nightmare, as a madman attacks a stranded crew at an isolated Antarctica research station. Look, I'm just saying, if the Earth is in fact round, I can't think of anything. I'm sorry. How do you explain this? There you go. All right. Okay. A researcher at an isolated station in Antarctica allegedly turned into a violent madman, leaving his team living in fear and revealing a terrifying culture of violence. We're going to reveal a culture of a lot of shit in this article. The unnamed male team member at the remote Sanae 4 base was accused of attacking one of the South African crew's 9 researchers, threatening to kill another, and sexually assaulting 2 women. Oh, no. Let's take a gander at them and make a guess as to which guy did it. They're all black. I don't feel comfortable making
Bottom
this.
left.
I don't feel comfortable. Literally all of them are black. Oh.
Nivek.
Nivek did it. Any more? I bet it was the woman. I think it was Dr. Lawana, and she did it for her OnlyFans. According to an urgent email from Sanae 4 researchers to the South African government, the unstable man's actions had become deeply disturbing, and the scientists needed an emergency evacuation. The whistleblower revealed that the attacker, quote, physically assaulted Kelsey Mahwashe.
Not even on the list.
Oh, this one. The guy, the team member. That's Kelsey's a guy's name. Wow.
Well, he's safe.
Physically assaulted Kelsey Mawashe, the team's leader, and said the rampage created an environment of fear and intimidation. I remain deeply concerned about my own safety, constantly wondering if it might become the next victim. I'm just guessing on the dialogue here. I'm sorry. Stunningly, none of the 6 men and 3 women at the Sanae 4 have been removed from the outpost, with the South African Environment Ministry saying the alleged perpetrator apologized. Oh, God, thank God. He apologized. Everything's good now.
I was just
was willing to take a psychological evaluation. South African officials confirmed to dailymail.com that Mawashe had been attacked, but their investigation also concluded that the alleged incidents of sexual assault did not take place. Despite Environment Minister Dion George claiming the base is now calm and all is under control, sounds like what a Yeti investing the thing would say. This is just the latest in a shocking pattern of strange behavior among scientists in Antarctica.
They get in the Antarctic crazies.
Several Antarctic researchers have come forward in recent years to expose disturbing acts of violence and sexual abuse at bases throughout the frozen and empty continent. Former U.S. researcher Liz Monahan was threatened on a previous mission and explained that the alleged victims of the South African team literally have no one for thousands of miles to help them immediately. I think Tasmania is pretty close, isn't it? Immediately when someone turns aggressive. No one but myself was there to save me, Monahan told the U.S. Sun. That was the thing that was so terrifying. Okay, Liz Monahan is not.
No, it's not the. It is the thing.
It is not the thing. It is not the thing. That's in Norway, I think.
What? Why would the thing be in Norway? They were in Antarctica.
Were they?
At least for the second one.
Okay. All I'm saying is the Norwegians spill the beans on the plot of the movie, and if you speak Norwegian, you don't want to watch it.
Maybe the first one was in the North Pole?
Watch party when? I haven't seen it yet. All right. The South African.
You haven't seen the thing?
I haven't seen the thing.
I haven't seen the thing.
I haven't seen the thing or the thing remake.
How do you know about the Norwegians then?
I watch a lot of YouTube.
Oh.
I watched James Rolfe talk about it on Cinemassacre once or twice. All right, anyway.
You mean the thong?
I could use another hot dog down right now. The South African Environment Minister tried to explain away the incident, saying that scientists who assaulted Mawashi had allegedly threatened to kill his colleagues at Snapped. And Snapped? After the expedition's team leader decided to change their work schedule. You can imagine what it's like. It is close quarters and people get cabin fever. It can be very disorienting, Minister George said. The long stretches of isolation and working in close quarters means that each researcher must undergo a series of background checks, physical and medical assessments, and a psychometric evaluation before they are cleared for the expedition. However, many of these incidents aren't just cases of scientists losing their cool. In 2022, the National Science Foundation, the federal agency overseeing the U.S. Antarctic program, found that 59% of women claimed they had experienced harassment or were the victims of an assault while in Antarctica. These are the women who choose the bear. Monahan, a former ship mechanic...
They would not be choosing the bear out in Antarctica.
Right? Polar bears are the worst kind of bear.
Oh, polar bears aren't in Antarctica. Never mind. They're only in...
Right, because Antarctica means without bear.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess they'd be choosing the penguins.
Monahan, a former ship mechanic at McMurdo Station that same year, revealed how she was forced to sleep with a hammer tucked in her bra.
I thought they meant like...
Is it the Godzilla hammer?
In her what?
Fuck this thumbnail. Fuck it hard in the ass. God damn it. Fuck. God damn it. It is going to get the fucking blur. That's for sure.
I prefer thinking that she was literally sleeping with it, like having sex with the hammer. She was forced to.
She was forced to sleep with the hammer tucked in her bra after being threatened by a male colleague during their expedition. Cerveza Cristo. While at the U.S. base on the other side of Antarctica, Monahan was allegedly sexually harassed and physically threatened by a fellow research team who already had a history of alcohol-related criminal offenses in New Zealand. The Antarctic researcher, Zach Buckingham, allegedly taunted Monahan and other women at the outpost bar, asking several other men which one was going to have sex with the women. Monahan told the Associated Press in 2023 that Buckingham, an amateur boxer, approached her another time and said snitches will get stitches. After she complained about his behavior to Buckingham's employer, PAE. Zach Buckingham is a danger to me. He was threatening my life. He is capable of hurting me, and he wants to hurt me. I have been living in fear for the last 2 days, Monahan wrote on a letter to PAE's HR department. Okay. Which one is Monahan? I don't see a Monahan.
Was that maybe from a different expedition? That was in 2015, right?
No, I think it was 2022.
No, going forward, it says something
in 2022. The National Science Foundation, right?
Maybe the 2015,
2023,
something else. Just keep reading.
Anyway. Despite being removed from the expedition, Buckingham never faced any legal action or punishment related to Monahan's claims in Antarctica. You know what? There's no jurisdiction in Antarctica. Anything goes, even penguin rape. After the NSF...
I'm glad you included that for all of us.
The report was released. Food steward Jennifer Sorensen came forward to admit that she had been raped at McMurdo Station in 2015.
Was it by the rape yellow penguins?
It probably was. Another thumbnail thing I'm going to have to figure out how to work in there. Another female researcher at McMurdo told U.S. Marshals that a male colleague assaulted her, pinning her down by putting his leg across her throat so she couldn't breathe.
Oof.
She got George Floyded? What? One station.
His leg across her throat?
Across her throat.
How does that work for raping her?
Yeah, seriously.
That's pretzeling him. Like, I'm just trying to. Unless he's like face.
Was this a threesome rape? Like, one
state. Does the penguin count?
On station, I had no advocate to speak on behalf of my needs and protection, no jail to protect me from my rapist, and no knowledge of any present law enforcement personnel.
Just kill him. Like, who's gonna stop you?
Good point. Oh, Australia's this way. That's good to know. South America's this way. Africa. Checkmate, flat earthers. There you go. You don't know anything.
We got a map.
Oh, this is the woman who got raped. I noticed a distinct lack of melanin compared to the other. Oh, wait, no, this woman. Van Tonder. Oh, we're skipping ahead a little too early there. All right, the only reason we covered this, as for the latest disturbing incident, the researchers at Sunai 4 won't be relieved until December, when temperatures at the South Pole are at their warmest. Oh, good for them. Just when it finally gets bearable, we get to go home. The research group includes electronics engineer Nivek Ghazi, Dr. Silhe Mepho, right? That's Vietnamese, right? Lawana, mechanical engineer. Oh God, Nakululeko. Welcome. Fucking no, their name is not Welcome. Nukuloleko Koza. What is Welcome in here? Come on. Nikuloleko Welcome Koza, communications engineer, Athen Kozi Mabope, and electronics engineer Giomar Van Tonder. Instrumentation technician allowed Tumelos Seapain. Diesel mechanic alien. I don't even know where the names end and the fucking words begin. Diesel mechanic alien Stuart Jacobs and electromechanical engineer Lebogong James Simer. Oh God, also part of the team. This is why localization is important. All right. It is still unclear which of the 5 men on the team became enraged and triggered the call for help. Dr. Sile Mafa Lawana is a dermatologist and the physician on the Antarctic mission. She's been a medical doctor since 2019. Officials have not said if Dr. Lawana was involved in the incident.
Maybe she was the perpetrator, right? We're assuming it was a guy, but maybe it
sure looks like she runs an OnlyFans, if you ask me. I'm just saying. Her PhD ain't paying the bills because she's a fucking dermatologist. And she's like, look how clear my skin is. I'll show you as much of it as possible on my OnlyFans. Right? Although the team has taken several pictures during the expedition with alcohol, there have not been any claims that drinking played a role in the violent outburst. However, Manahan recorded conversations with Holly Newman, a representative for PAE, where the company official said that there have been problems with alcohol and people hurting other people in Antarctica that go back way before 2015. Wes Thurman, a fire department supervisor who had worked in Antarctica, also claimed that the NSF often blamed incidents of sexual harassment on alcohol. In the meantime, South African officials said they have started a longer-term professional counseling service to help restore the broken relationships of Sunny 4. Unless there are changes in the culprit schedule, in the outpost schedule, the other 8 members will be forced to live with the accused man and for another. They didn't fucking tell you who it is. Oh my God!
Well, we may never.
That was
know.
a good streak at the end.
It could be any one of these sick fucks.
Just like the Thing.
Yep. It turns out it was you were sexually assaulted by the Thing. Right? All right. Anyway, that's it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good time. I'm gonna go watch the 4th Harry Potter movie, which I've never seen. Hold on, let me explain. Let me read some of these. That's a good
That
question.
was a bit more intense than the last ones, by the way.
The podcast or the article?
No, the 4th Harry Potter movie.
Oh, great! Can't wait. Why is OCA sharing one bed? Why not? Look at it.
Why not? Cheaper.
Easier to overpower our under the bed smelly rapist. Chinese national. So he's from Canada, huh? Low oxygen, high altitude, sentimental dick pics. What? I didn't say that.
You were talking about like something about the sentimental pictures on the phone and all that stuff. And I'm like,
sentimental dick pics.
I would have said sentimental spank bank.
Oh.
I remember when I sent that unsolicited dick pic to that girl. So sentimental.
Imagine being a woman trying to hide under the bed. Hard to hide her breasts. I hope when we go to Japan that a rapist is under the bed and her big heaving breasts are spilling out under.
Yes, they just like phase
No,
through the boards.
So is there a mint demon? You said rape demon. No, there is only the rape demon. I don't mint. What do you like under the pillow? That's where the rape demon hides.
Under the pillow.
The one in yellow did it, of course. Wait, wait. I don't think there were anybody in yellow. No, sadly, the culprit is still a miss. South Africa is the first country to not take the word of a victim as gospel. In the U.S., even getting acquitted doesn't stop the cancellation. Speaking of expeditions, play Expedition 2033. I have it. It's upstairs. It's currently not in the PS5 because fucking Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban is there. What is the skin doctor doing there? I don't know. Filming her OnlyFans content, of course.
Skin flicks, of course.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you again for your support. The patrons have made life so much easier. Cool to T. Subscribe Star is now in play. I repeat, Subscribe Star is now in play.
Wow, are you gonna do an ASMR like stretch goal paywall content now?
Will it make us more money?
If we get 100 yellow super chats, AC will spend an hour ASMRing at the end of
into the wrong mic.
Is this not the mic I'm connected to right now?
It is.
It is. Ew! Oh, I heard that.
Good, I'm on the right mic.
That's just it. That's just the tip. The tip of where you can experience if we get 100 yellow super chats. No! Don't give them another one.
Yeah, you're giving away free content, bro. Hold it in. Man, we need to make lo-fi ASMR to study to or whatever, where you use your laptop.
Oh, dude. Did you see the thing that Trump tweeted out?
What thing?
So, you know the lo-fi girl, the studying lo-fi girl? So he
Lo-fi
tweeted
people
out...
people too?
He tweeted out something of him signing executive orders and shit to study too.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed. The podcast, I feel like, is starting to get back onto the correct track. Thank God Shankaku Complex, out of nowhere, has started actually producing articles again. I am thrilled for the future of us. And I think we're going to get there. Amen. That was a prayer. All right. Good night. Good night, Brad.
No, don't do the one.
Reese, you might want to close your ears.
Do it.
No place to hide. The Titans come to take us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar! He tears through walls with rage and might, no end in sight, just endless inside. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The titans roar a deafening sound. No, mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of